Holmes Beach, Bradenton Beach, over to Cortez, if this plays out exactly as the forecast track says. Then once you're getting down into Siesta Key, now you're looking at the 9 feet of inundation with the current forecast. And then as you're going south from there, you're getting into the Charlotte Harbor area. They're going to have a big inundation as well. So storm surge, even though the storm surge may be lower in Tampa Bay, the heaviest rains are north of the center, which really puts Tampa, Orlando, all the way to Daytona Beach in this high chance of excessive rain. These high rain chances, these high excessive rain chances, they're not issued a lot, but we have a lot of Central Florida in that. So 6 to 12 inches of rain with isolated amounts to 18 inches. So that is going to cause a problem in of itself. Plus the storm surge on and south to where it makes landfall, and the winds, and of course those isolated tornadoes. Let me show you something real quick. We got time, right? We got all the time in the world right now. So as this storm is approaching the coast, notice something. Where is all the rain? It's north. It's not to the south, because that drier air, that wind shear is eating up this western side. So it's forcing everything up to the north. So 11 o'clock tonight from Tampa north, I mean, it's just going to be that blinding rain and wind as well, with more wind to the south. Notice as we're getting into the morning hours, as the rain pushes out, the tropical storm force winds may hang on till early on Thursday morning, and then things will start to get better. I know we still have all kinds of stuff going on the radar, but we've talked for about 40 minutes, Russell and Laura, so we'll give it back to you guys for a couple of minutes, okay? And then if we have another tornado warning, we'll jump right back in with you, okay?
Yeah, it's important. It's important.
Thank you. Well, our inland areas will be experiencing impact from Hurricane Milton, too.
By the time it reaches Polk County tonight and overnight, it will still be a hurricane. Fox 13's Carla Byron is in Polk County right now with the latest.
Yeah, the window to make last-minute preparations is closing. Milton is expected to impact Polk County during the day with tropical storm force winds. Later tonight, that's when the hurricane force winds are expected, which may reach 70 to 90 miles per hour. The flood threat has actually increased significantly since yesterday. Rain totals of 6 to 18 inches are being forecasted. There will be downed trees, which can damage homes, as well as downed power lines. People will lose electricity. If you live in a manufactured home, officials say to try and seek shelter elsewhere, stay with a friend or maybe a member of your church, or if you have no other choice, stay at one of the 19 county designated emergency shelters, which can house 38,000 people total. So far, there are 2,800 people at those shelters right now, so there's still plenty of room. There are pet-friendly and special needs shelters as well.
There's parts of this county that have flooded in the past. We have no way to accurately predict where flood impacts to homes and businesses will occur, but if those areas have flooded in the past, assume that they're going to flood again in this hurricane today. So again, it's important to get out. If you're going to another location, do that quickly.
With widespread flooding, officials are concerned about their regional wastewater treatment systems, so they're asking customers to reduce their use of water as much as possible, beginning 48 hours prior to then through the storm, to help reduce pressure on wastewater systems. So what you can do is reduce the length of showers, limit flushing of toilets, don't run dishwashers, and don't do laundry unnecessarily. Now, when the hurricane has passed, officials are urging people to just stay off of the roads, to stay at home, because they want emergency officials and first responders to be able to help people and basically just be able to do their jobs. In Lakeland, Carla Byron, Fox 13 News.
We received lots of emails from concerned viewers trying to get information about their specific area. We're getting to each of our local counties throughout the coverage of Milton.
In the meantime, there are ways to access that information if you did miss it. Walter is here now to show us how.
Laura Russell, good morning to you. Shelters, evacuation zones, closures. All of this information right here, fox13news.com. That's our website, constantly updating it. And I wish I had a camera. We could have gone into the newsroom. There's about 5 or 6 people standing by, and they're updating this constantly. Now, to view it, all you have to do is visit fox13news.com, go to the homepage. Then you can scroll down to the county-by-county guide. You click that, and you'll find a link to your specific county. So, for example, let's go to Pinellas County. You see evacuation zones, emergency shelters, closures, links to the county for more information. And then back on our homepage, you'll also find a link to watch us live on your phone, as well as track the latest hurricane track and a lot more information. Again, all this information is on our website, fox13news.com. If some of you, when the power goes out, you can access all the same information on the Fox Local mobile app. It has the latest county updates, even forecast videos from the weather team. You can also stream our live newscast. It's free to download on iPhone and Android phones, and get it set up now while your phone has a charge.
All right, Walden. Thank you.
You bet.
Another option if you lose power, the radio. Several local radio stations are carrying our newscasts. You can listen to our hurricane coverage on 102.5 The Bone, 97X, and 101.5 The Vibe. And we'll be right back. Manatee County, it's a race against the clock at the Cortez Fishing Village.
And Fox 13's Kim Quizon explains why.
It's not just people getting their homes ready. We're out here at the Cortez Fishing Village, and there's still last-minute preparations as some of the commercial fishermen down here work to secure their boats and make sure their livelihood will be okay. Joining me now is Kent Nixon.
Yes.
Kent, you've been a commercial fisherman here in Cortez for how many years?
45 years.
We have seen a lot over the last 2 weeks. What are you expecting to see as Milton passes us?
It really depends upon where that eye goes over us. If it happens to go south of us, we're only going to get maybe 5 or 6 foot surge. But if it happens to come directly over us, 10 foot, and that's above my hand. Not good at all. We've moved a lot of our boats around to another harbor to try and protect them. I decided to stay here with one of mine. That way we have multiple locations so we won't lose them all.
Cortez Fishing Village here is really the backbone of the community when you think about not only tourism, but the fish that we get. How important is it that we get this back up and running and help fishermen no matter what we face?
We've already made up our minds. If we do get wiped out, we'll rebuild. We've already made up our minds. We hope that doesn't happen, and we hope the damage is minimal, but we're expecting it to be pretty bad. We really are. And it's the lifeblood of the community. That's where all our dollars come from. It's where people, work. It's everything for us.
Can you talk about, too, I'm looking at the streets with Helene, a lot of people didn't leave Cortez. Are we seeing a different shift this time?
Oh, absolutely. The vast majority of them left already. There's one or two that decided to stay. I'm going to leave myself, and it's the first time in my life that I've ever actually left for a storm, and I think it's going to be that bad. The last storm was really bad. I think it surprised a lot of people, the flood level, even though people like myself had told them it was going to be really bad, but some of them stayed. And most of the houses got 3-4 foot of water in them. I'm sure you already know and all. But our boats are our livelihoods. That's what we're really trying to protect. Most of our gear, luckily, most of our gear is still on the hill, and we haven't put it in the water for stone crab season. So that'll help us a little bit. That'll give us something to start with anyway after the storm.
Thanks, Ken. Appreciate everything that you're doing. Stay safe.
Stay safe.
Stay safe. Well, you can see down here at the Cortez Fishing Village, again, this is their livelihood. There's still a couple hours that they're going to work, protect the boats that they haven't moved. And then just from here, it's wait and see. And we're hoping that the fishing village will still be standing, that the AP Bell Fish Company will still be here. But really, we're just going to have to wait and see when dawn breaks tomorrow. For now, we're in Cortez. Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
You know, we're liable to see a lot at dawn tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I mean, the sights that we're going to see are something that we never thought we were going to see here. You know, I mean, we've had this worry. I mean, when we do our hurricane specials every year, we talk about that worst case scenario. We talk about 1921. We talk about 1848. That worst case of what we could see here. Now, with the track going just to our south, we may be spared some of that storm surge in Tampa Bay, but this is still going to be basically as bad as we ever anticipated we could have here, and quite likely even worse.
So you're saying it's been over 100 years since we've had anything like this happen in our area?
Yes, it has. I mean, so essentially there's nobody alive that has seen this in here that remembers it at this point. So I mean, this is generational right here. Just kind of give you a perspective.
I know you've got to get to your weather, but think about the difference in the population here in 100 years.
Exactly.
I mean,
the build-up, the infrastructure, the number of people, the homes, and just how many more people.
So densely populated.
I mean, we've got the technology that helps us with this, but you know, at a certain point, you can't get everything out of the way. You can't get everybody out of the way. You do the best that you can, but you know, it's really worrisome. And you know, at this point, you hope and you pray that with Helene, that anybody that saw what happened with that along the coastal communities, especially, they're out of there. You just don't want anybody to have that idea that, you know what, I've got to protect my home. I've got to. I mean, when you have this much power, there's nothing you can do as a human to stop it. So why be there? You're just not going to stop it. So get out of there. But we're watching that wind shear. It's doing its thing. Unfortunately, it's not going to do it fast enough to weaken this to any level that it's going to make this manageable. So this is still a catastrophic situation. You look as the loop goes on, it's just amazing how strong this storm has been, that you're seeing all that lightning around the center from time to time. Anytime you see all that lightning, that's an indication of a really strong storm. When you see it right near the center, it's been trying to hold that eye together. But early this morning around 7:30, hurricane reconnaissance plane. By the way, there's just about at all times now 2 planes flying in this system. As they made their way through, they had a closed eye. About an hour and a half later, they flew through and they noted that it was now an open eye on that southern side. That is an indication. The shear, the dry air, we're starting to see that weakening trend, but the weakening trend, it comes with trade-offs, because the wind field with this is going to continue to expand. And still, from the center of this into the south, it is still going to be devastating as far as that wind with this, devastating as far as that storm surge as this works its way onshore. But here is that wind, and this is extending down over the storm. That's that strong upper level wind. It blows the top of the storm, it disrupts the circulation, and that is what weakens it, but it also somewhat elongates the storm. So that's why you're seeing all this weather in advance of it. And then on top of all that, we actually have a cold front which is pushing down, and you start to get the interaction between Milton and the cold front, and that's what's going to really tend to enhance the rainfall. And that's why we're talking about this swath through here of really intense rain. We're likely going to see flash flooding in many areas, 5 to 12 inches of rain, and possibly some areas up to 18 inches of rain. Sky Tower radar just continues to show this very intense band of rain. You see the warnings down here. This is down in this Charlotte County. You see the purple shaded warning. That is a confirmed tornado. This is moving about 40 miles an hour to the north. So over towards Arcadia, down into DeSoto County. Have to watch this very closely because it will not take much time for that to work its way onto the north. And then over towards Lake Placid, moving over to right near Sebring as well. You've got one warning just to the south of Sebring, right towards Lake Placid. And then you have this other one. These are two areas, this one further to the east for a time. That was a confirmed tornado, but still showing really strong signs that this is rotating. And so we're going to continue to watch these areas very closely as well, because after they move through Highlands County, they work their way up into Polk County. So over into eastern Polk County, into southeastern Polk County as well. And you're just seeing more of these strong bands working their way along the coastline. And the center of this storm, go out wider on this, and you can see it's still a ways offshore. This is still probably about 130 miles off the coastline, but we're going to continue to watch it very closely, because now that the center is on radar, we can really keep a very close eye. We watch for those wobbles, because at this point, we're done with the computer modeling, essentially. We're not watching for that forecast track to change significantly. What we're waiting for and watching for is if we get any of those wobbles with this. And those wobbles, they could ever so slightly change who gets the worst part of this. But at a point with that storm surge, those wobbles can make all the difference in the world on just exactly who gets this. But essentially, from the coastline of Manatee County down through Sarasota County, that looks like that is going to be the worst portions of this right now as we go through the afternoon. So winds right now 145 miles an hour, currently moving to the northeast at 17 miles an hour. We do see still a little bit of that weakening trend, but still at 8 o'clock tonight has not made its way on shore, but we're still looking at 125 miles an hour, Category 3. And as it moves across the state, it just doesn't weaken all that much, because this is actually going to work its way out into the Atlantic still as a hurricane. So everybody, even through those inland areas, are going to be dealing with a hurricane as we go through the overnight hours, and really putting this at a very scary time going through the overnight hours as well. So we're going to talk more about these impacts and kind of keep you updated on the radar as we go through the afternoon. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Jen?
And Jim, you know, we've been talking about that this was going to happen. I think it just happened a little sooner than expected. Most of the Bay Area bridges have officially shut down. We mentioned the Sunshine Skyway Bridge a bit earlier this morning, right around 11 o'clock this morning. That's when FHP and FDOT decided to shut down the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. And they usually do that when sustained winds reach 45 miles per hour. I think they just used a bit of extra caution than they normally even do and shut it down once conditions started to worsen in our area. So north and southbound along the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, you'll see state troopers on either side of the skyway, so drivers know that they cannot pass and go over the Bay Area bridges. This is a new one. This is the Howard Franklin, or at least the Tampa side of the Howard Franklin. This is as far as you'll get along the southbound lanes of 275. What you'll have to do is exit off toward the Tampa International Airport instead, because the southbound lanes are closed on the Howard Franklin Bridge, I-275 southbound over the bridge. They haven't quite shut down the northbound lanes just yet, but I'm guessing in the next several minutes, once they assess the situation, they're going to shut that down as well. Gandy Bridge completely closed right now, both east and westbound. That's the official word from the Highway Patrol. So you cannot use the Gandy Bridge either. And this is why we've been telling you throughout the morning, yesterday, the day before, that you should have evacuated if you hadn't already, because you're just losing access to evacuate out of Tampa Bay. Again, the Howard Franklin Bridge, southbound 275 into Pinellas County, is closed. All of the lanes of the Sunshine Skyway and the Gandy Bridge are currently shut down as well.
All right, Jen, thank you. Stay with us. Much more Milton to come.
And we'll be right back.
We have another tornado warning to pass along to you, and while it's in Charlotte County now, it's heading northward, but it's heading up into DeSoto County.
Yeah, I mean, it's these same areas, and it looks like I'm hearing yet another warning here.
I'll get that one while
yeah,
you talk.
So you cover the other one, and I'll talk about this here because this is DeSoto County. This is also into Charlotte County. This is a confirmed tornado. This goes until 1:15, and you see this line. These are the same areas that we've been watching down towards Sanibel, down towards Fort Myers, looking at the rotation with this. You can really see this right there.
Yeah,
It just kind of...
This was a confirmed, listen to this, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Babcock Webb, or 12 miles north of Fort Myers, moving north at 25 miles per hour. Now listen, this is what we call a particularly dangerous situation. This is an extremely dangerous and confirmed large tornado. Now granted, in that particular area, as you're getting up toward DeSoto County, it is sparsely populated, but the population starts to increase, Jim, along Highway 17 as you're getting up closer to Arcadia, you know, and the storm itself moving north, like you said, at about 25 miles per hour.
Yeah, I mean, this one compared to some of the others has been moving slower, but that's the concern. This is a confirmed tornado, large tornado, and this is moving basically right up into, say, southern DeSoto County, right along 17, Fort Ogden, pushing up to the north. So if you're in this area, this is where you want to go ahead and take cover now in those.
The other one that just printed out while we were talking is for southeastern Polk County, north central Highlands County. Tornado possibly located near Sebring Regional Airport. You can see it right there. Obviously, you can see it there, the way that red is next to that green. It's 11 miles east of Sebring. This is moving north at 25 miles per hour. So a tornado detected in that particular area as well. So this spot in Highlands County, we also have that other tornado warning out for the Lake Placid area. Now, Sebring, you are warned as well as Avon Park. You know what? How about everybody in Highlands County just get into an interior room now, and let's just do it that way, because I got to be honest, there's so many multiple little circulations that are popping up, Jim. And I know that they're small, but at the same time, these are particularly dangerous situations. These are tornadoes that we've seen on the ground.
Yeah, you can see all the tornado warnings that cover Highlands County right now, and it's becoming more of a situation of who is not in a tornado warning across Highlands County, because you're in the minority if you're not in a warning in Highlands County, because we just have so many of these. Now, we've got two areas that we're watching. I'm going to zoom in to the first area, which is down towards Placid Lakes, Lake Placid, and this warning here near Placid Lakes, this is heading to the north here, north at about 25, 30 miles an hour, and that goes until 1:30. We also have another area, this one here, this goes until 1:45.
Yeah, 1:45.
And this is the one that is just past, just to the north of Highway 98.
Yeah, you know, over there is the Sebring Regional Airport. So this rotation is really close to that Sebring Regional Airport, which is actually about 11 miles, if you will, as the crow flies, east of downtown Sebring itself. But yet, Loretta, there, just along 98, it's just north of Loretta. So between Sebring and Loretta, in that spot moving north, Jim. Yeah.
Yeah, and here we're looking at the rotation, and where you see this green, if you start to see some reds or yellows, that's just showing an extreme rotation. But we're definitely seeing some rotation in both of these areas. Here you've got one area here, you've got the other one down towards Lake Placid, and both of these very quickly working their way on towards the north here, looking at that traditional or what we're a little more used to seeing here is the velocities. It does look like maybe a sign that the one down towards Lake Placid, starting the week in a little bit, but still seeing a decent rotation north of Loretta. But again, maybe a little bit of a weakening trend. I'm actually just going to back it up here. We can kind of get an idea here, and you do see right there, right as it was passing over 98, it just really looked like we more than likely had a tornado on the ground right through there, and then you see just a little bit of a weakening trend there. We'll kind of wait and see if we continue to see that weakening trend, but I want to go out wide because we've just had so
and while you
many
do
areas
that, people don't, tornadoes are a common occurrence, especially in the northeast quadrant of landfalling hurricanes. However, as I say that, though, and I'm looking at this one particularly that's in Charlotte, kind of heading up toward DeSoto County, this is an extremely dangerous and large tornado that is confirmed. And a lot of times, Jim, hurricane tornadoes are relatively small, but in a case like this, we're getting some big-time rotation within these bands of rain. That'll give you an idea of how powerful Milton is, just in general, and how it's again moving closer and closer. And as it does, the impacts are getting heavier and heavier.
I want to point out something. Now, we were showing some video earlier of some tornadoes across Alligator Alley. We had that just amazing looking video there. These are different because what you're seeing there, look at that, it's just amazing. Because you've got rain-free areas, and so you're seeing a long range to these tornadoes, and you get that classic video that people take of tornadoes. Now you go back to the radar, and we look at these areas, and this is down in the Charlotte County, working its way up towards DeSoto County. But as I circle this area that we're really honing in on right through here, and then you look at the actual radar, you see it's inside of all this. So if you're in this area, you can't count on actually saying, hey, I can see it, it's coming. You are in torrential rain. This is embedded in there. You don't know it's coming. So this is what's working its way right up towards Arcadia, up into DeSoto County, and so many of our southern counties continue to see exactly that.
Yeah, and this is one of the great things about the radar and being able to look inside and see what the winds are doing. Because if you look at the reflectivity, which is what you're looking at now, you see rain. You see a lot of very heavy rain and all over there, but you can't see inside the storm. And this does allow us to get inside and to see that and to see these multiple areas that are rotating, and they're continuing to move north. So listen, Polk County, you're finally getting into some rain. The winds aren't that bad. But this severe weather threat, this tornado threat, Polk County, it's coming at you. And what I'm trying to tell you is these warnings, they're probably not going to stop there. They'll just continue to be pushed upward. But as Jim just mentioned, we're getting to the point now where the rain, you're not going to be able to see these. And so that's what we don't want anybody trying to go outside and trying to see this. And that video we just showed you, that was from an FDOT camera. That wasn't from an individual. So they're going to most likely, closer to the coast, be rain wrapped, and then they're more individual as you get out here, like in Highlands County.
Yeah, and that's so. This is not a situation to try and get that video that you want to post on social media, because number one, it's obviously extremely dangerous. But number two, you're not going to get the video because these are rain wrapped. You can't see these. They're so embedded in all this, but they're extremely dangerous. These are the types of things that can basically, they can kill you. I mean, all the debris that, I know we don't have the debris from Helene here, but when you get along the coastline and we start getting these strong winds and we get these tornadoes, the amount of debris that is going to be flying around in a situation like this. But this is, again, watching two areas here specifically. You have an update here?
Yeah, via ham radio, we do have that. This confirmed tornado on the ground with damage noted near North Fort Myers. So that storm that they just warned, the one that we said is large and extremely dangerous, there has been in the Fort Myers area damage confirmed from that tornado. That was received via ham radio just a few minutes ago, maybe 10 minutes ago. So that is, again, the one they're talking about.
So here, this is where you're going back to, this is at 12:40, so what we're about 45 minutes ago. Then you can see that developing just north of Fort Myers. That's where we got that confirmed tornado, and then continues to work its way onto the north, right up through Charlotte County. So this is that cell, and where we had that confirmed tornado, and continues to show quite a bit of rotation. It does look like maybe a little bit more of a broad rotation, but I'm just kind of noticing right through here, you're still seeing, while it's not nearly as strong, you're still seeing that rotation kind of splitting off from this. So that's what you get with these. You get these rotating cells, and sometimes you get one tornado that lifts up, and you get another one that forms just a couple of minutes later.
It's going to be a few minutes before that gets into DeSoto County. So let's watch this one. Let's keep an eye on the one east of Sebring. Head back to you guys for just a bit, and then we'll come back. Any more information, well, any more warnings, of course, we'll pass them along to you. Elsewhere, listen, the rain is really beginning to come down. The winds are beginning to pick up. So you are where you are. Let's stay here for the duration of the storm. Okay, guys? We'll be back.
All right. Thank you, guys. Nice work. And we want to remind you that we are still waiting on word from the governor, so we will bring that to you live as soon as that happens.
Now, if you're in an evacuation zone in Pinellas County, officials say time is running out to find a safe place to ride out the storm.
Let's get out to Fox 13's Virginia Gonzalez, who is live with the very latest there. Gina, good morning.
Laura, Russell, good afternoon to you. So we had very powerful words coming from Pinellas County's Director of Emergency Management, Kathy Jenkins, when she held a press conference just a few hours ago. She says time is the one resource you cannot get more of, and at this point you are running out of time to get out of harm's way. And to prove that point, I do have an update on bridge closures that we're actively getting into our news desk. Now, we still see people coming in from both directions on the Courtney Campbell right now, but we did get warning that the westbound lane is going to be closed to traffic soon. We also know the westbound lane of the Gandy Bridge is closed to traffic, and then the Skyway and the Howard Franklin Bridge are officially closed to all traffic. So just keep that in mind. Now, to help people who may still be in the county and want to leave in these final hours before Milton's landfall, they announced that they've opened 3 new shelters effective as of 9:30 this morning. And those include Palm Harbor Middle School in Palm Harbor, and then New Heights Elementary and Fairmount Park Elementary, both in St. Pete. These are all pet-friendly shelters for the general public, and of course, they are completely free to go to. Now, this will help alleviate space, because we can also tell you that 3 shelters in Pinellas are now at capacity. Those are Lilman Innovation, Largo High School, and Palm Harbor University Building 19, which is a special needs shelter. Now, something that Kathy also said that really resonated with me was shelters are a lifeboat. They are not a cruise ship. She knows that they are not the most comfortable option, but at this point, it's better than finding yourself in a life-threatening situation. Barbara Hernandez, the county's communication director. Actually, I do believe we got Governor Ron DeSantis stepping up to the podium in his latest press conference. Let's send it over to him.
Out from a major impact, actually probably less than 12 hours out, so that's going to happen. There's a lot that's been going on. One of the things that we have done to prepare for this storm is what we've done in every storm since I've been governor, but we're doing it in the most robust way we've ever done it, and that is pre-stage all these power resources. You see these linemen that are behind me. This is one of the processing sites here in Lake City for Florida Power and Light. Had linemen come from all over the continental United States. California, people are coming. Others have come. So we will have over 50,000 linemen that are pre-staged in the state of Florida. As soon as the storm passes, they are going to go to work. And look, if you are in the path of this storm, you are most likely going to lose power. So just prepare for that. Know that that's something that's likely to happen. If you are going to use a generator, make sure you're using it properly. Do not run your generator inside your home. The generator must be operated outside your home. Keep it away from any door or window. But all these folks are going to be brought to bear to be able to get the power back on as soon as humanly possible. We just did Hurricane Helene. That was 2.4 million restorations, as fast as it's ever been done in the history, I think, probably of all hurricanes in the U.S. This one coming on the heels of Helene, where you still have hundreds of thousands of people out of power in other parts of the country, like North Carolina and Georgia. You have a lot of linemen who are working in those areas. So the fact that we got over 50,000, that in and of itself is a big deal, but especially considering that you have a lot of people that are still at work in the aftermath of Helene in these other states. It's really, really remarkable. So you will likely lose power if you're in the path of this storm. Just be prepared for that. have a plan to deal with it. But just know that we've got huge numbers of assets that are here, ready to go, and they are going to go as soon as it's safe to do so. The other thing that is worth pointing out, it's a lot of focus, understandably, on the west coast of Florida. That's what's going to see the really significant storm surge, particularly where the storm makes landfall, and just south of the eye wall is going to likely lead to the most significant storm surge. The way these storms go, they go counterclockwise. If you're on the north side of the storm on the west coast, it may be that that pushes water away from the coast. That's possible depending on how the storm goes in. Right now, the track is that it's going to enter the west coast of Florida and then go almost horizontal across the state, maybe a little east-northeast, and then come out maybe in like southern Brevard County. Look, this can all change in the next 6, 8, 10 hours. But what will happen on the east coast of Florida is you will have the possibility for storm surge there. May not be 10, 15 feet like we could get on the west coast, but it's going to kind of be the opposite. If you're on the southern part of the storm, a lot of the storm is going to push the water away from the east coast. But if you're on the northern side of the storm, the counterclockwise, it's going to bring surge in. So places like Brevard, Volusia, Flagler, St. John's, you're likely to see surge. You're likely to see, and we've had issues on the coast there anyways with erosion and whatnot. So just understand that is going to be something that could happen. It's not just about where it makes landfall. It's going to barrel across the state of Florida. It's going to exit on the east coast of Florida, and that also can produce some storm surge. So just make sure if you're on the east coast of Florida that you understand this is not just a west coast event. The major effects for surge will be on the west, but there is going to be impacts far inland and on the other coast in the state of Florida. The fuel situation, I know when the initial evacuations went out on Monday and then even on Sunday when people were anticipating massive run on gas, people were crowding the stations. You had long lines. A lot of the gas stations ran out of fuel. We have not run out of fuel overall. When those stations go through it much quicker than normal, they don't have the same delivery schedules that can keep up, so they got to flex. So what we've done is, one, we've got 1.6 million gallons of diesel on hand just for the state of Florida and 1.1 million gallons of gasoline for the state of Florida. So that's just us. They're still bringing fuel out of the ports. The ships are not coming in, but the dockside operations have been going. Now, I'd imagine Manatee, Tampa, probably not at this point, just given what's happening. East Coast, that's likely dockside going to slow down too as the storm approaches. But we have to try to overcome had Florida Highway Patrol facilitate 106 long-distance fuel tanker escorts. So they got the sirens, they're bringing those gas into the gas stations, and they've done almost 1 million gallons of gas with that. So I appreciate what they're able to do for that. We may have interruption in fuel delivery into Port Manatee, into Port of Tampa, depending on the damage from Milton. And we will work on contingencies to make sure we're able to have a supply of fuel. But people should just understand, we've got a lot of fuel on hand from the state. There is a lot of fuel still left at the ports that will be re-engaged from dockside once the storm passes on the west coast. But we could potentially have some of these ports that may not be able to open right away. We'll see. We'll see what happens with that. We've been talking about the debris. That mission was an emergency mission to help local communities who suffered a lot of debris and were not getting the debris moved quick enough. Places like the Barrier Islands in Pinellas County, Barrier Islands in Manatee, and even parts of Sarasota Barrier Islands, they worked through the night.
Hearing from Governor DeSantis on the latest on the storm and getting ready for it and in the anticipation of what's going to happen once it's done. It's impressive. 50,000 linemen pre-staged to get to work as soon as the storm passes to restore power.
Yeah, and we know that FEMA is already in place too, so the pre-staging is already well underway. We mentioned gas, and that's been an important thing. We heard from Mayor Jane Castor earlier this morning that gas will not be a problem, and we've just heard that reaffirmed from the governor.
Yeah, your gas station may not have gas right now, but they are getting gas to that station. It's being escorted in. So just just hang on, it's coming.
And a warning about the track of this too, and you'll hear Jim and Dave talk about this a lot, but we're looking at landfall roughly in Bradenton or Sarasota, but it's going to exit on the East Coast. There's an East Coast warning for this too, exiting Brevard County, which is the Space Coast, where NASA is. So
We've got people in Miami who went to Miami to get away from it, and businesses are closing over there in anticipation of this. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. We'll take a break. Be back.
Let's get into it because we have tornado warnings. We have a lot of very heavy rain. The tropical storm force winds are coming in, and we're about 8 to 10 hours from landfall.
Yeah.
Lots to talk about.
I was just looking, some of the winds, St. Petersburg right now gusting up to about 51 miles an hour. That's inside of some of these bands. But right now, the most current threat is yet more tornado warnings. This one just issued just moments ago extends up into DeSoto County. This goes until 2 o'clock. And these same cells, we've been talking about this one, worked its way. It was a confirmed tornado that moved North Fort Myers up through Charlotte County. And right now you're seeing that rotation in this, but this is basically working its way right, it looks like just to the east of 17, Fort Ogden, heading right up towards Arcadia. This is moving to the north at 25 miles an hour. So if you're in Arcadia, really at this point, if you're anywhere in DeSoto County, you want to go ahead and you want to take cover. You want to go into that safe location. Then you look over into Highlands County, southeastern Polk County. And again, those same two rotations. And just look at this, is a look at the rotation track with this. To go out a little bit wider, you can actually see the lines where these have basically worked their way all the way to the north. You see these lines. You see this other one over towards Lake Okeechobee. So you're seeing that very strong, very definite rotation, and then basically just plowing right on towards the north. So at times you may actually have a tornado on the ground. At times it may lift, but it can very quickly come back down to the ground. That's why we're seeing these warnings just continue to get extended further and further to the north. So the locations that we continue to watch, down into DeSoto County. But if you're into Hardee County, if you're into southeastern Polk County, these are working their way right in your direction. In fact, you look into Polk County, and this one, it is just about ready to cross the line. So not a whole lot of population out here, but you do have, going a little bit further to the north, you have State Road 60, you have Indian Lakes Estates, you have Lakeshore, and you can see as the radar updates, continuing to see these work their way now into Polk County. And these are just going to continue to race on towards the north, and about somewhere between about 25 to 30 miles an hour. We now have a new tornado warning. This is for Hardee, Highlands, and Polk County, and this goes until 1:45, and that is this one right here. And so that includes Sebring, that includes Avon Park, and then works its way up just to the south of Frostproof. So you see all the areas inside of this new box, which there's so many of these on here. I'm just going to go ahead and draw on here which one is the new box compared to which one is an existing box. So that one there, flashing red, is the new tornado warning. That one goes until 1:45, which includes Hardee County, Highlands County, Polk County, working its way to the northwest at 25 miles an hour. So this is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located very close to Sebring right now. So no confirmation with this one at this point. But again, with all of these, at this point, you treat each and every one of these as if it's a confirmed tornado, because you just want to get into that safe location. You don't want to wait to hear that, yes, it has been confirmed. That's just, at this point, that is somewhat semantics with this.
Kind of at the point where I'm just going to tell everybody that's east of Highway 17 in Polk County and Hardee County, just stay inside. Get into your interior room. These things are popping up pretty quickly. So from Lake Wales to Frostproof down 27, going in, Jim mentioned 60. Now 60 goes over toward Yeehaw Junction, and that whole region. I need everybody to be, well, obviously you're inside, but inside that interior room, because we've had numerous reports of damage from some of these tornadoes. We've actually seen video of some of these along the East Coast, and these have been pretty hefty and pretty strong, at least from what we've seen and what the Weather Service has been telling us.
So just with his latest warning, Frostproof in about 47 minutes. Lemon Grove, 27 minutes. Avon Park Lakes, 29 minutes. Highland Lakes, 29 minutes. These are the areas that have to. You basically you want to go in that safe spot in your house.
And what's interesting is typically when we get tornado warnings around here, they're not typically this long. But these are long duration. These have been long sitting on the ground. Jim showed you all of that rotation. So they've been going and going and going, and maybe they spin back up, but then they've been spinning back down again. So this is that whole, it's well inland, folks, but you see that rotation tracker, and you can almost follow this rotation all the way from South Florida northeast. And so it stands to reason it's not going to stop right there. It's going to go right through Polk County as well. And that's why we're saying, hey, east of Highway 17 into Polk County, and especially east of 27, get into that interior room, turn the volume up, and we'll let you know. But these storms have meant business inland so far this morning.
Yeah, just amazing to see all these tracks. These are what we call long track tornadoes. Yeah. Now, they aren't necessarily on the ground the entire time, but you're seeing the indication of that rotation for just such long periods of time. Just to kind of give you an idea here, this here going for nearly 60 miles with the track of this, and at least a period of time this was on the ground for sure, because it was a confirmed tornado at points along the way. Now it does look like they're starting to cancel some of these into Highlands County here. We'll kind of wait and see.
That would be good, but
that would be probably more than likely. We're looking at this one right here. But we are still, we'll go ahead and just kind of look at the current rotation here, and you still have two areas that you're definitely really looking at. First one, now working its way into Polk County, and then we have another one which looks like it is to the south and west of Sebring right now.
You mentioned something earlier, and that is, going back to the Arcadia area and that tornado warning as well, that is covered in rain. And a lot of these tornadoes are going to be shrouded in rain. And that's an issue because you can't see anything. So we don't want people, and I know the first reaction is to head outside. Let me see if I can't find. No, 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 no. Look at all of that rain. You're not going to see anything. And even a lot of these rotations now into Highlands County, there's rain around now. So you're getting into that point, Jim, where these are going to be rain wrapped as well as, and it makes it much more difficult to kind of see where they are.
And we're seeing in these areas where we have this rain, we're seeing these winds easily gusting well over tropical storm force right now. We're seeing these winds gusting 40, 50 miles an hour inside of these. So this is just absolutely way too dangerous to be outside. You're not going to see anything, and this is going to start to cause some damage because you start getting these winds constantly gusting 40, 45 miles an hour. This starts to cause damage to areas, and then you mix a tornado into the mix there, and I'm sure we're seeing some damage to homes, to trees.
It's amazing to me how far north of Lake Okeechobee you have confirmed tornadoes. And you've got a major hurricane 135 miles southwest of Sarasota.
Yeah.
That'll give you an idea of sort of the strength of all of this. Producing a tornado that far away. Looks like we Indian Lake Estates, Crooked Lake Park, Waverly, Lake Wales Municipal Airport, Babson Park, Frostproof, and so on and so on from those particular. That's this storm here.
Yeah, and this is, yet again, same cell that we've been watching, basically rolled all the way through Highlands County, going back out wide, and just looking at that tracker, and you can see it's basically falling right along one of these track lines. You got these track lines of rotation. They work their way right up through these areas, and that's yet again following right on that. And so we go right back into that area, and you can see that rotation right there, just crossed into Polk County, and this is the area that we're watching. This is moving to the north at 25 miles an hour. So we'll go ahead and let's draw a track on there.
Let's track that. Let's see when it's going to get over Highway 60. Not that there's a lot of people out there on Highway 60, but Indian Lake Estates in about 25 minutes or so for you. This tornadic storm, Alcoma, Lakeshore, Babson Park. So right around that Highway 60 area, Jim, you're looking at about a little over 30 minutes for this to work.
Yeah, there you see Alcoma, 39 minutes. So you've got time. You've got time to take cover in any of these areas. But at times, this has been a confirmed tornado on the ground. Still seeing a sign here that we may have a tornado on the ground. If we don't, we certainly have enough rotation in here. At any moment, we could have a tornado on the ground. So let's kind of move this over a little bit.
Let's try to get ahead of this.
Yeah.
Let's go to northeast. Let's go to northern Polk County because I want to look at Haines City, Davenport, over toward Champions Gate, back to maybe even the Auburndale area and Haines City. Right now, you don't have a tornado warning, but we're trying to get ahead of it because everybody else to the south of you has had one, so it stands to reason from Winter Haven to Haines City to Polk City, all the way up to that Four Corners area, including Davenport, and that's about going over I-4. This is where we potentially are going to have more rotation and perhaps tornado warnings moving forward. I'm just trying to keep ahead of it.
We've had this cell. I mean, it's just had such over 60 miles now that this has shown signs of rotation and at times a tornado on the ground. So where I have this white box, no, you're not under the tornado warning right now. But if we continue to see this rotation with this, these are areas that this is going to be moving to in about 45 minutes or so. So Dundee, Haines City, Davenport, up towards Champions Gate. We all know the Champions Gate area, just one of those exits along I-4. Everybody seems like in the world stops for gas right there, over just to the east of Polk City. So along I-4, probably in about 60 minutes. So you're definitely, once you're up in this area, you've got a lot more population, especially over towards Auburndale, just to the east of Auburndale, and Winter Haven, Cypress Gardens as well.
Yeah, and I just want to point out to folks that are just tuning in right now, we have a lot of tornado warnings to your south, and we're just kind of letting you know Haines City, Dundee, Winter Haven, Auburndale, and those spots, that all that rotation is coming your way. And while you don't have official warnings yet, you know, you got to keep that in the back of your mind in the next 30 minutes or so and just get into that interior room once that warning does get issued. And we've got multiple ones. The purple ones that are blinking are actually confirmed tornadoes. So that's the difference between the blinking red and the blinking purple. They're both tornado warnings. The purple ones are confirmed.
So right now we've got three main areas that we're really focusing in on. This one, it looks like to the south and west of Sebring. You have another one which is now working its way to the south of Arcadia. Zoom in to this area here because you're seeing quite a bit of rotation in this. This looks like it's, say, east of Fort Ogden. Put a little distance on this here to give you an idea. Running 9-10 miles to the east of Fort Ogden. This is moving to the north. I think all of these are running to the north or the northwest about 25 to 30 miles an hour right now. Then we have another one as we go a little bit further out and we'll work our way up towards Sebring. Here you see this area. This will work its way into the northwestern corner, or northeastern corner rather, of DeSoto County. And then also we have, or I'm sorry, Hardy County. And then we also have this other one, which has now worked its way to the south and east of Frostproof. So this is in Polk County right now. And again, this one is also working its way on towards the north and the west right now at about 25 miles an hour. So we're going to continue to watch each one of these areas. Go out a little bit wider here, and I think we look at some of the rain. Again, we're seeing these very strong bands working their way along the coastline. The other thing that you notice earlier, we were looking at this eye. You could really still see a pretty definite eye. You're starting to see it's becoming a bit more eroded. Now, part of it is just, it's hard to see all the way through the eye wall just with the intensity of this, but we're also really starting to see this become more and more eroded away. Now, we're going to continue to watch that as we go through really the rest of the night and into the evening. The satellite imagery there showing more and more of that wind shear starting to become an issue for this. So that is going to continue to weaken the storm. But this is still an extremely strong storm. There you see that strong wind shear that we've been talking so much about. There's also some dry air that's worked its way into this. There's also a cold front working its way through this as well. Look at these winds. St. Petersburg currently gusting to 53. Clearwater currently gusting to 57 miles an hour. So right now, this is at 145 miles an hour. And as we head into tonight, nearing the coastline, you notice that track not moving a whole lot, but still, we're talking about the effects on that from the center into the right. That's where we're going to see the largest impacts with this as far as the storm surge. And then we have the rainfall with this. And basically everybody is going to be dealing with these hurricane force winds as we head through late this evening and through the overnight hours as well. Dave, I know you're standing by to talk a little bit more about some of these impacts as well, which are really, really concerning at this point.
One of the first things, Jim, that I've noticed from the 11 o'clock and how they try to change the track and give you all that is how much faster that this is moving. Earlier, I believe the 5 o'clock advisory had a landfall at 2 a.m. Now, at 8 p.m., it's sitting just off the coast. So it is moving quicker. So moving northeast now at about 17 miles per hour. At some point, it's going to stop the northeasterly movement and kind of slow down and move more east-northeast to take that path across the state. So at some point, you'll notice that the forward movement might slow down a little bit, and that's going to be your sign that it's likely turning more east-northeast rather than northeast. But yes, it is coming down. It is going to make landfall within that very narrow down cone. And looking ahead, I still feel that, of course, where it makes landfall in about 20 to 30 miles south, devastating storm surge. But north of the eye, there's going to be another problem, and that is going to be the rainfall. Look at this tonight. Look at the rain coming down. Notice the absence of rain over the southern part of this storm. The west and southwest side is being ripped apart, just being sheared, okay? So the rainfall is way up here on the northern side, and that's where 6 to 12 inches of rain with isolated amounts of 18 are possible in a stretch that goes from Tampa through Orlando to Daytona Beach. That whole I-4 corridor is going to be inundated with rain and some flooding, and this is why we've said we get to be where you're going to be and you're not going anywhere. Now, by tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, it is starting to settle down. It is starting to move away, and then from there, we start the cleanup. But look at the rainfall accumulations. This yellow swath, well above 7 inches of rain, and that is Tampa north all the way across the state, and that's where we're going to start to have some of that flooding in this purple shaded area. So there are multiple concerns, Russell and Laura. There are multiple concerns. I'm going to give it back to you guys, and that is, of course, our tornadoes right now. For the next several hours, we've got to deal with those inland tornadoes. Then you've got the landfall and the extreme winds right around landfall with the storm surge to the south. And then these 6 to 12 inches of rain with isolated 18-inch amounts from Tampa northward. Each part of our viewing area has a different problem that they're going to have to deal with. It's all beginning to unfold with the worst of the weather, guys, from 6 p.m. to about, let's say, 6 a.m. in that 12-hour window, okay?
Good.
Okay. We want to mention, too, that we are now streaming on the radio, 102.5 The Bone, 101.5, and 97X, I believe.
Okay. Good.
Is that right? Yeah. All right, we'll move on now. Helene saturated the ground, and all it's going to take is just a little bit of rain to see some flooding.
Our Ariel Placencia is checking out some of the flood-prone areas of Hillsborough County.
Hey there, everybody. Ariel Placencia here on Bayshore Boulevard in South Tampa. This is a road that we will be watching very closely today, as we know that it is prone to flooding. Now, right now, the water is not crashing over the balustrades like we have seen in the past. All lanes remain open, and there is very light traffic out here on Wednesday morning. But again, Bayshore Boulevard here in Tampa and so many other streets are going to be ones that we are likely expecting to see underwater, thanks to all the rain that we've already had and all the rain that we know is coming with Milton.
It's hard to imagine after what we just went through less than 2 weeks ago how saturated the grounds are. I mean, with any amount of rain at this point, it's going to run off. The grounds, the soils are just not going to be able to absorb any of that rain. So pretty instantly, I think we're going to see some flooding concerns. I mean, we're talking 6, 12, and in some cases 18 inches of rain, and this is over a 24-hour period. So this is going to be a quick event, but a lot of rain coming down through the Thursday afternoon time frame, say.
Now here on Bayshore Boulevard, we are under a mandatory evacuation. This is Zone A. I should add that Zone B is also under a mandatory evacuation here in Hillsborough County. I'm Ariel Placencia. Now back to you.
Well, as of right now, Sarasota County is pretty much in the middle of this forecast cone.
And Fox 13's Matthew McClellan is down there for us this morning.
This Flying J off of I-4 in Seffner is packed with people filling up their tanks at the last minute, trying to get the last minute preps done before Hurricane Milton arrives. And there are still some gas stations and truck stops like this one that have fuel. It's unclear how long those supplies will last, and these gas stations will likely shut down in the coming hours as Hurricane Milton gets closer to making landfall. In the meantime, Governor DeSantis has said there is no fuel shortage at the moment. He says the state dispatched fuel reserves to gas stations that have run out, including several truck stops along the interstates. On Monday, fuel trucks were escorted by Florida Highway Patrol to deliver fuel to stations in the anticipated impact areas. The governor says companies like Racetrack, Wawa, Shell, and Walmart are working to keep fuel flowing before and after the storm. We talked with some drivers as they made last-minute trips to top off their tanks.
Just some final preparations, just that way I have a full tank of gas in case the storm gets pretty bad tonight.
There is a real concern among some experts that fuel supplies could be impacted by the storm. According to Fox Business, 10 gas companies operating in terminals along the waterfront in Tampa, including BP, Chevron, and Citgo, could be impacted by flooding and power outages. Experts say it is a good idea to top off your tanks, fill up your cars before the storm arrives, but they recommend not filling up extra containers, and definitely don't leave them around your house. In Tampa, Aaron Mesmer, Fox 13 News.
In St. Petersburg, the mayor says services like water and sewage could be out for days after the storm.
Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy has the latest on that.
Mayor Ken Welch says we'll start to see the stronger effects this afternoon by mid-afternoon. He says if you haven't left yet, now is the time to do so if you can safely. We've seen several homes in this neighborhood here in St. Pete like this one boarded up, and the mayor says expect services like water, sewer, and electric to be out after the storm for days, possibly weeks.
This is the reality of a direct hit from a powerful hurricane in our area. This is not a storm that we will recover from quickly. We have a long road ahead of us, but we will recover and we will rebuild together. We will all need to be patient and help our neighbors and our family members.
They expect to shut down the northeast and southwest sewer treatment facilities to keep the operators of those sites safe. They'll close the sites if 5 to 7 feet of water get into those sites, or if the winds get unsafe for those operators and they have to evacuate them. They will let residents know beforehand if that decision is made. Officials are urging affected residents not to flush toilets, shower, or do laundry in that case. City officials hope to get those plants back up and running within 24 hours if they do shut them down, but they say it could take longer. In St. Pete, Kaylee Tracy, Fox 13 News.
We've got a lot of tornadoes you've been talking about.
Yeah, we do. And we've got yet another one. I mean, I just got another one just printed out here just as I was walking over here. This one is down into Hardy County, Polk County. So it's these same areas that keep spinning up these tornadoes, and they're just slowly working their way a little bit further to the north. So,
and think about where that hurricane is. I mean, there's distance.
Yeah, I mean, we're still. I mean, we're talking about all this right now. We're 1:43 in the afternoon, and we're not talking about landfall until late tonight. Wow. With this, so we've got a long ways to go with this.
Wow. You remember Grady Judd when we were talking to him earlier? You asked him, "What's the thing that worries you the most?" And he said tornadoes.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got a lot of these. We've had a lot of confirmed tornadoes. There you see. Here's the next. This is the newest one here, working its way now through Polk County. This is moving to the northeast, or northwest rather, at 25 miles an hour. This is currently located near Avon Park, working its way up into Hardy and Polk County as well. So there you see it on Sky Tower radar, right there. You can see that definite rotation working its way northwest at 25 miles an hour. So over towards Fort Meade. On towards the north and west, and that's just the newest one because we're just littered with these. Here's another one over towards Lake Wales and just to the south of Alcoma as well. This is one that we've been talking about for probably about 25 to 30 minutes as well. This one just getting ready to move right over 60, it looks like. So over towards Lakeshore, Alcoma, Hillcrest Heights, Highland Park, and say to the east right now of Lake Wales. So if you live just to the east of Lake Wales, this is heading in your direction. Also watching other areas down to our south. Looks like some of these starting to weaken, but again, here you see all the rain with this through Wauchula. So throughout Hardy County, stretching down into DeSoto County, and then just torrential rain now working its way up into Hillsborough County, stretching over into Pinellas County as well. You see more and more of this. Look at that, right across the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. That's where we're seeing these winds gusting well in excess of tropical storm now, 50, 53 miles an hour. I'm seeing the latest wind gusts with this, and more of these bands. And here's the eye. The eye is still well off the coastline, and it's nearing the coast, but we're still hours and hours away. I'm about 120 miles off the coast of Sarasota right now, so it's going to basically trek right up in this direction. Still haven't seen much with this, but what we're going to be continuing to watch is as we go through the afternoon, we watch for that possibility of that wobble. And you start to see this more and more when you have these systems. They're kind of lopsided. You've got all this weather on one side. You've got the dry air eroding away that southern side. You start to see these wobbles in the system, and that's what we're going to watch for it's absolutely impossible to predict when and where one of these wobbles might happen, but it's something that we're going to continue to watch for as we go through the rest of the afternoon. Here's the satellite imagery with this. At times you're seeing that, which is quite a bit of lightning right near the center. But now that the center is essentially compromised, you're going to continue to see that slow weakening trend. Now it's compromised because of the strong winds. That wind shear that we've talked so much about with this, that is really starting to help weaken this. That trough, the other thing that is doing is what we call, it's picking it up and is just pushing it along right now and pushing it right into the state. Now, the other part of this is we actually have a cold front, which is working its way down. So an unusual situation because we have a tropical system interacting with a cold front, and what it's going to do is it's going to really enhance the rainfall. So that is going to be a really big concern as we go through the overnight hours on what we would normally consider that weaker side, the better side of the storm. Yes, you might deal with less wind, but you're going to deal with a lot more rain, it looks like. Look at the winds right now. There you see St. Petersburg gusting to 53 miles an hour, 47 in Clearwater. These are some of these areas that have some of these really strong bands working their way through, and we're just going to continue, I think, to see these winds working their way up even higher as we go through the rest of the afternoon, especially as we get more of these bands working their way through. So here is the now 1 p.m. advisory. Winds at 145 miles an hour, moving to the northeast at 17 miles an hour. Now with these intermediate advisories, you're not going to see any track changes with these, but we're still looking at right around 8 o'clock tonight, this off the coast of Sarasota. So it does look like as we head into the late night hours, 11, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, this is going to be working its way onshore, somewhere between, looks like most likely Bradenton and Sarasota. As far as the eye is concerned, of course, the weather extends well beyond that, but we note where the eye is because you've got the strongest portion of this, and then from that eye to the south, that's where you're going to see that maximum storm surge. The worst part of this will be in that area. Those are the areas that are hit the hardest with this. And then notice as this works its way across the state, yeah, it's weakening, but still, we get over onto the eastern side of the state, and this is still a very strong Category 1 hurricane moving out into the Atlantic. Watch the Fox model, and this really depicts what's going on with this. You've got that southern side with a lot of that dry air working its way in, so you're not seeing all the storms down on that southern side. Notice where really all the weather is from Tampa to the north, and then watch as we go through time, watch what happens with this. It all works its way basically right along the I-4 corridor into the north, stretching over towards Orlando, stretching over towards Daytona, and these are the areas that are going to be dealing with 5 to 12 inches of rain, and we're going to see some areas of 18 inches of rain potentially. There you see, you can just see this highlighted area in yellow here. That's where you see over 7 inches of rain, this large swath extending all the way over onto the eastern side of the state. So 6 to 12 inches of rain isolated up to 18, lesser amounts as you head to our south, but the issue much stronger down to our south as far as the winds and the surge along the immediate coastline, and then lesser amounts as you head further on to the north as well. Speaking of the surge, still, I mean, most of these areas are going to be wrong just simply because it all really depends on where the eye moves ashore, but this is that worst case scenario up into Tampa Bay, 8 to 12 feet. It stays to our south. We don't see that maximum surge into the bay. It's good for Tampa Bay, but that also means our neighbors to the south, down into Manatee and Sarasota, will just continue to get more and more of that surge. But certainly at this point, it's pretty much locked in. Manatee County, Sarasota County, you are going to see that significant and extremely damaging, catastrophic storm surge down in those areas. As far as the winds, you see Manatee, Sarasota extending well inland as well. Southern Hillsborough County extending over into DeSoto and Hardy County as well. Winds in excess of 110 miles an hour. And even as you move over into Polk County, some of these areas, you may think, oh, these are coastal events. Yes, we get some strong winds, but we don't get the hurricanes here. Well, you're going to have hurricane force winds working its way through there as well and extending all the way across the state as well. We just continue to watch the hurricane planes, the hunters out there. We have one lands, we got another one in this. So at this point, until landfall, they are continuously in this system. So we're just going to continue to monitor and watch as that center nears the coastline. We watch for any potential wobbles, but that's something it's just kind of a wait and see. That's something we can't forecast, but it's something we just got to wait and see as we go through the afternoon. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and toss back to the anchors, Russell and Laura. Or actually, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to a break here. Take a quick, short break. We're back in a minute. Welcome back. Pasco County is still expected to get heavy rain and strong winds.
Charlie Belcher is at the Emergency Operations Center where officials are monitoring Milton's movements.
As the wind and the rain picks up and will continue to deteriorate throughout the day here in Pasco County, they know overnight tonight they are going to have a problem with flooding.
So we're looking at unprecedented flooding on the east side of the county. Zephyr Hills, Dade City. We have our Anclote River in Elfers. That's going to go into major flooding. So we are going to have neighborhoods flooded again. We are going to have roadways closed down. It's going to be, like I said, it's unprecedented. We're going to have severe riverine flooding, not so much the surge flooding, but we are having surge still.
What do you see as the initial concerns as soon as we get through the thick of it?
It's going to be debris, number one, because we have debris remaining from Helene, and this surge is going to make a mess out of it, and then it's going to be rescues. So we are going to have a lot of rescues on the west side of the county, most likely.
So wherever you are in the county, wherever you're riding out this storm, you run into trouble in the middle of the night, call 911, let them know what's happening. They will do their best to get to you if they can. Of course, winds over 40 miles an hour, they won't be able to roll out immediately, but they ask you to be patient. And especially when the sun comes up tomorrow, they know that there's a lot of people going to need some help, and they'll get to you just as soon as they can. In Newport Richey, Charlie Belcher, Fox 13 News.
Take a break. Be right back. Welcome back. What do you want me to do? Read this? It's okay. It's not just the human residents of Tampa Bay that are seeking a safe place to stay. Zoo Tampa posted a video sharing their Milton preparations. Animals of all shapes and sizes have been moved to a night houses. We don't have the video. I'm not going to read this anymore.
I'll tell you what. Let's do this. Let's go straight to the radar. Let's go Sky Tower radar because we have 5 tornado warnings, and I'm going to say thank you to Laura and Russell. You guys have been here early, and we're going to kick you guys out.
We're
okay,
leaving.
you guys are leaving
right now.
Great job today,
We
bud.
got Linda Hurtado in the wings. She's going to be here. We've got Valerie and we've got Jim, and I want to turn it over to Jim because in the last few minutes we've had, Jim, more of these little tornado warnings pop up.
Yeah, we've got more of these warnings just continue. I mean, one after the other. We just continue to watch these same areas time after time. I was just saying a minute ago, Highlands County, you've been sitting in your closet in your safe place, it seems like, for probably 3 hours because we just continue to have more of these warnings. But just zooming into these areas that we continue to watch, and I'm going to go ahead and look at the rotation in this, and you see the reason why, because we've got a number of these areas that we're still watching. Here's one north and east of Arcadia. We have another one that is just to the south in the Charlotte County. Let me move the radar down a little bit so we can continue to see this area that we're talking about. And then here's another one down towards Lake Placid as well. All of these moving to the north or the northwest, 25 to 30 miles an hour. So if you're in any of these boxes, that includes up towards Wauchula, that includes south and east of Arcadia, over towards Lake Placid. These are all areas that you want to be in that safe location in your house because we have tornadoes. Here's another one as we work our way up into Polk County. So many of these areas that we're continuing to watch. Lake Wales. This is one right now just starting to work its way over Highway 60 in Alcoma. I want to look at see if we have any debris with this. And it does look, well, I don't think we can really see it with this one. But when you look at that rotation here, definitely a very strong, you see the red shade in there, that is indicative of some very strong rotation right now. East of Lake Wales, this is moving to the north at about 25 miles an hour. So this is, I think, probably a very dangerous situation and quite likely a tornado on the ground right here. This warning goes until 2:15, so another 15 minutes. I would not be surprised if this is extended. So places that are just to the north of this, Dundee up towards Davenport, these are areas that you're going to be watching this very closely, but for the time being, the areas that we're most concerned about in and around Lake Wales, zooming down towards Alcoma, Mammoth Grove Road, then stretching up towards Timberlane Road, Canal Road. These are all east of, say, Waverly, Lake Wales, north and east of Lake Wales. These are the areas that we're watching very, very closely with this, which is showing a definite sign of rotation right there. You can see it working its way over Highway 60 right now. That's the one that I'm, at this point, I'm probably the most concerned about right now, moving through some population as you look further down to the south. Here's another one that we have, which is currently just to the east of 17, right near Brownsville, and also heading to the north up towards Zolfo Springs as well, probably in the next, say, 20 minutes or so. Here's another one that is south of Lake Placid that we're watching as well, and that one is right now to the east of Highway 27. Again, each one of these areas is a tornado. None of these are confirmed tornadoes at this point, but we've had a lot of these have had past confirmed tornadoes, so a lot of rotation in each one of these. And then when you look at the radar itself, you're not going to see this because these are all rain wrapped. This is torrential rain with each one of these that are working their way through. And this is going to continue to just be something that we watch for more of these as we go through the rest of the afternoon and into tonight. Now, along the coastline, you're seeing some really strong rain. Southern Pinellas County, over into Hillsborough, stretching down into Manatee County as well. And notice where the eye is. I mean, here's the eye with this right out here. And this is currently sitting, get a distance on this, We're running now under 100 miles to the coast of Sarasota. So it's getting closer to us, but our main concern at the moment, it's this band right here. So you see what's going on. We've got this band that rotates through here, and so really anywhere inside of this, that's where we're seeing just more and more of that rotation with these, which will continue to work their way, basically spiraling up to the north. So it's not going to be too long until I think we start to see some of these getting into, say, western Polk County, also over into Hillsborough County as well, southeastern Hillsborough County, eastern Hillsborough County. These are some areas I think over the next hour or so we're going to have to really start to pay attention to some of the cells moving their way into these areas as well. I hear yet another tornado warning. It looks like it is probably right here, one of the areas that I just spoke about.
Central Polk County.
Central Polk County. I've got Valerie Mills joining me here. And this is the area that we were talking about right now, working its way through Waverly. What do you got on that?
Yeah, so this warning set to run through 2:45. Looks like this severe thunderstorm located right near Lake Wales. That's moving northwest at 25 miles per hour. So we're watching this storm right around areas near Winter Haven, Haines City, as well as Lake Wales. That just popped up here on the radar. Jim was just kind of indicating that ahead of this warning coming out. So some of the other locations that could be impacted in the path of this, we're going to shout out some of those places: Highland Park, Crooked Lake Park, Inwood, Point Siena, Cypress Gardens, Dundee, up into the Winter Haven Airport area, as well as Lake Hamilton and Polk City. So those are some of the areas kind of in line with where we are kind of tracking this storm to be heading.
So just to give you some times on this, right near Waverly, 13 minutes, Dundee, 18 minutes, Poinciana Park, 27 minutes, up towards Lake Alfred in about 35 minutes, Davenport, about 37 minutes. And this is a cell that we just continue to see rotation for probably about 70 miles now, and at times we've had a confirmed tornado on the ground. We've seen damage with this. We've seen signs of debris by radar with this. So this is a situation you want to take extremely serious into eastern and central portions of Polk County. And you see where this is heading. This is eventually heading right up towards I-4, very close to Champions Gate, over towards Polk City as well. This also does include Auburndale and eastern portions of Auburndale over towards Lake Alfred as well. A lot of population in these in these areas as well. And just go out a little bit wider on this and look at the radar, because you just continue to see these bands working their way through. And so this is really all just part of one large band that is working its way through.
To see this tornado outbreak that's coming through. And of course, we know that watch extends through tonight. And so as these rain bands kind of continue to move in, we do expect more of these to kind of pop up. And now, kind of just pointing out now, we have a confirmed tornado there in Highlands, Florida, and we've got another latest update coming in right now for that, but it does look like that is a confirmed tornado on the ground. So those in that area, we need you to make sure you're just staying in your safe place. Get there if you're not already. Particularly very dangerous situation coming from the National Weather Service. So you need to take cover now if you're in those areas. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground there in central Highlands County. And this is a large and very dangerous tornado located right near Lake Placid. It's moving north about 20 miles per hour, Jim.
Yeah, so this is the, we've got so much on the radar here. I'm going to highlight the one that specifically that we're talking about. That is the newest and the latest warning. Notice it's flashing purple. That tells us it is confirmed right now, and this is working its way right near Lake Placid. I'm going to zoom in here so we can get a better idea. So you see Parker Island, Lake Placid, basically right up 27. This is the direction that this is moving right here. This is moving to the north at about 20 miles an hour right now.
Yeah, very close to Lake Josephine, it looks like, Archibald as well, Placid Lakes and Loretta. So all of these areas, a lot of lakes up and around these parts, and quite a few people, living and, having homes right there in these areas. So quite a few people, kind of right in line of where this very dangerous kind of storm and tornado is traveling. So we need you to get in your safe place, not near any windows, as we continue to just ride this out and watch this. This warning set to run here for the next 20 minutes or so, but we're continuing to kind of highlight this area right near Parker Island, where we are seeing some indications of some rotation, some potential debris that we may be able to kind of see here on our radar indicated area. But yeah, you can see that right along Highway 27 and kind of stretching out to Parker Island area, looks like.
Yeah, so you've got a Highway 27, you get up towards Taft Avenue, you get up towards Virginia Avenue as well. These are all areas that this is heading right in your direction right now, extending further on towards the north. You see where this is. There you see DeSoto City, Larida, right over here. You get all these areas have to, basically, if you live, say, to the east of 27 down here, this is the area in the Highlands County that we are watching most closely right now, because it looks like this rotation is basically just riding right up 27 in southern Highlands County, working its way, southern and central Highlands County, working its way on towards the north as well.
And I was just reading, this is coming from a trained spotter who is saying there's a large wedge tornado on the ground. It's moving north-northeast near Lake Placid Lakes, rather, near State Road 70 and US 27. So kind of these areas that we're focusing in on.
That's this area right here.
But to think about, we can't see it, but to think about a large wedge tornado on the ground, that's very scary. And we have continued to see some of these videos and pictures of these really massive tornadoes that are spinning up with all of these rain bands and all of that friction that is going to continue to occur as these kind of whip across the state, really.
Yeah, I mean, and this is something that you're not used to talking about here. When you start hearing something like a large wedge tornado, it just gives you an indication of how much power is in these storms and how quickly these spin up. And these are very large and destructive tornadoes. And then on top of it, they're long track tornadoes. So we're seeing these go from miles and miles and miles, and we just continue. I shown this earlier. Let me go out a little wider on this, and I'll show you this. We look at the tracks here. And so what we've seen with this, as you just kind of draw the lines on here, you can see we see these green lines. And basically, we just continue to see these tracks over and over, and you see where these are going. Wow. These are working their way right through these areas that we have these confirmed tornadoes, and then they work their way up into Highland, or up into Polk County rather, as well. So we're just going to continue to see this, and I just don't think we're going to see much in the way of any let up from this. It will continue to be a situation like this, and then on top of it, you have so much rain in this. So these are all rain wrapped, very dangerous situations. So you've got the torrential rain, you've got the very strong winds. Some of these winds are gusting right now 45, 50 miles an hour just because of the rain and all the strong winds that are in this. And then on top of that, you have an embedded tornado in there as well. So just again, looking at these, this is the one confirmed tornado. I mean, this looks about as dangerous as it gets right there.
Yeah, and moving right into Lake Placid. I mean, that is, not a very populated area, but there are a lot of houses right in and around there. I know a lot of people who have houses in this area. So there are certainly a lot of little towns here. And so very dangerous situation as we think about kind of the sheer size and strength of a wedge tornado of this kind of magnitude, of the size that we're seeing here on our radar indicated kind of storm velocity, where we're seeing those winds kind of heading toward the radar, away from the radar. That's where we get that indication of some spin. That's what we look for. But of course, now we know, we have spotters in this area who are seeing, and we're going to continue to see if we maybe get any of that video or, pictures of what, these spotters on the ground are actually seeing here in the Lake Placid area.
Yeah, just zooming in. I mean, here you see Highland Park Estates. You're seeing a lot of little roads in here. This is obviously, this is a community, some subdivisions here. In and around 27 heading to the north. So there are plenty of homes down here, and this is working its way right through this area, and that is a very definite signature right there. I mean, you're seeing very strong rotation in this, and with the confirmation here that we've got a tornado on the ground. If you're in this area, if you're just north of this area, this is the time you want to take cover. You want to be in that safe location in your house, away from any windows. Towards the center of your house, you want to be on the lowest level. If you have a two-story home, you want to go to the lower level of the home as well. And this extends just to the south of Sebring. But if this continues to show this rotation, this could very easily extend further on to the north, and we could eventually see this warning extended further into northern Citrus County and eventually up into Polk County as well. So that's something that we're going to continue to watch for as well. But this is the area that we're seeing that very definite rotation on radar right now, working its way over Lake Placid, right along Highway 27, pushing on towards the north as well. So you can see there's definitely some communities in this area as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we've been saying, you know, if you're watching here in these areas, some of the communities that you see here on the map, or maybe you're hearing us shout out, you need to get to your safe space. We don't want you out near the windows trying to look outside and see what you might be able to see as we're talking about this, because as we're kind of seeing all of these storms spin up, they are very heavy rain-wrapped areas. So even if you were to be trying to maybe see what you can see as a lot of active weather out and around your house, you won't be able to see too much. And it is a dangerous situation, as we have a confirmed tornado on the ground kind of tracking to the north and northeast of these areas. So we want you on a lower level, we want you in an interior room, definitely away from the windows. We're just going to have to keep riding this out, because we certainly are going to talk about more of these. And, you know, you talk about the long track that these are able to kind of sustain themselves. You know, when we're talking about tornadoes associated with hurricanes and hurricane bands like this, they're typically a little bit different than these supercell tornadoes that we do see. So we typically see them strong, but relatively short-lived. So to be talking about these kind of triggering as they continue to sustain themselves, I mean, just kind of goes to show the energy here in the atmosphere, the energy that these storms and these tornadic storms are feeding off of. Just a very dangerous situation, and something that we're just going to have to watch right on through the afternoon and evening.
Yeah, and inside of these bands, I think that the common thing for people to do is, now you're in one of these bands, you get the strong winds, and you start hearing something knocking around outside, and you're thinking, hey, I need to go outside, I need to strap this down, I need to take care of this. In these areas, this is something you don't want to do, because you could very easily be walking right into a tornado. So that might be what's going on, or you might have that tornado on top of you very quickly, because you just see how much rain is working its way through there. And embedded in these, you may not be right under that tornado, but there are winds 50, 60 miles an hour, working their way through these as well. But
yeah, and you know, we're at the point where, you know, even if we're not talking about a tornado right near you, there is certainly going to start to be flying debris, breaking branches, that sort of thing. So regardless, it is a dangerous situation, and it's that point in the event where we're starting to see those tropical storm conditions really expand, and it is at this point moving forward where everyone should be in their safe place where they're going to ride out the rest of this storm. We talked about how things are slowly going to deteriorate, and that's what we've really seen over the last 2 hours or so. And it looks like our latest update, we're seeing this confirmed tornado that we've been tracking 6 miles southeast of Archbold. So just kind of keeping up with the general area that we're continuing to watch here, and the latest updates that are coming from, you know, some of our weather spotters on the ground and that sort of thing.
yeah, I think what we're looking at right here, I think we're seeing some signs of some debris working its way now basically right along 27, south of 98, up towards Coleman as well. And so this is heading again in that north and northwesterly direction, about 20 miles an hour. And I think we're starting to get some signs.
You know, I wonder if this is a picture of the wedge tornado, because this was about 17 minutes ago in Lake Placid. So this might actually be it. I'll try and get this kind of clipped over, and maybe we can show it on air. Just the sheer size of this, a pretty scary looking storm, and to be kind of traveling right there along a state highway and see that off in the distance, I mean, that is just terrifying.
Yes. So again, we're watching this, waiting for another update from the radar here. But you do see in this area, moving up 27. I'm going to go ahead and put this into motion and go out a little bit wider on this so you can see, just get an idea of how everything's been moving along. And there you see the center, the eye, off the coastline, but you continue to see that band working its way through as well. Right through here, and we just continue to see so many tornadoes and tornado warnings embedded in this main band, and then you also have some just sort of breaking off up into northeastern portions now of Polk County. So I want to zoom into that area as well, up in the northeastern Polk County, because this is yet another tornado warning that we were talking about earlier. Now working its way from Lake Wales, pushing up to the north. So this is an area that we have to watch over the next half an hour or so as well. So Haines City over towards Davenport, just to the east of Auburndale. Definite sign here. We look at, stop the radar, and we'll look at some of the rotation in this. Looks like right now probably the strongest rotation very near Dundee, Lake Hamilton, to the east of Cypress Gardens. I'm going to go ahead and circle the area that we're talking about right through here. And this is working its way to the north and northwest, about 20 to 25 miles an hour. So up towards Davenport, this is an area that it is heading in your direction, and then eventually up towards I-4, over towards Champions Gate, to the east of Polk City, and also Lake Alfred. Lake Alfred very close to this as well. So if you're in any of these areas, you want to take cover now, because we also have a what looks to be a tornado in this area as well, working its way very quickly on towards the north and the east. Now, we've got so many areas that we're tracking. We also have down into Highlands County once again, also Hardy and DeSoto County. Those in Hardy and DeSoto do look like they're starting to weaken the rotation with those, but I think one that we're watching most closely is along 27 with the latest update on the radar. It does look like this might be starting to weaken. I probably want to wait and see a little bit more as far as the scan on this, but we had a very definite rotation. If I back up the radar here, just going back, that's when it was moving right over Lake Placid. We go forward in time to current time, and you're seeing this is starting to become a bit more elongated. You're not seeing nearly as good of a sign of rotation here. You're starting to see more of these strong winds, but you're not seeing as much of the rotation with this. So this may be starting to weaken, but if you're in this area near Coleman, up towards DeSoto City as well, and say just to the south of Sebring, I want you to go ahead and I want you to stay in your safe location right now, because we still do have a tornado warning that goes until 2:30, so another 10 minutes in this area. But it does look like potentially this is starting to weaken. But we have seen this a number of times throughout the morning and throughout early this afternoon. We see these starting to weaken, and then they ramp right back up in intensity. So just because we're starting to see this signs that this may be weakening at this moment, we kind of want to wait a few more minutes here to see if that trend continues. Because as I look at this, I mean, we're already starting to see maybe the signs of yet maybe another rotation trying to start right near Sebring as well. Look at the radar. Let's see if that coincides with an actual cell in that area, and it does. So that's something, I mean, it's at this point, this might just be some strong winds in this location, but it might also be a cell. Did you get that picture over there? Or is that
I'm trying to get in there, but haven't gotten it.
Yeah, so we're still working on trying to get some of these pictures in there, where we did see from one person down in the Highlands County, right along 27, of that large wedge tornado. So very, very scary situation. But we're going to continue to track some of these areas. And again, I just mentioned this, as along 27, we are starting to see some signs that maybe this is weakening, and just as quickly as it looked like it was starting the weekend, might start to see this starting to re-intensify a little bit. So can't say that we absolutely have something on the ground right here. We'd had a confirmed tornado earlier. This still could quite possibly be a tornado on the ground right along 27, or maybe even shifting a little bit to the west of 27. So anywhere in this area near Coleman, DeSoto City, south of DeSoto City, south of 98. These are the areas that we're watching most closely, where we're seeing that definite sign of some rotation with this. And I'm hearing yet another tornado warning here. This is for DeSoto, Hardy, and Highlands County. So this is the area here as we go out wide once again. So that was DeSoto, Hardy, and Highlands County. So we'll wait for this to populate on here, because the radar, I think, is starting to have trouble even keeping up with these. But this one goes until 3 o'clock this afternoon. So that one is this area right here. And that's Highlands County. This is for, again, we'll just run through the counties again. Eastern Hardy County, southeastern Polk County, northeastern DeSoto County. This goes until 3 o'clock. This is a radar indicated, so there's not a confirmation at this point of a tornado. But I think the area that we're most specifically talking about is this right here, which at one point was a confirmed tornado, but at this point working its way right up 27. This is moving. It says at 2:22, this was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Sylvan Shores, near Lake Placid. This is moving to the north at 30 miles an hour. So again, same basic areas that we continue to watch with each one of these cells. And again, you have so much activity as far as the rainfall. That's what you're looking at here. You're just looking at all the heavy rain with this. And notice the lightning's on. You're just not seeing a lot of lightning, which is very typical when you have these tropical systems. There'll be lightning near the eye. There'll be some lightning sporadic through it. But for the most part, there's not a lot of lightning that is associated with tropical systems. But you have that torrential rain, and it comes down about as hard as you'll ever see. But you also have embedded in these bands, and what is causing all our issues right now are the spin-up tornadoes. Typically, you see these, they spin up, they travel 10, 15 miles, and they lift. And we see another one develop somewhere else. But what we've seen with this is essentially long-track tornadoes, which have gone, maybe not continuously, but the same cell has continued to produce and prompt tornado warnings, and at times confirmed tornado warnings for 50, 60, 70 miles. So it continues to be an issue with watching this. Yep. If you got the picture, let's take the time to switch over to this.
It gets a little, you know, kind of loses some of its pixelation here, but it just kind of goes to show what we're talking about, what people are seeing here. This in the Lake Placid area. This picture was snapped right around 2 o'clock. That was exactly when this warning was issued. Very good reason for that. That looks like it's just outside the highway. You can see that car there driving by. A massive wedge tornado, a very dangerous situation, especially given, you know, how close we are talking about this to, you know, highways and some of the towns there. I know there's a little airport there that was mentioned in one of the places in line. And so we're still continuing to see some signs of rotation there on the radar. But just the sheer size of this, pretty incredible that we are seeing such large tornadoes that continue to spin up. And, you know, we talk about some of the ones that we've also seen. This is the one that we saw just a little bit ago. You can see this one's a video right around Palm Beach County. We've had some of these far east into Broward County as well. And so these are very large, very dangerous tornadoes, something we don't always see as we're talking about these hurricanes. You know, every hurricane is definitely different, but this one has already proven that it's going to be a very proficient tornado producer. And so we just have to be really on high alert with this, because this storm, we've been talking about it, it is bringing a whole host of threats to the area, including the storm surge, including the heavy rain, the hurricane force winds, but we have been mentioning the potential for those tornadoes, and the fact that we're just seeing so many of these warnings. I mean, at this point, we're talking about a tornado outbreak for these areas. We're just seeing warning after warning, confirmed tornadoes, and so we just have to stay on high alert. Make sure you have a way to get these kind of advisories and alerts issued. It's great that you're on here with us, and we'll continue to update you as we, you know, see more of these pop up, I'm sure, through the event, as really we're talking about the brunt of this storm later tonight into the early Thursday morning hours. So, you know, it's one of those nights where you even take the family and sleep in your safe space if you are home in these areas that are under a tornado watch.
You really do. And just since we talked about the last warning, we've had 2 more warnings come out. I mean, that's how quickly these are coming right now. So you look at the radar, and here we are. This is in extreme southern Highlands County. This one goes until 3 o'clock, and this is the area that we're talking about. You can see this rotation once again. This time it looks like just to the west of 27. This is heading up towards Venus. Eventually looks like working its way up towards Archbold. Childs, Parker Island once again could be under this. This is the warning right here. Definite rotation, it looks like, right there, working its way on that western side of 27. This is just to the south of the county line of Highlands County down into Glades County. So we have that warning. We also have yet another warning. This is the one that has been extended. This is for really the rest of Highlands County, because once again, the vast majority of Highlands County is under some kind of a warning right now, either a confirmed tornado or a possible tornado on the ground. And this one goes until 3 o'clock. This also extends up into portions of Hardy County, eastern and northeastern Hardy County, because you see here we've got a rotation over here. We have a rotation between Sebring and Lake Placid. This one that is south of Sebring showing more and more signs. So right now over DeSoto City. Remember, this was the one that, for time, this was a confirmed tornado. And that's, I believe this is the one that we actually have the picture of, as it was even further to the south. So not necessarily on the ground at this point, but we're definitely seeing a possibility that it could be on the ground in this area. I want to flip over, see if we see any signs. Not seeing any signs right now. A little muddled with the radar data to see if we are actually seeing any debris, but we're definitely seeing some rotation. There you see it right near DeSoto City, also on that western side of Sebring, right over the lake. And then basically where the road kind of splits off around Sebring, you get 17 going one way, you get 27 going the other way. So we've got some signs of some rotation there. We also have some signs further on towards the west, over into Hardy County, in and around Lemon Grove, or just to the south of there. And then we've got Wauchula over here right on the edge of the screen. So this is basically to the south and east of Wauchula, with this rotation. As we scoot the radar over, you can see where Wauchula is on there as well. So lots going on, and the radar is just littered with all these warnings. We just continue as quickly as one warning goes away, yet another warning comes up, yet another spin in the atmosphere. So at this point, I think we're watching 4 distinct different areas right now, and you see all the warnings on here. And of course, over on the eastern side of the state as well, they were expecting to see this activity later on today. And you see over towards 95, over towards Port St. Lucie, over in Osceola County, over towards Sebastian and the Satellite Beach to the south and west of there. They are dealing with these as well. Another area that we essentially almost forgot about, but it's still there. This is near Dundee, basically working its way right up 27. So Hayden City to the east of Lake Alfred. I'm still seeing a lot of strong winds. I'm going to go ahead and just kind of do a little query of some of the winds in this. And this is up. This is higher up in the atmosphere, but indicative of what kind of winds we're looking at in this area. As you look at the actual reflectivity of the radar, this is intense line of storms working its way through right near Lake Alfred, along 17, stretching down towards Dundee as well, and Haines City pushing up towards Davenport, just to the south of I-4. And all this is very quickly working its way in that north and northwesterly direction, 25, 30 miles an hour right now. We look for some of the rotation in this, and definitely we're seeing signs of rotation from Dundee to Lake Hamilton, basically right along 27. These are the areas that we're seeing the strongest amounts of rotation in this. And so these are the areas that, if you're under this warning, if you're in this area, you want to take cover as well. You want to be in that safe location in your house. Again, just to kind of go out wide to give you a perspective of the areas that we're talking about. This is in that eastern portion of Polk County, stretching up just to the south of I-4. We also have down in the Highlands County, and you see really at this point the vast majority of Highlands County is under some kind of a warning right now. The only maybe good news that I have at the moment is there's no confirmed tornado. No confirmed tornado warnings right now. These are all radar indicated at this moment. But again, at this moment, the number of warnings that we've had, the number of warnings that have turned into confirmed tornadoes, we have to treat each one of these as if this is a confirmed tornado on the ground.
Yeah,
absolutely. You can't take the risk of that.
And I just want to note, Jim, because we just got this message in from the National Weather Service, we do have a flash flood warning now for part of Pinellas County. We have already seen about up to 3.5 inches of rain, and of course all of these rain bands, they are going to be able to produce these rainfall rates 2-3 inches per hour. And so already we are starting to see some of those flood concerns. I kind of mentioned that earlier this morning, that this is most certainly going to be an issue, and we are really just getting going. And so we have a lot of additional rain to get through as this storm continues to approach. And you know, if at any point you want me to kind of jump into just the forecast and talk about some of the basics, you let me know when you're ready for just a
I mean, I just wanted to point out here that what we're looking at is, I mean, we're still so early on.
That's a lot of
and
rain.
you see, this is just getting started, and we've already had 3, close to 4. In fact, you head down towards Bradenton, Bayshore Gardens, we're already seeing 4 inches of rain in these areas. I think as we've got a little bit of a lull in some of the warnings, maybe we go ahead and we talk about the rest of what's going on here. If you want to go ahead and you want to talk about some of this.
Yeah, sure. Because you know, as we've been saying, this storm is going to just bring a whole host of issues to our area, and we're certainly starting to see those unfold. We just talked about that flash flood warning. Of course, all of these tornado warnings with that watch running until 9 o'clock tonight. So as for what's happening with Hurricane Milton, we've been doing this tornado coverage for so long now. We haven't taken an actual look at the storm. So I'm going to go ahead and just jump right into our forecast from here before we send it off to Linda for some more. But checking on satellite and wind shear here, we can really see the influence that it's having on Hurricane Milton. Still a very strong storm, but look at what all of these upper level winds, as they're interacting with this cold front, this dip in the jet stream, and some drier air, it's really starting to pull across the top of this storm. So we look further south, still looking pretty good. It's maintaining itself in this area as it's still sitting in very warm Gulf waters, but what we're starting to see is that wind shear kind of tear apart the top of this storm. And so these are all of the factors that are anticipated to continue to weaken this storm on approach to making landfall. But look at the winds. Those are really starting to ramp up. We're up to 55-mile-per-hour gusts in St. Pete, about 43 in Clearwater, 39 for Tampa. And so kind of we're starting to see these tropical storm force winds move into our area, and they're going to expand across a large part of the area. That's kind of the thing with this storm. Even though it's weakening, it still has, say, the energy of a Category 5 storm. And so what it's going to do with all of that energy is spread it outward. And so while we're talking about a slightly weaker storm, possibly maybe a Category 3 at landfall, it's still going to be a very strong hurricane regardless. And so all of the impacts are going to be a big deal, and they're going to be far-reaching. People well outside of this cone are going to be feeling these tropical, even hurricane force conditions at times. Of course, the rain is also going to be a big concern. I'll show you that in just a minute. But here's our latest look. Wednesday, 8 p.m. This is just off the coast, 125-mile-per-hour winds. But then look at as it maintains its strength as it scrapes right across central parts of the area. We're talking this emerging back off the East Coast, off the Space Coast as a Category 1 hurricane, 85-mile-per-hour winds. We're right now at 130-mile-per-hour winds, and the latest check on where Milton is now about 150 miles to the southwest of us here in Tampa. So as we take a look at our Fox model here, we've already seen these rain bands starting to move through and impact the area. But I just want to note, look at how much rain and really deep convection is on the north side of this storm. This is going to be a big concern for a lot of areas. You can kind of notice even, look at kind of the southern side of this eye. It gets a little bit eroded away at. We don't have all of this deep convection that wraps all the way around.
that's some of that drier air working its way on the backside of the storm and eroding away at some of that. And so that's going to be something that overall is going to be a good thing as far as not as much rain on the south side, but it's up here where actually that dip in the jet stream that I showed you just a minute ago should actually enhance some of the rain and storms up here in this section of the storm. And so that's going to be a problem off across the Space Coast, Daytona Beach, some of those areas. We've seen them upgraded in the watches as of some of the latest updates here from yesterday into today. And you can see that reflected on our rain map tracker. We're talking the potential for this general area just to the north of where landfall occurs for there to be area-wide 6 to 12 inches of rain, and some spots are certainly going to get closer to that 18-inch range. So flash flooding is going to be a big concern, especially as we get closer to any of those rivers, waterways that we know are going to swell up and continue to cause more problems as far as that is concerned. So we've got a lot more local impacts to talk to. I just wanted to roll through some of them for you, but I'm going to send it off to you now, Linda. Jim and I will have more in just a bit.
Nice job, both of you, keeping us updated on those tornadoes. The winds are picking up and they are becoming seriously dangerous. The rain is falling as Hurricane Milton approaches. I'm Linda Hurtado and we'll be with you every step of the way. Conditions will only worsen throughout the afternoon, and the worst is expected to arrive overnight with a storm surge that could outdo Helene. Our bridges are beginning to close. Let's take a live look now from FDOT's camera on the Howard Franklin Bridge. You can see now closed to traffic. The westbound directions of both the Gandy and Courtney Campbell bridges are also closed. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge closed now to traffic, and signage has been posted to alert drivers. It is typical for the Skyway to close whenever the wind speeds reach about 40 miles per hour. And in these final hours before Milton's landfall, Pinellas County opened 3 new shelters this morning. Those include Palm Harbor Middle School in Palm Harbor, New Heights Elementary, and Fairmont Park Elementary, both in St. Pete. More than 8,000 people have utilized them so far, and they have room for 20,000. Only thing to keep in mind is Leoman Innovation, Largo High School, and Palm Harbor University Building 19 are now at capacity, but you still have 11 that are available. Pinellas Emergency Management understands shelters are not the most comfortable option, but at this point, it is better than finding yourself in a life-threatening situation. The county's communication director says they've heard from a lot of people living in mandatory evacuation zones saying they believe they can seal up their homes and just ride the storm out. But this is what happened during Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago.
They were desperate pleas from people who said, I made a stupid decision. I thought I could weather the storm. Water is rising. I'm on top of my counter. Please send somebody to help me. And at that point, we couldn't send anybody out there because the conditions had worsened so badly. And so if people are thinking that somehow they have a special protection, somehow they're going to be okay because they've been okay in the past, they have not seen the storm that we're going to see.
So what could we see in Pinellas County? The officials are anticipating tropical storm conditions this afternoon, and then, as we said, worse conditions overnight. 130-mile-per-hour winds or stronger. Wall of storm surge could come up to the bay and across our coast. The wall of water could be between 9 to 13 feet on our beaches and up to 15 feet in bayfront areas. There are still people trying to move out of the storm's path, but finding gas is a challenge. And Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer is in Seffner with a look at that.
Most of the remaining gas stations and truck stops are now either closing or are closed for the remainder of the day. That includes this one, which is the Flying J truck stop off of I-4 in Seffner. Earlier today, the gas station was packed with drivers topping off their tanks and filling up gas containers. A short time ago, Governor DeSantis gave an update on the fuel situation in Florida. He says the state has 1.1 million gallons of gas and 1.6 million gallons of diesel on hand and ready to distribute after Hurricane Milton passes. During the last couple of days, Florida Highway Patrol escorted 106 long-distance fuel tankers to make emergency fuel deliveries. DeSantis also warned that there may be interruptions at the ports in Tampa and Manatee County, and the state is working on contingency plans if that happens. Drivers, meanwhile, across Tampa Bay are also making their own contingency plans if fuel is hard to come by following the storm.
Well, basically, I have one car that's full of gas just in case we did decide to leave early. So I figure, I heard the governor on the news this morning saying the truck stops are open. They should have more supply of gas than the regular gas stations. So I said, let me Google, and they're open. They're open across the street, and I need a funnel also, so why not get some gas and fill up 2 cars.
There is a real concern among some experts that fuel supplies could be impacted by the storm. According to Fox Business, 10 gas companies operating in terminals along the waterfront in Tampa, including BP, Chevron, and Citgo, could be impacted by flooding and power outages. Now, experts say topping off the gas tank, filling up the gas in preparation for the storm is, of course, a good idea. However, they say you should not fill up extra containers and definitely don't leave them inside the house. In Tampa, Aaron Mesmer, Fox 13 News.
And you can find more storm coverage right in the palm of your hand on our Fox Local mobile app. It has the latest county updates, even forecast videos from our weather team. And you can also stream our live newscast. It's free to download for iPhone and Android phones, and it's great to have once the power goes out. And another option, radio. Several local radio stations are carrying our newscasts, and you can listen to our hurricane coverage on 102.5 The Bone, 97X, 101.5 The Vibe. So we're going to break, or we're going back to Jim? All right, let's go back to Jim.
Yeah, watching yet another warning here, and we flip over to Sky Tower radar. And what we're looking at is across Polk County. That's the area that we're watching right now. If you can give me my radar output here. What we're looking at is another warning. There you go. Thank you. That goes until 3:15. This is that one cell. I mean, what's interesting about this, just from the scientific standpoint, this is a cell that was essentially working its way to the north. Now, because it's part of that whole band, it's now turning more towards a northwesterly direction. So you watch that cell over towards Dundee. It was basically at one point heading towards I-4 and now making that turn. And you can see this area. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in to this spot because right near Auburndale. This may be passing over Auburndale, maybe just to the north of it. But right now it looks like it's working its way very close to you, between 17 and 92. This is the area as I stop the radar and circle this spot right there. And we look at the rotation in this, and you're seeing a very strong rotation. You're seeing those reds in there. That is showing that very, very strong rotation right now between Lake Alfred, Auburndale, and Winter Haven, situated right in this one spot. This is a radar indicated tornado moving to the northwest at 25 miles an hour. This warning goes until 3:15 for portions of Polk County. So if you're anywhere in and around Auburndale to the north or to the west of Auburndale, and this is over towards Foxtown, Polk City, along I-4, and across the Polk Parkway as well, especially on that eastern side. If you live in any of these areas, I'm going to go ahead and go in a bit closer so you can see some. I mean, there's a lot of population in this area. Auburndale, a pretty populated area, and so it is working its way right through this area right now. So if you're in these locations, you're the one. I want you to go into that safe location, away from any windows, lower level of your house. You can turn the TV up so you can hear us. You can also get the Fox Local app. You should have that on your phone right now. You can turn us on that app, and you can listen in case your power goes out. Your TV is going to go off, but your cell phone is going to continue to work, so you can continue to hear us. You can continue to hear those warnings that we're giving you as well. And definitely seeing a very strong rotation in this area as we look at the velocities. This is a very strong. If you don't have an actual tornado on the ground, you most certainly have some very, very strong winds in this cell right now, moving through Lake Alfred over towards Auburndale as well. You see some of these winds, and this is a couple thousand feet up into the atmosphere because we're using a radar to see these winds right now. So we don't see it at the surface, we see just above the surface, but that's what you're looking at here are winds 80, 90 miles an hour. And then when you have the rain on top of that, you have the very strong rain. What it does is it carries those very strong winds that are just above you down to the ground. So in these areas, you have these winds. You're more than likely seeing winds gusting right now over 50 miles an hour if you don't have a tornado. But we're seeing signs of rotation in this. So it's very likely You either have a tornado about to touch down, or you have a tornado on the ground right now, basically between Lake Alfred, Auburndale, and Winter Haven, and moving to the northwest right now at 25 miles an hour. So as I zoom in, I'm going to look at where this is as far as the velocity is concerned, and then we're going to put a track on this to give you a bit of an idea. So if this is moving to the northwest at about 25 miles an hour, these are the areas that we're most concerned about as far as where this is heading to in the next, say, 45 minutes. So Kathleen, Foxtown, Polk City, you can see Auburndale, 8 minutes, essentially it's on top of you right now. Over towards Providence, 36 minutes if this holds together that long, which is certainly a possibility because we've seen the trend has been for these to be lasting very long periods of time. Sounds like we're getting yet another warning starting to come out right now. So we'll kind of go out a bit wider and see what is the new warning here that we have as we watch this one. We also have another one down in the Highlands County, and we've got yet more coming into portions of Highlands County. And at this point, it looks as if what they're doing is they're just filling in who in Highlands County does not have a warning.
Gosh, that is wild.
Because this has got to be about one of the most bizarre looking tornado warning boxes that you'll see. But it's basically who doesn't have a warning. We've got to fill in who doesn't have a warning, and that's essentially, it looks like, your newest warning, which that one goes until 3:30. Yes. Okay. So now we're getting reports of damaged homes in Lake Placid on Bell Tower Avenue. So this is right in. Here's Lake Placid. I'm not going to even pretend to know exactly where this is in Lake Placid. On a report of 10 homes in this area. So once again, this tells us. I mean, we've seen confirmed tornadoes moving through this area. So this is the spot that we're talking about, that yet again we have another tornado warning in this area. Now, just going down just to the south of Highlands County, this is what has prompted the latest tornado warning in Highlands. This is the extreme southeastern corner of Highlands County, and this is because we have a confirmed tornado once again just to the south, right there. You can see the rotation. This is a confirmed tornado in Glades County, and this is working its way on to the north, in the northwest rather, at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. So this will be working its way into that essentially the one portion of Highlands County that is not currently under a warning. And then we have that confirmation of damaged homes in Lake Placid. You have more rotations working their way through there as well. But that also tells us that these are some of the same rotations that have now worked their way all the way up towards Avon Park. You're seeing what doesn't necessarily look to be a rotation, but we're seeing signs of some really strong winds, say from Avon Park along 64 and just starting to work their way into southern Polk County. So, I mean, this is just continuing to be an extremely dangerous and serious situation with this band that's working its way through. The amount of energy we've seen in this one band has just simply been amazing.
Yeah, and you know, we saw this band when it was just off the coast, and we saw all of those potential cells for spin-ups, and we certainly were seeing that on radar, and we had a feeling that once these came on shore, we would just have a series of tornado warnings and tornadic storms with those rain bands, and that's certainly come to fruition here. We think about kind of all of that rotation as it comes on land, all that friction it creates, and we get just general that rotation, and with this just broad rotation, with Hurricane Milton now about 200 miles or less away from us, we already have a lot of the dynamics in place, and these are some fast moving storms, and so they're able to spin up these, at this point, very powerful tornadoes that we've been seeing here a little bit closer to Tampa Bay and off to the east coast of the state, really on the other side of Alligator Alley, some very large tornadoes in those areas as well. And so very dangerous situation as we anticipate, more of these to be able to unfold here, as we're expecting more of these rain bands to kind of lift in from the south and southwest. So Jim continuing to kind of circle in on some of the areas of immediate concern with these latest warnings.
Just to kind of go back, this is the area near Lake Placid that we got the reports near Bell Tower Avenue, just kind of a broad brush. This is the area that we're looking at where we got the confirmation of, it sounds like 10 homes damaged by the tornado. So that was the one that worked its way through. What about, I'm losing track of time, to be honest with
That
you.
was right around 2 o'clock.
Yeah, so we're talking nearly an hour ago. I was going to guess about 30 minutes ago, but time is going by pretty quickly here. So you look at the current warnings that we have, and essentially we'll go ahead and we'll say anyone in Highlands County, you're under a warning right now, because I think there's to be technical, there's a little sliver of southwestern corner of Highlands County, but at this point everybody's under warning in Highlands County that extends up into southern Polk County. And I'm noticing right here, maybe it looks like something, it looks like maybe just, whoops, sorry about that, just to the south of Fort Meade, starting to see, it looks like, the possibility of some rotation there as well. As we look at that rotation, yeah, there we go. Seeing a very strong sign of some rotation right there. So that is south of Fort Meade. Put this into motion so we can kind of get an idea of the motion of this. And so it does look like Fort Meade. This is basically heading right up in your direction. So we're going to be watching this. Technically, you're not under a warning. It's just to your south. So at this point, I mean, it doesn't mean a whole lot that it's only just to your south. I would consider yourself in the warning right now. Fort Meade, south of Bartow, Pembroke, south of there as well. Pembroke, go ahead and consider yourself in this warning as well, because this looks like this could be yet another tornado either forming or on the ground at this point in this location. I'm going to go out wide once again. Let's look up near Auburndale. This is the one that we were talking about just a few minutes ago. And yes, once again, still seeing signs of rotation with this storm as well. If you're not seeing a tornado on the ground because of the heavy rain, you certainly have extremely strong winds in this, because when you look at some of the winds just above the surface, we're close to 100 miles an hour, 96 miles an hour right now, just to the north of Auburndale. Yes, that's just above the surface, but you have that torrential rain which carries that momentum of all that wind right down to the ground. So this is going to cause damage in this area, whether it's straight line winds or whether it's an actual tornado on the ground. Who cares at this point?
Yeah, and as we're talking about the wind threat, moving forward, we are going to be dealing with these very damaging wind gusts that continue to move through, especially with these stronger rain bands. I mean, you look at how heavy the rain is coming down for these areas. All of these areas that are currently under these tornado warnings, I mean, we're talking very heavy rain, so rain-wrapped tornado activity as well. And then we're looking at the potential for these wind gusts, upwards of 100 miles per hour as we get closer and closer to that landfall. And of course, with that, we're already seeing those rain totals start to add up here. And we're expecting, some pretty high rain totals when it's all said and done. But you look at that, already just outside of downtown St. Pete, nearly 5 inches of rainfall, 2-3 inches really area wide as we get into parts of Sarasota, Manatee County, and even inland, and in some of those spots where we've seen some of these kind of tornado warmed storms roll through right around the Sebring area. Looks like 2.5 inches there. Fort Meade just outside you, 2.5 down to 3 in the Wauchula area as well. So yes, the rain is going to be a concern, and you can see all that heavy rain just off the coast there, as that's already been kind of coming down, and we're seeing more of these winds kind of bumping up to our coast. And so I'm going to continue to watch for these conditions to worsen here through the rest of this afternoon, this evening especially. As we look at Sky Tower radar, we can really see all of of that activity, all of these heavy rain bands lifting from south to north, and so heavy rain coming down, but particularly in this kind of band from Polk County right on through parts of Avon Park down to Sebring. I mean, those rainfall rates look pretty intense to me, and so we're going to continue to see those 2 and 3 inch totals that we've already seen come down on the ground really stack up pretty quickly. There, it looks like we've switched over to our actual rainfall rates. 7.5 inches per hour. I mean, that's incredible. 6 inches per hour. These are some of the rain bands that we're talking about when we're talking about the potential for these isolated rainfall totals when this event is all said and done to be well over a foot. And it's bands like this that are dropping 6-7 inches of rain per hour that are going to be some of the problem areas moving forward.
This is going to cause very quick flooding in these areas because no, it doesn't rain at that rate in this spot for an hour, but it's there for 15 minutes, and just the amount of rain that you're going to pick up, I mean, you're going to pick up an inch or two of rain in 15 minutes, and even for Florida, that's a lot of rain for us to pick up in that short amount of time. So you're going to start to see, I think, some substantial flooding with this as well over the next several hours as well. So we just continue to watch each one of these areas. Southern Polk County, watching this area moving into, now it looks like moving just to the north and west of Auburndale, basically right over the Polk Parkway. We're seeing that's one area that we've been watching. I'm going to go ahead and circle this area right here. So that one looks like it's continuing to work its way onto the north and the west, go out wide once again, and then you look down into essentially all of Highlands County. So we're going to continue to watch each one of these areas. We're going to take a quick little break here, and we're going to be back with obviously much more as we continue.
Welcome back, everyone. Conditions are worsening as the hurricane approaches.
In St. Petersburg, flooding could force the city to shut down some sewer facilities. Let's head to Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy, who is live at St. Pete near the pier with the very latest out there. Kaylee, how are the conditions?
Hey, since we talked to you guys last, the conditions have certainly deteriorated. We are down on Docks Ford. If you've been in this area, it's close to the pier. You can see the white caps already out here, the pier in the distance. And St. Pete PD says they've already seen flooding across the city. City officials say, they told us earlier that we would expect to feel the most significant impacts this afternoon and those hurricane force winds around midnight. And they say, do not let your guard down.
Please remember, St. Pete remains in the cone of uncertainty. That means we're still in the danger zone to receive the eye of the storm. I hear the sighs of relief when we see those small jogs south. Don't let your guard down. Again, we are expecting impacts, direct impacts from this storm. While miles matter, we remain a short distance from the projected path of the eye of that storm.
And the city expects to shut down the northeast and southwest sewer treatment facilities to keep operators out of those sites safe who are operating them currently. They'll close those sites if 5 to 7 feet of water get onto the sites or if the winds get unsafe for those operators and they have to evacuate them. They will let you know beforehand if that decision is made. Officials are urging affected residents, if that does happen, not to flush the toilets, shower, or do laundry. City officials say they hope to get things back up and running 24 hours after it's safe to come back to that plant, but they say it could take longer. They also mention services like water, sewer, and electric overall. It could be out for days and possibly weeks. It all depends on what we see from this storm, but just as of right now, you can see the conditions have deteriorated just in the hour and a half since we talked to you guys last. Back to you.
Yeah, it is already looking pretty rough out there. All right, Kaylee Tracy live at the St. Pete Pier. Kaylee, thank you.
All right, we're going to go back to Jim and Valerie. And so far, the story of Milton has been an outbreak of tornadoes.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're continuing to watch that here very closely on Sky Tower radar. We were just looking at that 3 o'clock advisory that dropped in, and we'll get to that in just a second. But let's show you what we're tracking out there on Sky Tower. You can see this really just distinct line of thunderstorms and rain bands that are causing really a tornadic outbreak that extends across so many counties. We're going to kind of circle in this area here. You can very clearly see the wrapping of those bands that are coming on shore and just the line of tornado warnings that are coming with them. So really quite incredible as we are tracking just these storms that have been able to sustain not just tornadoes, but very large, dangerous and damaging tornadoes. We just got reports of a tornado that touched down near Fantasy of Flight in Polk County. We know that about 10 homes were damaged from that storm that we were just tracking near Lake Placid. And so we're going to continue to keep a very close eye on these storms as we still have several tornado warnings in effect, and we're switching over to our storm winds. That's where we kind of take a closer look at the velocity levels that are happening closer to the ground. So we're looking for those signs of rotation here, and it looks like this is one of the areas right outside of Lakeland, Eaton Park and Galloway, Auburndale areas. Some of those spots are kind of right where we're watching for the potential of some of that rotation detector. You can see that where we're kind of highlighting that green color there, and so these are the areas that we're keeping a close eye on. We do know that kind of generally just to the south of here, we've got a whole cluster of, you know, tornadic activity, these thunderstorms that have been producing these spin-ups. And so these are all kind of lifting from south to north. And so we're highlighting these areas that are potentially in line to see this activity moving in, to see these warnings possibly extend further north, because that's basically what we've seen as we've been kind of moving forward over the last couple of hours. There we're kind of focusing in right to the east of Fort Meade and kind of right across, it looks like 98 and outside the frost-proof area. That's another spot where we're seeing some rotation detector, you know, some of that debris indication, I guess you would say, on our radar there, where we're seeing those bright greens, those bright red colors.
Yeah, we just continue to see all these areas right now, right between Fort Meade and Frostproof. That's an indication of a very strong rotation in this area, as we flip over and you look at the winds in this, and you're seeing that just in the velocity data here, where you're seeing is just crossed over Fort Meade. Every one of these are moving to the north, to the northwest, at about 25 to 30 miles an hour, and it's just that same band that essentially all morning has shown rotation after rotation. Here's another one that's worked its way into extreme eastern and southeastern Highlands County. So this is well to the south and east of Sebring right now. This is working its way up towards 98. Not a whole lot of population in that area, but it is yet another area that we're watching very closely. And then we flip back over and just look at that more traditional, that reflectivity, where we're looking at all the rain, and you can see just how much of this. And so on top of all this, we're really now starting to accumulate so much more of that rain coming down. Now, go out a little wider here, and over here is where we actually have the eye. Now, the eye is located, if we go right to the center of that, back towards Sarasota, we're now about 85 miles off the coast. And I want to go out just a little bit wider on this, and we'll back up the time here for about an hour and just kind of loop through this to see what kind of movement we've got with this. And it just continues on that same track. One of the things we'll be watching for as we go through the afternoon is just to see if we have any sort of indication of any wobbles with this. We go back in time a little bit further with this, and what you're looking at is, again, a pretty steady, straight path with this. But quite often, you see these wobbles. We like to think when we draw these lines on here on a forecast track that they move from point A to point B. Well, that's just not the way it works. They wobble and they weave along, so it's not really a complete straight path with these. And so as we go through to later on today and into tonight, any wobble that we do see, that can really spell a big difference for exactly who is affected by this as we go through this evening. Now, it does look like maybe we've just gotten yet another warning here as I look at this popping up here. It looks like right there. I'm going to go ahead and stop the radar, and let's take a quick look at this to see if we've got yet another warning. This goes till 3:30. This is for, let's look at some of the winds inside of this. I think what we're just looking at is just more of the same in these areas, right along 98 and pushing up towards Bartow and Eagle Lake. We do see what looks like definite rotation, or a pretty good sign. It looks like maybe just on that western side of this warning as well, an area that we're going to continue to watch as well. So if you are in Mulberry, if you're in Bartow, if you're over towards Lake Wales, or maybe just to the little bit of the west of Lake Wales, and then back towards Eagle Lake, these are the areas right now I think you probably want to take cover. You want to be in that safe location as well. We've seen definitely some signs of some rotation. We had some in and around the Auburndale area. You are now out of your warning up towards Auburndale, in and around into the east of Lakeland. That does look like that has weakened. That warning has now expired for that area. So right now we have 2 active warnings in the area, one into central and southern Polk County, extending down towards Sebring, and then that other one in extreme eastern and southeastern corner of Highlands County. You look at the radar, again, just absolutely amazing to see the number of warnings across the area, that we just continue to see each one of these bands. And the other thing that you notice is you're seeing more and more that southern side of the storm that is getting eroded away. And so that's something that we've been talking about, that we've noted would happen with this. But we're also seeing so much of that weather on that northern side of the storm. And that's going to continue to be more of an issue here as we go through the rest of today. Now, again, circling back and talking about that 3 o'clock advisory, right now you're seeing maybe ever so slightly slowing down to the northeast at 16 miles an hour. The winds have been steadily but slowly coming down. Early this morning, 6 o'clock hour, these winds were still 160 miles an hour. This is still a Category 4. So Is it going to weaken some more? More than likely it's going to weaken some more, but this is still going to be a very powerful hurricane. We're still going to see that storm surge, even with the weakening, that storm surge, that doesn't change. It's just at this point, it's a matter of who exactly ends up getting the worst of that storm surge, and that is going to be from the center of where this moves on shore into the right, or in this case, to the south of this. So if it takes a track like this, in large part, it will help to spare portions of Tampa Bay. Now, there's still going to be some storm surge that works its way in, and the way the winds are, it will still cause some significant flooding in some areas, but this could at least alleviate that worst case scenario of what we've been fearing across Tampa Bay. But us escaping it across Tampa Bay also means some of our neighbors just to our south, down into Manatee and Sarasota, they are taking the full brunt of this as we go through this evening. Also notice this track as it moves its way across the state and pushing over onto the other side of the state. Even by tomorrow morning, we're still talking about 85-mile-an-hour winds across the state. Category 1 as it exits out into the Atlantic. So this is a storm that is going to cause widespread destruction, devastation, power outages across the entire central portion of the state. Now you look at that dry air, that continues to wrap into this system. That's been the two things that we have talked about with this, is the dry air and the wind shear. And to talk more about some of the threats and what we're going to see throughout the rest of the afternoon, I want to pass this over to Valerie. Valerie?
Yeah, and you know, it is interesting, Jim, as we're seeing this tropical system start to interact with, say, these more northern types of energy. We've got this jet dripping in. We've got a cold front that's kind of across northern parts of Florida. And so as this tropical system is interacting with those areas, we are certainly seeing those signs of it eroding away at some of the key components there. And these are the reasons that we anticipate some further weakening on approach to landfall, which we are closing in on now. That is going to be later tonight into the early Thursday morning hours. And it's right where this storm comes on shore and right in that immediate area around it where the strongest winds are certainly going to be felt, upwards of that 110-mile-per-hour threshold. But then you look at how big of an area that we have, kind of this red color here that extends across into the Space Coast, Fort Pierce, Melbourne, Orlando areas. We are talking about some very damaging winds to be possible, 74, 110 miles per hour. And then we kind of see that shift even into parts of St. Augustine, up to 73-mile-per-hour gusts, and further down areas around Okeechobee, West Palm Beach. We're talking the potential for 58 to 73-mile-per-hour winds. And so certainly, especially in this part of the state, up in west central Florida, expecting some pretty widespread power outages. These type of winds are certainly going to be knocking down trees, limbs, and that's going to come with some pretty severe power outages, especially where this storm comes ashore and kind of takes that track across central parts of the area. So we're focusing in on our wind gust forecast right around the 10, 11 o'clock time frame, where we start to get
trucks going through. The trucks aren't having that much of a hard time going through. Some of the cars, yes, but this is an area where we will continue to keep an eye on just for the flooding threat here. Want to introduce you to a neighbor in Gulf Gate, Leo here. Leo, you've lived here for about 7 years, you said. Have you ever seen this before?
Hi. Only once more I have seen it for Hurricane Debbie, but this is very unusual. And so it raises a little bit of concern because yesterday the level of the water was just a few inches.
So here in Gulf Gate, it's funny, if you cross over, one section of Gulf Gate is in Zone C evacuation. The other side over here is in Zone B. So really, neighbors, the ones that have decided to stay, will be keeping an eye on this flooding here, just making sure that they are safe. There's still a couple hours to do so, but if people are going to leave, you're going to want to do it while it's still daylight, because this flooding hazard can sometimes be really hard to see as nightfall comes. For now, we're in Sarasota. Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
And for some of our counties, it's getting too dangerous, really, to travel because of all these tornado warnings. So you can find more storm coverage right in the palm of your hand on our Fox Local mobile app. It has the latest county updates, even forecast videos from our weather team, and you can also stream our live newscasts. It's free to download for our iPhone and Android phones, and it's great to have once the power goes out.
And another option, radio. Several local radio stations are carrying our newscasts.
This is a live look at Fox 13's Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. You're watching Fox 13. This is a live look at Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment.
We are going to head back out to Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. Often when a storm is approaching or here, that is one of the first areas where we do see those storm impacts.
Sure. Ariel Placencia is monitoring the situation out there for us. Ariel, right now, well, the weather's picking up, but is it flooding yet?
It's not flooding yet, but as you can tell, the wind and the rain absolutely picking up. You know, when I was here covering Hurricane Helene, the water was just crashing over the balustrades and completely flooding all of Bayshore Boulevard. We do not have that happening as of right now at this moment. I can tell you the road is absolutely wet. That rain is coming down. The wind is blowing, but all lanes are open to traffic, and we do have some vehicles coming through here driving at this hour. I should mention that Bayshore Boulevard and the surrounding area is part of Zone A, which is under a mandatory evacuation. So is Zone B in Hillsborough County. The concern here, of course, flooding. Flash flooding. So many of our roads expected to be overwhelmed by the amount of water.
I'll unplug my mic so you don't have to listen to my incessant chatter.
No, the incessant chatter is quite popular on social media from veteran storm chaser and journalist Jeff Patterson. Jeff, thank you for your time, and all the best to you and Joey.
All right, thank you.
All right, we hope to check in with you guys later on. Let's go back to the real-time wobble tracker on WFLA.com. This is the critical window now for Wobble Tracker. This is what we have made this tool for. It is why it was created, exactly for this scenario. To understand when a storm is making its approach, its final approach to our beautiful home, to the state of Florida, whether or not it is going to wobble more towards Tampa and Pinellas County and Hillsborough County, or whether it's going to stay on track, perhaps for Manatee County, or is it going to wobble south, Sarasota County, and towards Venice?
And that remains to be seen, and that's the critical work over the next several hours is to try and figure out and pin down where that core does make landfall, because it really will dictate where the storm surge is the highest. And if it is over our southern communities, Manatee and Sarasota, it's at the point of landfall and points to the south. That is the area that we are concerned about for the highest levels of storm surge.
And we'll, of course, keep the Wobble Tracker streaming just by itself on WFLA.com/Wobble Tracker. Yeah, all of our reporters are using it out in the field. Our meteorologists have it up and ready to take at a moment's notice. As I understand it, it's being streamed solo by thousands upon thousands of people across multiple different platforms. So we're really grateful that we have created something here at WFLA that is of such great and tremendous use to people, and we will keep it up throughout the duration of the storm. The Wobble Tracker, by the way, is not going to be useful for just the approach, but as it moves across land too, Justin, I'm sure that there are people in the greater Orlando area, south of there, even on Florida's East Coast, that could use this tool because, yeah, the storm is going to move and shift a bit as it's over land as well.
For sure. And because of the frictional component of the winds and with these outer bands, they're already seeing some effects with the numerous tornado warnings that are coming out from the local National Weather Service offices all across the state of Florida at this point.
All right, folks. So we'll continue to monitor the real-time Wobble Tracker on WFLA.com. The time is now 3:34 in the Stream Center with WSNN Chief Meteorologist Justin Mosley. Justin, anything you want to share, any observations in the last several minutes that you've been paying attention to from your vantage point?
Well, as of 3 o'clock, the storm was located 120 miles to the southwest of Tampa. So it is getting closer. And again, what we're concerned about is the core right around the eye wall there, as you see, with our wobble tracker, which does contain the strongest winds and the heaviest rains. And the outer fringes that we're dealing with right now across much of the Tampa Bay area, containing a lot of tornadic activity. We've seen numerous tornado warnings come out, and that will continue in that northeastern quadrant. That's what we look for ahead of the core of the storm, which we may see an advisory come out once it gets a little bit closer to making landfall.
Showing the max fender rate storm vehicle, I mean, going through some of the side streets of Tampa.
A lot of ponding on the roadways there, for sure. This is from our Jeff Patterson out there, just offshore from Bayshore Boulevard. And again, low-lying areas, water is already beginning to kind of pile up here, and things will just get worse from this point on.
So let's go back to WFLA.com/reported and show some of the content that is coming in from you, everybody out there watching from around the area. Again, please use this tool safely and responsibly. Do not put yourself in harm's way for a photo or a video. It is not worth injury or worse. Let's continue on, and we showed this one from earlier from Kelsey. This is flooding in Northport from Josh as of 1:05 p.m. And it shows, pooling water here from Josh. And we've seen a lot of photos coming in like this one. Thank you for sending it along. Oh, wow. We've got a downed a palm tree. This is Fort Myers on McGregor, Justin.
Just speaks to these bands that we're already seeing. Tropical storm force winds already onshore across a good portion of the state of Florida. And we're looking for the hurricane force winds to be moving ashore within a short period of time. So now is the time to just be hunkered down. And that's unfortunate to see that down in Fort Myers there.
Let's continue on WFLA.com/reported and showcase next this shot from Jacksonville Beach. Okay, yeah, I would imagine
on the East Coast. And again, they're going to see storm surge as well. Coming in off the Atlantic because of the circulation of the storm is so large at this point. As I mentioned earlier, it was a very tight, compact storm, and as it gains latitude, it's starting to feel those upper level winds and of the jet stream, and the storm begins to kind of broaden out. And again, Jacksonville, northeast Florida, along the first coast, dealing with wave action like that. It's only going to get worse throughout the night as the storm traverses across the state.
Let's see here, passing along the next one, and it is ponding in Northport. This one coming in from Alexander on, let's see here, Miami Trail. Tamiami, thank you. Yeah, that's a tough one. It's got Miami in it, so it's
Tampa to Miami. That's where that originated.
Yeah,
US 41.
Unfamiliar with that one, so yeah. I know US 41.
Yes. I did. Commonly known as Tamiami Trail in that portion of Sarasota County.
And clearly significant flooding occurring here. Moving on the queue on WFLA.com/reported. The wind and rain in Tampa is what we're focusing on here from Major at 2 o'clock. Major, thank you for sending that one in. Yeah, it's showing a rain band moving through the area, no doubt. Next up, this is from Deep D, St. Petersburg downtown, high winds and rain. Thank you, Deep D, for sending that one along. Wow, look at this. This is, I don't know, what are we looking at here, Justin? This is from Bradley in Fort Myers. According to our viewer, now, I have to be very clear. According to our viewer in Fort Myers, Bradley, this is an area that a tornado hit.
Gotcha.
Now, look, we can't independently confirm that at this time. It says aftermath of tornado. That was the comment that was put in. Not saying that we're not here to believe you, Bradley, but also at the same time, we can't confirm that until obviously
are starting to really accumulate at this point. You look into Hillsborough County, and we're at 9,500, 6,500 into Pinellas, down into Manatee. We are now at 8,000 out of power right now, and we just now have yet a new tornado warning. So just at the time we were excited about no tornado warnings, here we go yet again, and this is over into central Polk County. This is the area that we're looking at, and it seems familiar because we've seen a number of warnings over into that eastern portion and central portion of Polk County. This one goes until 4:30. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. Right now, this is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 8 miles to the north of Avon Park. This one is moving very fast. This one's moving to the north at 55 miles an hour. So this one is really caught up in this wind. And here's what we're looking at. As we look at the winds in this, there you see it. Looks like right now to the east of 27. I'm going to circle the area that we are looking at right down here. And so this is moving to the north at 55 miles an hour. So right now, this very moment, frost-proof, Hillcrest Heights, over towards Lake Wales, you need to be in your safe location. This is heading basically in your direction over towards Alcoma. Alcoma, I know you've had a number of warnings in just to the east of Lake Wales, but here we go again. We have another tornado right now. Radar indicated, no confirmation, but at this point we have to treat them the same, regardless of whether they're confirmed or not. And then this will work its way to the north. Now, you notice how large this warning is, and that is simply because this is moving so fast, moving to the north right now at 55 miles an hour. So you look at the rotation in this, and this is the area that we're excuse me, this is the area that we're looking at. It just now worked its way into Polk County, and that is the rotation right there. And that is working its way right towards frostproof. And with that speed at 55 miles an hour, this is going to be in frostproof probably in the next, say, 3, 4, 5 minutes. So it's basically, it's there right now. And then this will continue to race on towards the north and east. As we continue to see the radar scanning this area, we're already seeing this a bit further to the north, up towards frostproof as well. Heading up towards Lake Wales, and this is just going to continue on that same basic track. Go out wide on this once again and look at just all the rain, and we just continue to watch these very strong bands. And just as we go out wide, we have yet another warning. This one, it looks like filling in that hole into southeastern Polk County, and it does look like this is now for a cell that's working its way just to the east of frostproof. There we go. That one goes until 4:30 as well. And this is the area now working its way into, looks like, Highlands County, well east of Avon Park. But this is moving to the north as well, moving to the north at 20 miles an hour. So this one moving a bit slower. But again, so we've got one right around frostproof. We have another one that's working its way a bit further on towards the east, maybe not nearly as much population once you get right over into this corner, but certainly up over towards frostproof, over towards Hillcrest Heights, heading up towards Lake Wales. There's population in this area. You've got Bach Tower in here. You've got some communities right along 27 heading up to the north as well. Let's go out wide once again and look at just all the rain continue to spread through these areas. And then as far as the rainfall amounts, we're just continuing to watch more of this piling up right along the coastline. And then just so much of this starting to spread inland as well in the Sarasota. And then you see this moving over into our inland communities as well. So we do have a flash flood warning in many of these areas throughout the interior as well. I want to take the time here to talk about the track because winds still steadily slowing down with this, but still we're talking about a category 4. It's amazing that we're we're happy to see this down to 130 because this has just been an absolutely historic hurricane. This morning we woke up, this was still at 160 miles an hour, so we're heading in the right direction, but still, this is going to be a devastating blow to the coastline. As we head into this evening, still on track. Looking at just the motion of this, it still looks like it is heading in the same basic area. Been watching for any of these wobbles with this, and so far we haven't seen anything like this, but from that track line and also to the right, that is where we're going to see the maximum amount of that surge as it works its way through. Later on tonight and into tomorrow, this is pushing still across the state, 85-mile-an-hour winds. And then we have so much of this rain that is on that northern side of this as well. 6 to 12 inches of rain, and we're likely going to see some isolated areas of up to 18 inches of rain. I want to bring Valerie in to talk more about some of these impacts that we're going to continue to see as we head through the afternoon, Valerie.
Yeah, Jim, and I'm going to start by kind of playing out our past path that we have seen Hurricane Milton take. You could see where it emerged in the western Gulf of Mexico, and originally this was actually able to kind of tap in to some tropical energy from the remnants of a storm that was over in the Pacific. And so overnight, we basically saw this area explode in the western Gulf. And this is the kind of path that it took. It meandered here very slowly, kind of dipped off to the south, and right as it was to the north of the Yucatan Peninsula, that's when we saw it explode to become a major Category 5 hurricane. And since then, that's when it started to take that curve. We've got that trough of low pressure, and that's basically started to pull this storm. You think of it like a magnet, and that's why it started to take that trend off to the north and east. And so all things have pretty much been on track with what we've been watching over the last couple of days. Now we zoom in on where it is now, and we're still seeing this storm a little bit off our coast to the south and west, maybe about a little over 100 miles there. And so we're still talking about 130-mile-per-hour winds as this storm has slowed down just a slight bit, but still moving to the northeast about 16 miles per hour. That pressure at about 948 millibars at this point. And so still a very strong hurricane, but it is continuing to interact with some much less favorable conditions. The kind of maximum of its strength has already been accomplished when it was in that part of the Gulf. And as it continues to get closer to our state, we've got these very hostile upper winds and these drier air that the storm is going to continue to contend with through the rest of its kind of approach to making that landfall later on tonight. Despite that, it is still going to be bringing major impacts all across west and central Florida. It is a very unique storm in the path that it kind of directly crossed the Gulf of Mexico to be making landfall in these areas that we don't typically talk about, kind of a direct landfall from a storm crossing the Gulf of Mexico like that. And so as we talk about our probability for hurricane force winds, you can kind of see where we're painting the picture of where this storm might come on shore. And we do certainly expect right around that eye wall to be the most extreme and damaging winds and wind gusts. And so our latest trends have continued to kind of steer the course with this storm coming on shore, likely just south of Tampa Bay. Now, you know, of course, we continue to watch for any subtle changes because, as we've been saying, a slight nudge to the north puts Tampa Bay directly into the high threat for the storm surge, kind of funneling right into parts of Hillsborough and Tampa Bay areas. But all of the trends with where we're seeing that center of circulation now and the kind of course that it's been taking, we do expect this kind of trend to continue, where it likely comes on shore just south of Tampa Bay, puts the worst of the storm surge then to areas just to the south of where that landfall will occur. But look at these winds. This yellow color here, that's where we're talking 60 to 75 mile per hour winds, and that moves on shore and spreads across a huge chunk of the state. And then we have these concerns also on the East Coast, because once this emerges back as still a strong category, or strong hurricane rather, we get that onshore push. We've got all of of those wave heights picking up. And so this is not just a concern close to where this makes landfall, but the winds are going to be far reaching as this really crosses the base of the peninsula. So as far as when the worst of the winds will start, it looks like right around that 6 o'clock time frame, then right on through 11 o'clock. That's when we're approaching this storm to be making landfall, which we're still eyeing really the late night, early Thursday morning hours. But you could see those winds where we get close to up to 100 miles per hour right around Sarasota, down onto Venice, our inland spots dealing with those 60, 70 mile per hour gusts. And right on through the early Thursday morning hours, these winds will be whipping. We'll start to see a change in the direction of the winds, of course, once the storm starts to be crossing the state. You can see on the backside of this, we've kind of got a different amount of wind flow. So just depending on where you're at, exactly where we'll see the direction of those winds. But it's late tonight where we get that onshore push. And so our storm surge issues will really start to pick up as we get closer to landfall and after, once that center kind of moves onshore. So all of these heavy rain bands, we're already dealing with them, and these continue to lift south to north. So through the rest of tonight, it's really northern spots. So even though we're on the north side of where we're talking about a potential landfall, that puts us in line to be dealing with all of the heaviest rain. This storm kind of a little bit lopsided here. We're going to have all of the heavy rain concerns on the north side of the storm, but then the storm surge is going to be along into the south of that storm center. And then right on through Thursday morning, we start to see conditions improve as this likely takes that jog off the East Coast by the late morning hours. And so conditions improve through the day tomorrow. Let's go ahead and talk about the storm surge potential. With that trend kind of pushing further south, it's areas around Manatee, Sarasota counties that we are very concerned about. You can kind of see the legend up here. We've got this orange color. We're talking 9 feet of inundation and around 6 feet with this yellow color. So some threatened areas, Home Beach down to Bradenton Beach, Cortez, right on through Bayshore Gardens. All of these areas close to the coast have a very high chance of these extreme storm surge values. Lido Key, you can see they're kind of in this threshold here, 6 to 9 feet, right on down to areas around kind of Longboat, Lido Key, Armand Circle, and then right on into Siesta Key. You can see a lot of Siesta Key kind of up to this orange color, up to 9 feet. And then furthermore, as we get down south into areas around Osprey and say around Venice, Inglewood, we will have some concerns about these areas. So if it's not Tampa Bay, it is going to be our neighbors just to the south. And so this storm is going to be bringing some impacts as far as the surge, also the wind. Jim already mentioned the power outages that we've seen coming through. And so overall, here's kind of a look at where we're anticipating the worst of the winds, but all of us here around the state are going to be seeing some sort of impact from Hurricane Milton.
Thanks, Valerie. Thanks, Jim. As of now, most of the major bridges are closed, including the Howard Franklin and the Sunshine Skyway.
Only the eastbound lanes of the Gandy are open to let any Pinellas traffic evacuate, and the same goes for the Courtney Campbell Causeway, where Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis joins us with this update.
Yeah, hey guys, it's Genevieve Curtis here. We are on the Courtney Campbell right now, where you can see they still have the eastbound lanes open, but what we know right now is that the westbound lanes of the Courtney Campbell are closed. You can see some people still using this as a way to get over the bridge, to get off of Pinellas County right now. We have seen some cars coming through. It hasn't been very many, so that's good that most people have already made their plan to get over the bridge and over the bay. But the bay right now is getting very choppy. The winds are picking up. They have closed, again, the westbound lanes of Courtney Campbell. We know that they've also closed the Howard Franklin Bridge. So this is one of the only ways now for people who are in Pinellas County, in Clearwater, in St. Pete, to get over closer to the mainland. And people are certainly still having that option this afternoon, but it won't be long before they also close the Courtney Campbell here. Both lanes are expected to close later this afternoon. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Genevieve. Manatee County still remains in the path of Hurricane Milton.
County officials tell us that citizens, that people need to evacuate, but the time really it's too serious and the time has passed now.
Where you are now is where you're going to be during the duration of Milton. We do not advise you to go anywhere at this time, as the conditions are rapidly getting worse. The Skyway Bridge is closed. EMS and fire are no longer responding to the islands. Bridges to the islands are also closed. More road closures are expected. We will do our best to update them as fast as possible, please visit mymanatee.org/storm for those updates. Again, where you are now is where you will be during the duration of Milton.
County officials add that as of right now, there are no preemptive plans to disconnect power to any areas of the county.
They also say that levels at the Lake Manatee Dam have been lowered in anticipation for the heavy rain that is associated with Milton.
Now, some of our inland areas are already experiencing effects of Hurricane Milton.
And by the time it reaches Polk County tonight, everyone there will be feeling those hurricane-force winds. Fox 13's Carla Byron is in Polk with the latest.
Milton is expected to impact Polk County this evening with tropical storm force winds. Hurricane force winds are expected tonight, which may reach 70 to 90 miles per hour. The flood threat has actually increased significantly since yesterday. Rain totals of 6 to 18 inches are being forecasted. If your area has flooded in the past, assume it will flood again this time. There will be downed trees, which can damage homes, as well as downed power lines. People will lose electricity. If you live in a manufactured home, officials say to try and seek shelter elsewhere. Stay with a friend or a member of your church, or if you have no other choice, stay at one of the 19 county designated emergency shelters, which can house 38,000 people total. So far, there are 2,800 people using them, and there are pet-friendly and special needs shelters as well.
There's flood-prone areas in every sector of this county, and people know where they are in the flood zones, and people know up and down the Peace River and Itchnapakasassa Creek, and so there's no reason to think you can stay there and not be affected.
Here are a few key points to know about the shelters. Not all Polk County public schools are shelters, so check the full list of locations we have on our website. Cots are not provided, so bring pillows, sheets, and blankets. Lastly, meals are provided. However, you should bring foods to meet any special dietary requirements you have. And one major important thing that officials are trying to communicate is that injuries and fatalities, they actually occur not during the storm, but after the storm, when people come out of their homes to check the damage, and then they might accidentally step on a power line. So once this storm passes, stay in your homes and stay safe. In Lakeland, Carla Byron, Fox 13 News.
Carla, thank you. The city of Tampa is continuing to do some last-minute cleanup before Milton's arrival.
Fox 13's Kelly Cowan has that part of our coverage.
Many neighborhoods across the Bay Area still look like this one here in South Tampa, where you have piles of debris still lining the streets. Now, Tampa Mayor Jane Castor says that they are working hard and they're still at it, trying to pick up all of the loose debris. But unfortunately, she says they will not be able to clear all of it out before the storm, but they are still out there doing what they can before Milton makes landfall.
Our solid waste is still picking up that road debris. We're not going to be able to get, household debris. We're not going to be able to get to all of it, but they have picked up probably 70 to 80% of it. And just to put it in perspective, they have done in 2 weeks what normally takes 3 months or more to get done. So they are out there in this weather doing what they can all the way up to the last minute.
Many areas like this neighborhood in South Tampa, they have evacuated, but Mayor Castor says that if you have loose debris and you're able to, do your best to help secure it. Tie it down, move it to a shed, whatever you're able to do to make sure it does not become an airborne threat or get pushed by floodwaters in front of storm drains and only lead to an exacerbated problem. By this point, officials are also asking that we all refrain from excessive water use. That means short showers, hold off on laundry and washing the dishes. Anything we can do to reduce the strain on our sewer system is really going to help out when the rains pick up throughout the day as Milton approaches. In Tampa, Kelly Cowan reporting.
Well, we do appreciate all of our city and county workers who have really been hustling.
Big job on their hands.
Yeah, roads are shut down. Most of the bridge is closed now. Stay with us.
Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton continues after a short break.
This is a live look at Fox 13 Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. You're watching Fox 13. This is a live look at Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. This is a live look at Fox 13 Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. You're watching Fox 13. This is a live look at Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. This is a live look at Fox 13 Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment. You're watching Fox 13. This is a live look at Sky Tower radar. Please stand by. Our special storm coverage will resume in just a moment.
Good afternoon, everyone, as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Chris Cato.
And I'm Linda Hurtado, and we are continuing our coverage of Hurricane Milton. This storm so far has been really a story of tornadic activity.
A lot of impacts to our inland counties. We had over 70 tornado warnings in the past few hours. It has really been incredible. And we're also watching closely Sarasota County, which was battered so hard by Hurricane Helene.
Right. Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon is live there for us now. Kimberly, what can you tell us? What are you seeing?
Well, Linda, Chris, what we're seeing right now is just really some gusty conditions, but it's been raining on and off all day long since this morning. I want to just show you out here. This is actually my house. This is the golf course that has been shut down. You can see it gusts, and then there'll be a break, and then it'll gust some more. One of the things that people are really going to be looking at is just some of the damage that we're going to see. As you can see here, we have a pool cage. Several of the neighbors have screened in lanais. Of course, these are items that we're all expecting that will go up. I already started to see some of our screens, which it's not a huge deal. But just as those winds continue to increase, as Milton moves on to shore, these are some of the impacts that we'll be looking for. Want to show you some video right now. We took some video earlier about 2-3 hours ago of the Ringling Bridge in Sarasota. The good thing was we didn't see any cars exiting. So that means, talking to Sarasota Police Department, that a lot of people had heeded the warnings about getting off, about the possible even worse storm surge than what we saw with Helene. No one is allowed onto those barrier islands as of right now, but people are really just waiting to see what will happen right now. We spoke to a neighbor here in Gulf Gate, Leo, who said we had already started to see some localized flooding here, not from the surge, but from the rain. And he said himself that he's only seen this one time in the past. Take a listen.
Only once before with Debbie, but this is very unusual. It really never really happens like this.
What's your concern as we kind of continue on with the hours here?
Well, high winds and flooding, of course, tornadoes. That's the main concern, but we still crossing fingers and hoping for the best.
And some of that flooding right there is from a creek along Gulfgate Drive in Bisham right there. Now that creek, he said that his kids go out there, they fish out there. They looked yesterday, the water level was way down at only a couple inches. Today when we were out there, it was up to 7 feet high. Again, that's just from rain. We haven't seen any of the surge or the high tide that we could possibly see pushing in from Siesta Key. So just keep in mind, not from the surge right now, just from the rain that we're seeing. Want to bring you back out here. You can see the gusts once more. You can just see the banana trees, the palm trees going with it. A lot of people are concerned about some of the oak trees that are around Sarasota, some of the bigger trees. Talking to some people, they did evacuate because not so concerned about the surge in certain parts, but for some of those larger trees where they may come down on people's homes, and you definitely don't want to be around if that happens. Linda, Chris, back to you.
All right, Kimberly, please on live for us there in Sarasota County. Thanks, Kim.
Let's get right now to Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado. Paul.
Yeah, I'd say back in the weather office, hour or two, kind of going over the whole situation, guys. I appreciate you tuning in today. I'm here with Nash. We got you covered throughout the evening. As far as the storm goes, we've got multiple hazards that are underway. This is going to end up being one of the biggest tornado outbreaks from a tropical system on record in our state. This has been incredible today, and these are not the ones that we usually see that are elevated and don't reach the ground. We had a big tornado down in Milton that moved across I-75, big tornado in North Fort Myers, and multiple tornado warnings all the way up and down the spine of the state. As I said, one of the biggest tornado outbreaks on record from a tropical system. So we covered that. There will likely be additional warnings issued, but a lot of them could be up here and over here. So we'll watch it. We'll let you know. At the same time now, there's so much dynamics in the atmosphere. Get a little front in play. The hurricane is kind of transitioning from a pure tropical system to more of a kind of a system that has more winter characteristics, and sometimes that transition can bring additional energy into the storm. You can kind of see the eye. Well, here's the eye, and it looks like it's open to the south and southwest. And the weakening process that we talked about, when I woke up this morning, very early, couple hours sleep, and checked the situation, it was still a Cat 5, and it was getting fairly close. But as expected, the environment near us just does not support a Category 5 hurricane. It's down to a Cat 3, maybe Cat 2, Cat 3 at landfall. That is the diameter of the eye, and look at the heavy rain. So we're talking freshwater flooding, and some of the rainfall potential numbers may be 1 to 2 feet, 1 to 2 feet in areas near and around Tampa Bay as the hurricane moves on shore. Now, a lot of you watching me right now going, okay, Paul, tell me about the landfall point. And I've been just kind of doing what I said I would last night, doing a little point to where the eye is, and then an hour later, another point. In fact, Nash, can we do that? Can you go back? So the way we can, is a way you can put X's maybe on the center point.
How about that?
That's good. Yeah, and so we know that hurricanes, as they move, they don't move in a straight line just because of how they're circulating. So they kind of pivot. They wobble back and forth. Now, when you see this line here, this is the official forecast track that was put out at 11 o'clock this morning by the National Hurricane Center. When I look at this, I'm saying to myself, that's kind of tough to verify. I mean, it's going to have to take a pretty sharp right-hand turn, isn't it? And you kind of fall, and the trend has been for it to bend a little bit to the northeast, so it's not impossible, but I'm thinking probably something maybe a little bit north of that, maybe up towards getting into Tampa Bay. I'm really concerned about areas like southern Pinellas, and then getting out towards Egmont Key and Anna Maria and Holmes Beach. That's where, it's tiny, but that's where the core of the hurricane may first touch land, is right there. That's where the weather's really bad. That can cause not only the surge, but some wind damage. The good news is, we'll see what the Hurricane Center thinks about this, because an update's coming up at 5 o'clock, but I think it's tough to expect this turn. The European model, by the way, ends up in Tampa Bay. Other models are all around Tampa Bay, and we've said that all along, including last night. All the reliable models have been kind of here and here and here and here and here, and this is kind of how it's going to cluster, but a difference of 5, 10, 15 miles on the landfall point makes a big difference in your local weather. And we're still, I don't think, out of the woods yet as far as a big storm surge in Tampa Bay. It's going to be close. There'll be the water being pushed by the hurricane. The winds have been mainly east and northeast, but if the track is more over the bay, there'll be kind of fighting factors between the wind trying to go out, the water trying to come in. That's tough to predict how high the water level is going to be. We know north of us, the surge should not be too bad, but from the landfall point south, the numbers are going to be pretty high. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, the hurricane is weakening, but it brings so much momentum with it. And the core of the storm is still pretty much intact. It's going to be pretty rough. What time is it now? 4:09. Thinking landfall like maybe 8, 9, 10. 8 to 10 makes sense to me. And then the storm moves across the state and brings with it more rain and wind as it goes inland. So that is the center. Look at all this heavy rain all along I-75. All the way up, all the way over the Skyway. And this stuff's really, this is the type of rain, because you've got moisture coming up from the Caribbean. This is the type of rain where it rains literally as hard as it can rain. Kind of reminiscent of the rain that we had during Debbie. Helene, heavy rain, but Debbie was the big rain producer. This is bringing the whole assortment of tropical hazards, all of them, from tornadoes to very heavy rain to strong winds to storm surge flooding. And this hurricane's doing it all. And why is that? Because unlike Debbie and Helene that passed west of us, this is going to make landfall. And when you get a landfalling hurricane, you get all the hazards that hurricanes can produce. Let's jump ahead. Nash, where do you want to go next with this?
Let's go with winds.
Just some winds right now. I think this makes sense. Maybe this should belong more like this. These are wind gusts up to 110. There'll be rapid weakening as the storm moves onshore, and maybe, just maybe, the way it should be drawn is to kind of show where the core is. And again, this is one of those situations, again, when the hurricane's off the coastline and the Hurricane Center kind of draws some of this, they have to broad brush it because they don't know exactly where the center is going to be. So it's probably not going to be as large an area as we just showed you. Wind gusts now, St. Pete 55, Clearwater 44, Tampa 31. As far as surge goes, the winds are all blowing offshore. That's good to see. But the problem is the hurricane's kind of moving this way, pushing water with it. So you get fighting factors. You've got the water wants to come in, and you get a strong wind trying to blow it out. And it's kind of a factor that's going to have to really be determined at the end by where the center goes. Just a reminder, south of the eye, the winds blow onshore, higher storm surge. North of the eye, winds blow offshore, much lower surge. So we'll be watching it. We got a couple more hours at least. We're going to watch this kind of live step by step. And I'm back again in a few minutes. Here's some rainfall. Let's do this real quick. And again, I think one thing I want to say before I throw it back to you guys is, all the hazards are bad. This is going to be a big deal. We're really concerned about freshwater flooding. We learned during Debbie how impactful rain flooding can be. And this is all part of the equation. We may end up talking a lot more about rain flooding between now and tomorrow morning. Back to you guys.
All right, Paul, thank you. Well, all afternoon we've been showing you how conditions are worsening as Hurricane Milton approaches. And Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy is live in St. Pete near the pier with the latest. What are conditions like out there now? Oh, I can tell the wind's picking up.
Hey, Linda. Yeah, you got that exactly right. Just in the last hour since we talked to you, the wind has picked up, the rain has picked up. You can take a look over my shoulder at the bay. It looks like the ocean over there with the white caps. And we have just seen them breaking against that seawall, even feeling feeling it against the cement at times. And St. Pete PD says that they've seen flooding across the entire city. They're urging you to please stay off the roads because these conditions are expected to deteriorate. As you just heard from Paul, officials say that we will see those hurricane force winds around midnight. And a note, city officials here, they expect to have to shut down the northeast and southwest sewer treatment facilities to keep operators of those sites safe. That will happen if 5 to 7 feet of water get onto those sites or if the winds are unsafe and they have to evacuate those crews. Officials are urging affected residents, if that happens, do not flush the toilets, shower, or do laundry for a period of time. That will put strain on the water system. You will be notified if that does happen, though. City officials, they say they're hoping to have that back up and running within 24 hours, but with a lot of unknowns with this storm, of course, it could take longer. And we do know they have state and federal resources in place to help get that back online after it is safe to get back to those facilities to do so. But just to reiterate, that has not been done yet. You will be notified if you are affected, if or when that does happen. But as far as conditions down here right now, we are at Dock Fords. That's pretty close to the pier if you're familiar with this area. Right now, as we said, the wind is picked up and those waves from the bay keep crashing over that seawall, guys. Back to you.
Dock Fords, a very popular restaurant. We wish everybody who's there right now well. Kaylee, thank you.
Well, you won't be getting over there to St. Pete where Kaylee is right now because, as expected, many of our bridges are now closed. That includes the Howard Franklin Bridge. As you could see in these images earlier from the FDOT camera there, no vehicles crossing now either direction. The Gandy Bridge and also closed in both directions. But as of now, just the westbound lanes of the Courtney Campbell are closed. So let me say that again. Gandy, all lanes. Courtney Campbell, just the westbound lanes, meaning that those who are east can still get west. I'm sorry, those who are west can still get east. You can still get over onto the mainland. And you can see there the officer blocking the lanes to the Courtney Campbell, the westbound lanes. No surprise, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge closed to traffic. It was the first bridge over Tampa Bay to close. Signage posted there to alert drivers. And of course, it's typical for the Skyway to close when wind speeds reach 40 miles per hour.
Well, this story is going to make you shake your head. This morning, FHP troopers rescued a dog left tied to a pole by someone. Take a look. It was found on the shoulder of Interstate 75 near Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. As they approached, the dog barked because it was scared, but troopers reassured it that they were there to help. You can tell this dog is already submerged in floodwater up to its chest. We shouldn't have to say this, but FHP urges people, do not do this, no matter how much of a hurry you're in or for whatever reason.
That's awful. Look, some updated pictures here.
Yeah, so here's a dog in the back of the cruiser, and troopers tell us that he's receiving care. He went to the vet where he's been examined for his injuries, and he is perfectly fine and healthy. And after all of this is said and done, I know that this dog will find a loving home.
A better one than he had. That is terrible. Who does that? That's a nice, it looks like a bull terrier. Remember Spuds McKenzie?
Yeah,
that blast from the past? Yeah.
And no fault of this dog's,
yeah,
you know.
That's crazy. Glad the troopers spotted him there.
Well, Fox 13's Jordan Bowen now. We're going to join him at Curtis Hickson in downtown Tampa with the latest on the conditions there.
We're here at Curtis Hickson Park in downtown Tampa, and take a look at the conditions here behind me. Heavy rain coming down in the park. You can see the buildings there in the background. Right now, we've just been experiencing the heavy rain. You can see some pockets of puddles starting to collect there on the grass. Several seagulls out there also taking in the rain. Perhaps they don't know what to do, what's going on. As our drive out here, we saw a few people out and about. We saw one guy on his motorbike. We've seen a couple homeless people taking refuge here under the covering here at the Children's Museum. But that's the latest on the conditions here. We know during Helene, there was several feet of water here. We'll see what happens with Milton. But right now, that's the latest here at Curtis Hickson Park in downtown Tampa. Reporting for Fox 13, Jordan Bowen.
All right, Jordan, thank you. Well, Governor Ron DeSantis is in Lake City this afternoon, where he just gave another update on the state's final preparations for this hurricane.
DeSantis reminded Floridians that this storm is not just a threat on the Gulf Coast.
It's not just about where it makes landfall. It's going to barrel across the state of Florida. It's going to exit on the east coast of Florida, and that also can produce some storm surge. So just make sure if you're on the east coast of Florida that you understand this is not just a West Coast event. The major effects for surge will be on the west, but there is going to be impacts far inland and on the other coast in the state of Florida.
State officials will be working with the White House and FEMA to get relief to anyone who's affected by the storm as quickly as possible.
Tampa Mayor Jane Castor gave an update on Milton, and she says the biggest concern for the city is storm surge.
That storm surge is still the biggest issue that we're looking at. Any of you who went through Hurricane Helene, that was 4 to 6 feet, and that was more devastation than I've seen in my life. So Milton is bringing the possibility of bringing twice as much storm surge here, from 12 to 15 feet. That is something that is historical, not only for our community, but really for our nation.
Another concern for the city, the debris left over from Helene. Mayor Castor says solid waste crews were out earlier today trying to get as much as they can. In 2 weeks, they've been able to pick up 70 to 80% of all the debris left from Helene.
Yeah, that's the thing, this being a double whammy. Helene just coming 2 weeks ago. A lot of communities are like that, with debris scattered everywhere. The town and country area in Hillsborough County also was covered by debris after many homes were flooded there.
Yeah, county crews tried hard to get as much picked up as they could before Milton's arrival.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm at the Baycrest Park neighborhood here in the town and country area. This is right off Memorial Highway. Now, this neighborhood is surrounded by canals, and as the afternoon leads into the evening, we're already seeing pooling in the streets. Some roads are already impassable, but fortunately, we are seeing people staying off the roads and sandbagging their homes and boarding up. But unfortunately, there is a lot of outstanding debris along the roadways, everything from dressers to furniture to appliances, you name it. So this is definitely a concern for these neighbors, but once again, they are definitely taking those precautions to protect their homes as much as possible. For now, I'm in Town and Country. Jennifer Baglis, Fox 13 News.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. We've got Paul Delgado back in with us now. Cat 3, still very a major hurricane. Nothing really changes with that.
We'll say this morning, so I'll be honest, it's been tough to sleep. So I'm up a couple times a night. Feel like I'm just checking on a kid, you know, because you get online and see how things are going. And it was still a Cat 5 this morning, and still a well-developed eye, but thankfully, as expected, right along our coast, just the whole atmosphere is different than it is out in the Gulf, more sheer, more dry air, which is good.
Right.
So the pressure's up, pressure up's good. Winds falling a little bit, but still strong enough to give us, obviously, some big issues. The tornado setup today has been incredible. And these aren't the ones that, you know, we talk a lot about never reaching the ground. There was a huge one.
The videos on social media are, the one crossed I-75.
Down by Milton.
Yeah.
And there's one in North Fort Myers that did all kinds of damage.
Wow.
And what that shows, by the way, is we call it shear. There's so much energy rotating around the hurricane that ended up over our state, and that's what produces the tornado. That shows powerful hurricane.
Yeah, has that died down some?
Well, I think what's going to happen too is the tornado threat may start slipping north up towards Ocala and Gainesville. So in the meantime, we talked about all the hazards are in play. Rain, got the wind, got the storm surge, got the tornadoes. Let's take a look what's going on. Got some cameras. Hopefully they'll be up for a while. Sometimes these cameras will struggle when the winds get really strong. Windy Hudson Beach. 72 degrees, east-northeast winds at 24. This is a look at the Manatee River, and I feel like I just did this view, and I did, like 2 weeks ago, showing a rough Manatee River from Helene. Now we're dealing with Milton, 77 degrees. This is Plymouth Harbor, Lido Key, so this is looking out towards the Gulf. And some of the worst weather that's coming on shore now is coastal Manatee and Sarasota counties with some flooding underway. And downtown Tampa cam, as expected, is bouncing up and down. The power outage numbers continue to increase. No shocker. And then the Tampa cam is just all over the place with very heavy rain. Freshwater flooding. We talk a lot about the storm surge flooding, and we should. But freshwater flooding can be a big deal. And we learned that certainly from Debbie. And we will see, I think, areas of freshwater flooding this afternoon and tonight. Here's the center. The eye is open to the southwest. The hurricane moved away from its little spot in the Gulf. That was, do you remember the discussion I had? Like, if you're going to have a Cat 5 hurricane, everything has to work perfectly. Think of a hurricane as a big engine. And if something breaks in the engine, or just doesn't work right, the engine kind of starts struggling a little bit. Same thing with a hurricane. When it's a Cat 5 and it's producing winds of 175 and 180, everything has to be perfect to make that happen. When something goes wrong, or kind of right, the winds begin to drop and the pressure starts rising, and that's what's happening now because it's feeling the effects of some dry air from the south and some shear. Look how heavy the rain is here. This is all up and down 75 and all in the areas along the coast. This is the same spot, unfortunately, that really struggled from Helene with the flooding. You're getting heavy rain now. They get some high water too. You get landfall, you know, if you take it here, and it kind of looks like it's going to go maybe up towards Holmes Beach or Bradenton Beach or Anna Maria, then maybe get a little south or in the bay. That kind of looks like the track to me as of right now. And I just kind of do little points and I move across. There'll be little wobbles along the way, but it's getting pretty close to the coast. So it's, you know, it's going to be someplace kind of in the zone because the center's here. It's not going to be here, and it probably won't be here, and it's not going to be up in Pasco, so it's probably just going to be right in this zone, and a lot of that will determine how much coastal flooding we get in Siesta Key and up the road towards Holmes Beach and up the road into Anna Maria and then into Tampa Bay. We'll continue to watch that. As of 4 o'clock, just 100 miles southwest of us, and it's moving 17 miles an hour, so let's see, 17... so if you maybe 5 hours, I think it's a little earlier than that. I think landfall could be as soon as like 8, 9, 10. Makes sense to me. Cat 3, and we'll wait to see how the Hurricane Center kind of changes or deals with that little shift. This is still a very powerful storm, no doubt about that. And then it slices across the state, and then it's east of our state by tomorrow evening. Cat 3 top winds will be about 125. The storm surge, this is all live data. And notice how some of the numbers here, some of the water levels are actually higher on the intracoastal side because the winds are still blowing from the east. But the winds begin to shift to the south and southwest depending on the track. Then the water begins to build up on the Gulf side. You can flood from the east side too on many of the intracoastal waterways. You can kind of see that as you move down towards Siesta Key. Really concerned about this area, I really am. This is a population. It's a spot that struggled during Helene. Don't want to see this happen again. But with a storm going north, I think this is a spot that may get some significant storm surge. May not be 15 feet, but if it's not that high, it's going to be pretty close. And you just know the kind of problems they'll have with water that high. And then as you head south, still very high water, all the way down into sections of Englewood and all the way down to Port Charlotte. The tides are high. Well, they were this morning. They're heading for low tonight, right around 10:58 in Clearwater. Anna Maria will have a low tide at 10:27 in the morning, and then at 3:37 in the morning, and then high tide at 6:51 a.m., 4:21 a.m. in Sarasota. Look at the winds now. Wind gusts in St. Pete at 63. And that's still, with the eye or the core, still pretty far offshore. So it'll be higher. And this is the zone here where the winds will probably gust over 100 in the next few hours. That's that core we talked about a lot. Areas away from the core will have 45, 60, gusts to 70. And then as you're watching us tonight, we'll follow that core, what's left of it, as it moves across the state. This is how it looks kind of visually. This should change on the 5 o'clock update, and I think it should. It seems like it's a little bit far south, but that's the 75-mile-an-hour plus winds, and then it kind of moves across the peninsula. It gets a little bit smaller and starts heading for the East Coast. A little update. I'll tell you one nice thing. I mean, the big scheme of things, I just checked the models ahead. Lower dew points. Wish we had lower dew points now, but this is how it's going to play into next week. A lot more coming up on Milton. Back to you guys.
All right, we're continuing to track the hurricane, and we will be back right after this. with officials expecting power to be out to potentially over 1 million people for an untold amount of time. What's the best way to stay safe? Fox 13's Evan Axelbank is live in Tampa now with some answers for us. Evan.
Yeah, first of all, I want to show you how things are doing out here. We're about 5 stories up in a parking garage here in downtown Tampa. Just take a look. Just over the side here, you can see the Hillsborough River coming down there, flowing south. Without a doubt, it's certainly a little bit higher than it normally is. We're, of course, waiting to see if we get that significant storm surge. And then just pan over here to the right a little bit. You can see here, take a look at that. That's the Cass Street Bridge, and you can see it is just an absolute ghost town here in downtown Tampa. Unbelievable. Incredible to see, and certainly that is an indication that people are heeding the warnings. We just spoke with officials from Florida Power and Light, which serves power and serves customers, about 500,000 of them in Manatee and Sarasota counties. They say they've got 50,000 line workers here and ready to go to restore power. First of all, when it comes to food, keep refrigerators and freezers closed for as long as possible. Obviously, if the power goes out, you should have as much non-perishable food as possible. Once it does go out, refrigerators only keep food cold for about 4 hours. Freezers do last a little bit longer, potentially 2 days. Now, having a cooler on hand with ice already filled up can be a real help. You should also have, of course, flashlights ready, and also charge cell phone battery backups and have those ready to go once that power does turn out. Florida Power and Light says they have thousands of line workers ready to go, and that some are already in the field working, reacting to outages in real time.
So the first thing is, remember that if the power is out in your home, we know. It is important for us to make sure that we can keep the power on your home as long as possible. If the power has been out on your home and you have damage, whether it's flooding damage, whether something has hit the electrical lines outside the house, something has hit your meter, so on, it will be very important for you to contact a licensed electrician to make sure your house is safe to receive power.
And when it comes to power, when it comes to being ready for the power to turn back on, appliances and other heavy electronics should be disconnected to avoid surges. Any food that rises to above 40 degrees should be thrown away. And also, of course, don't touch any generators or electrical equipment that is wet. Again, take a look. The rain is really coming down here in downtown Tampa right now. It even got harder over the last just couple of minutes. That we've been standing here. Without a doubt, you can just see, I'm not sure how well it's coming across on screen, but no question the rain is coming in pretty hard. The wind, not yet, not a lot of wind yet. I'm able to stand here. The rain is basically falling straight down, and we're not worried about any wind coming over us, at least right now. So we'll see how that changes over the next couple of days, couple of hours. But again, look at that, unbelievable. Downtown Tampa, ordinarily during rush hour here, it would be super busy right now, obviously. And right now, not a soul out here except us. Linda, Haley, back to you.
All right, Evan, a wealth of good information. Thanks so much.
And Evan, talking about those power outages, you know, one thing that will drive that is when these stronger winds come on shore. But we had so many tornadoes earlier that you look at the Duke Energy map, there's 1,000 out in Highlands County where there was some tornado activity earlier.
You were just tracking that a couple of hours ago, Jim.
Yeah, it was nonstop. I mean, at one point, we essentially had the entire county of Highlands County under a tornado warning. If not a tornado warning, it was a confirmed tornado warning. So, I mean, it's been a busy 4 or 5 hours now with these warnings, and we also got a number of pictures and video, and just absolutely amazing. I mean, we're always cautioning don't run outside and try and get this, but a number of these actually came from FDOT cameras, so we're safe. But just to look at these videos, it's just absolutely amazing to see something like this as well. And I mean, it's just been on top of all the historic things that we're seeing with this, the tornado outbreak that we're dealing with this. This was that confirmed tornado, obviously, Palm Beach County. This looks somewhat like a wedge tornado. Wedge tornadoes are actually pretty rare, especially in a tropical system, because these are typically some of your most violent tornadoes. This looks more like what you would see in Oklahoma or Kansas. And this was near Alligator Alley over towards Miles City over into Palm Beach County. This one here. Now, it's important to remember, you can't look at a tornado and say, hey, this is an EF1 or 2.
Right.
This is determined by when they do a survey and they see the damage. So tornadoes are ranked by the damage that they do. So you can't tell that until after the fact, but that one looks like a pretty strong, devastating tornado. The one plus side is it's obviously in a less populated area where you saw that.
Yeah, those wedge tornadoes, though, I don't remember seeing a whole lot of those in Florida.
Yeah, that's something, you don't see that in Florida very often. And to see this in a tropical system, because what we're used to seeing is more of those cone or those what we call rope tornadoes, or obviously we talk about water spouts over the water, but here you go again, looking at this, and what you're seeing here, just the dropping of this whole mesocyclone. That's the whole base of the cloud is now dropping down and rotating here. And once again, when you have these wedge tornadoes, they're very fat tornadoes at the ground. And so that's what also makes these very dangerous and destructive as well, because you're covering so much more area on the ground that's dealing with that tornado. And because of that, and just because of the whole structure of these, they tend to be your most powerful ones. This looks more like your typical, this is what we would call a cone tornado. So a little bit more of a slender, but it starts to get a little wider right at the top. So that, again, those can be very strong as well, but that's a bit more what most people, when we talk about a tornado, that's what they think about. And here you see yet another example here, just how quickly these come in. And when they're right on top of you like this, what you're dealing with is, this is what we call a rain wrap. So there's a tornado in there, but there's just so much rain around it. And many of these tornadoes, earlier on when me and Dave were talking about these, then when Valerie joined in, these are rain wrapped. These are the ones where we're always trying to caution people. Everybody wants to go outside and try and get that video or see it for themselves, which is often just a huge mistake, because you can have a situation like this where you can't tell when it's actually on top of you until it's too late. So
you
you
can't see it.
No, you can't see anything here except for just the obvious. Everything starts flying, and at that point, if you're outside, it can be too late for you before you even realize it. And that's a perfect example of a rain wrapped, which is essentially any tornado that is basically just shielded by all that water and rain.
Before we move on, I'm just so impressed earlier watching you with the technology that we have today. You can tell people the street that storm is approaching and give them time to find shelter in the bathroom or someplace in their home.
It really, the technology has just grown tremendously since I started in this business, started at Fox 13. I've been here almost 30 years, and when we went back, we couldn't do things like this. The resolution of the radar, but then to be able to zoom in right down to the street and look at all this stuff real time, just because of the computing technology and the radar technology that we have right now is just simply amazing. And you want to use these things to really hone down to the people that need to know at that moment, because we talk about this at any moment. That information, that little tidbit that you give, could save somebody's life, and that's what this is all about.
Sure. Hey, before we leave tornadoes real quick, do you foresee this continuing into the evening with these tornadoes?
I'll say right now we've got a nice lull here, which is something we've been waiting for. But as some of these other bands come through, there's certainly the possibility that we see more tornadoes. Do we see it at an extent like what we saw this afternoon? Probably not. But, at this point, as soon as you say something like that, something bad is going to happen. But I do expect that we'll see more tornadoes or tornado warnings as we go through the rest of this event throughout this evening, at least.
All right, Jim Weber. Thank you, Jim.
Sure.
Well, our first responders will go to their safe place when conditions get worse.
Yeah, that means they can't come to you. So, the conditions have to improve. But we do want to tell you that one fire truck in Tampa was involved in a crash with a Tesla. Fox 13's Jordan Bowen was at the scene of that.
We're here at the scene of a crash involving a fire truck and a Tesla. Look here behind me. We're told that, according to Tampa police, this Tesla T-boned this fire truck. Kevin's going to show you here in a second. We're here at the intersection of Kennedy Boulevard and Florida Avenue here in downtown Tampa. Tampa police have been here for about the last 20 minutes or so, and according to an officer we spoke with, it appears that the driver of the red Tesla may have ran a red light and T-boned into the fire truck. We know there is a camera here at this intersection. Police say they're going to look at the footage to try and determine exactly what happened here, but obviously this is an example of what can happen when you're out and the conditions are like they are right now. This is just one of the incidents that we've come across, this crash here in downtown. We haven't seen a lot of cars out and about. We're told that the driver is expected to be okay. It was just minor injuries, we're told. She was taken in ambulance to a local hospital to be checked out. But as far as police say, the person who was driving this Tesla just has minor injuries. That's the very latest right now here in downtown Tampa. We'll go ahead and send it back to you guys.
Thank you. Well, that's another good reason not to be out on the road. You just never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, emergency vehicles are trying to get to places where there are emergencies, so stay off the roads for now.
Speaking of our first responders in Pinellas County, they're standing by as Milton comes on land.
Fox 13's Brianna Arredondo joins us now from the Emergency Operations Center in Largo. Brianna, they're getting ready there. What are they doing as we see this storm get ever closer to our coastline?
Yeah, they're absolutely ready, Chris. This is the main staging area for this response to Milton. You can see behind me, everyone is just behind their computer screens. Right now, they're answering calls, passing along any information that they need to residents. And their main concerns for tonight are going to be storm surge for those coastal communities and also the winds. Now, we did step outside earlier today, and here's a look at what was the conditions outside of the Emergency Operations Center here. The rain was really coming down at that point, and also the winds were picking up when we were outside. Now, there will be a shelter-in-place alert that will be coming sometime later on this evening when it will no longer be safe for people to be outside. We're told county officials say that they saw a lot of people evacuating over the last couple of days, and that is exactly what they want to see. Their shelters are also filling up. I just got an update saying that there's about 11,000 people who are in those county shelters here, and also about 615 animals as well. They did have to open up 3 more shelters earlier in the day today because they really just wanted to have a spot for people to stay and shelter in place and be safe. Now, they do believe that people are taking this storm more seriously after, of course, just going through Helene. And we also spoke to a county spokesperson about the reports that they're getting in so far.
We're starting to get reports of street flooding, and one of the hazards and one of the dangers during a storm can just be travel. People going out in dangerous conditions.
Yeah, now, again, where we are, this building is in Largo. It houses the Sheriff's Office and Emergency Management, and during storms like this, they activate it. They have people here from a wide variety of agencies. They've got FWC that's here, Army is here, fire, police, Sheriff's Office, of course, utilities, FEMA, people from nonprofits who are going to need to respond to folks in that recovery and response phase as well. One thing that they did mention to me is later on tonight, before we get into that point where there's going to be those power outages and any potential cell service outages, they really want people to sign up for Alert Pinellas. You can do that through the county's website. You know, I Googled it really quick, and it was one of the first things that popped up for me. So that way, if anything happens, you're able to get those text alerts about what is going on here in the Pinellas County area. And for anyone, really, I mean, you can go to your county's website and sign up for those alerts. So you get those alerts for wherever you are living in this community. Back to you.
All right, Brianna Arredondo, live for us there in Largo, the Emergency Operations Center for Pinellas County.
Has this storm sped up? I thought at one point we thought it was going to be like an overnight storm, and now maybe
I think it's a little bit faster. I think the point where the beginning of the eye or eye wall touches land next couple of hours. We'll get kind of a new track and some thoughts from the Hurricane Center, but now it's really just a matter of kind of watching the radar, watching the wind speeds, and just getting a sense. Now we do that thing we talk about, we nowcast, we don't forecast.
Right.
Wind speeds up to 60. Right now in downtown St. Pete, the storm's still offshore, so it would make sense you get 80, 90, 100 coming up on the way. Let's take the radar, and I'll actually walk in front of it, and can you do that? Does that work? Can we do the radar full?
We can do anything for you.
Takes a while. Magic. The flood warnings are up in Manatee County. This area right here, and I'll kind of circle it, as far as flooding goes, it's going to be mainly in sections of northern Hillsborough, because anything north of the center, now that the storm is kind of becoming some winter characteristics to it. In a winter storm, all the weather's usually on the north and northeast side. That's kind of happening here, and mainly north of Hillsborough County and into Pasco County, rainfall totals could be 1.5 feet as the storm kind of slides to the east. A combination of a tropical system, non-tropical system, and that combination will produce a lot of energy in the atmosphere. So even though it's not a pure tropical system, it can produce incredible amounts of rain and a lot of wind. And look out, I mean, right here, through Tampa and then through Pinellas and St. Pete, this whole zone is going to have a long-lasting stretch, maybe hours, of rainfall rates at like 3, 4, 5, 6 inches per hour. And it's not going to take long for the numbers to come up. And, you know, you're talking soon 10 inches and then 15. It's certainly a possibility. Now, inland areas, you'll see the rain begin to increase and the wind. For now, hasn't been a big problem. But as the center begins to drift inland, your winds will pick up as well. There's the center, kind of see it kind of approaching, and, you know, when I kind of extrapolate, it's really, Nash, do me a favor, can you stop the radar on the last frame? And maybe if you could, yeah, that's exactly right. Just kind of back and maybe kind of circle, maybe just kind of highlight this here. Okay, this is the kind of the northern edge of the eye wall. It's eroded to the south, and that is because dry air and shear has come into play as we expected. The way it played out in the eastern Gulf was pretty much spot on. But the leading edge here is the worst weather. This little circle, not a full circle, kind of a half circle. This is going to start bumping up, moving towards places like Bradenton Beach, Holmes Beach, Anna Maria, the mouth of Tampa Bay, and maybe into like St. Pete Beach, getting into some of that. Then it will probably slide east and start moving inland. That's going to be the worst weather that the hurricane can provide. It's going to be right here. Can you stop it one more time? And then on the last frame, there you go. So it's this right here is going to end up sliding east-northeast. And the strongest winds that the hurricane has or is providing is here. In this section is the strongest winds. We got 60 here. There's no other place around that's going to have any stronger winds except right on that eye wall. I'm hoping, as far as the winds go, that there'll be continued weakening. We'll see if it's still a Cat 3 when the advisory comes up in about 5 or 10 minutes and see how they handle that. Put it back into motion, and everything looks on track as far as that is concerned. Thankfully, tornado warnings have taken a break, and I don't think there's any more of those coming up, at least in the short term, maybe a few more later on tonight. But the freshwater flooding, which we talked about, that could be an issue. It looks like it's going to be an issue. I just saw a rainfall report from Manatee County, already 5 inches of rain. Flood warnings are up, and this system is going to continue to slide east-northeast. So stay in your safe spot. If you're in a well-built home, I think you're okay. And if you're away from the water, that's good. And we'll get through the system together, and hopefully we'll get some better weather in a day or two. Back to you guys.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. So we're getting video from across the Bay Area showing how the hurricane is already affecting us.
Yeah, take a look here at this time lapse from Lido Beach in Sarasota. Now, luckily, we don't see anyone out there on the beach. Obviously, they shouldn't be behind those buildings there. But 30-second video here just kind of shows you how the waves get rougher, and as you can see them starting to white cap a little out there. Like you might see, you know, out in the Pacific, they get bigger even as the video plays on. Maybe Atlantic more than Pacific, but you guys see what I mean there. It's just all that wind driving that water toward the shore, and that will get stronger as the hurricane gets closer to our coastline.
So let's take a look now at the St. Pete Pier, and we're going to show you how it looked this afternoon with winds whipping up the waves. Our reporter, Kaylee Tracy, was out at Dock Fords, which is near the pier. Palm trees blowing in the wind, but when we were going back and forth live to her, the wind was already picking up. You can see the high water there. So this is...
and here's a guy out for his afternoon jog. That's, wow.
That's
getting that run
dedication,
in.
I guess, yeah.
True Florida man right there. Let's hope he's in a safe place now. Okay, these aerials show the University of Tampa. You can see the rain there looking out towards the Hillsborough River. That is right over the Hillsborough River, actually. You see one of the bridges there in the distance, downtown Tampa. That's near where Evan Axelbank was earlier, just kind of remarking how eerie it is to see such a busy part of the city so quiet here on this Wednesday evening.
Yeah. Tampa's Krause Pumping Station protected from tidal surge. They put up something they call a tiger dam all around the station. This photo came from the city. And what it does is it ensures that wastewater will continue to flow throughout our system during the storm, and the pump station should not have to shut down. Nobody wants that.
No, which they had to deal with in St. Petersburg during Helene, and we heard the mayor saying earlier that's a very likely possibility again during this hurricane.
Yeah, so the rain bands of Milton are soaking Tampa Bay as we speak.
Yeah, this is going to be a big issue with the storm, is the freshwater flooding from all the rainfall. Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis gives us a look from Dunedin.
We are in downtown Dunedin, and you can see all of these local businesses. We've got a hot dog shop here, a hair salon, all boarded up. Everything along this main street is boarded up in downtown Dunedin. Take a look. I want you to see this store over here. It says, "We woof you." This is a neighborhood pet store and spa. So there's certainly people taking some of those messages put on boards with some positivity for the community. But this area did not have direct impacts from Helene. This is in evacuation zones B and C in this downtown Dunedin area. And so business owners now taking those precautions. They've got sandbags. They have got their boards up right now. But certainly this is in the path of Milton. Evacuation zones A, B, and C were called here in Pinellas County. And so this area is bracing for that storm when it makes landfall tonight. Certainly hoping for the best for all of these businesses that managed to make it through Helene. But of course tonight, when Milton makes landfall, it is going to be a lot more powerful, and this area is expected to see some of that storm surge that we are certainly hoping stays to the south of us. But again, this is downtown Dunedin. This is in one of the evacuation zones. Most people are off the roads. There are some people still out here. So many of these business owners have taken precautions to secure their business, and this business here at the Living Room Restaurant and Lounge, they even have a little sign. They've got a camera out here. It says, "We are watching." Obviously, there is some concern for looting after this storm. They don't know what kind of condition their businesses are going to be in after, and certainly looting is a concern. We do know that police, the sheriff's office, they're going to be stepping up those patrols afterwards, just like we saw after the aftermath of Helene. But again, out here in Dunedin, people have taken those precautions to secure their businesses, as this is in one of those evacuation zones. For now, I'll send it back to you. In Dunedin, Genevieve Curtis, Fox 13 News.
All right, Genevieve, thank you. Fort Myers already feeling the effects. This is what we showed you about 10 minutes ago with Jim Weber, but this is one of those rain-wrapped tornadoes. We believe, now no tornado confirmed, but it does appear to be a tornado because we had tornado warnings in this area of Fort Myers. You can see just how strong the wind is there. Security camera captured this footage, and I want you to pay attention to that because this was not a resident going outside to get video, and of course you should not do the same. Let those security cameras do the work there for you, but still not confirmed yet whether that was a tornado. They'll have to investigate that. Fort Myers experiencing some flooding problems too. Neighborhood streets there full of water after we saw some of those heavier bands come through, the heavier bands of rain blowing some debris around there and knocking down trees.
With Milton just hours from making landfall in Florida, the state is getting a big help from Chicago. Tow trucks. 70 trucks are on their way thanks to multiple tow trucking companies. One company owner who is headed down to Tampa to lead hurricane relief efforts spoke about the importance tow trucks will have after Milton.
A lot of people don't look at towers as heroes, right? But this is what we sign up for. This is a situation where when we call, when we get the call, I should say, we have to go.
Many vehicles are expected to be damaged from flooding, and these tow trucks will help with that. We learned that during Helene.
Yes, appreciate them being in the area, though.
Yes.
Thank you. We've got power crews here from California. How about that? Everyone's showing up. in our moment of need. Don't forget, you can monitor our storm coverage even when you're away from the TV. All you got to do is go to our website. We stream all of our newscasts right there, fox13news.com. You can watch on your device, your tablet, also through the Fox local app. And if you lose power or you're trying to save battery on your device, keep in mind, a lot of local radio stations carrying our newscast, 102.5 The Bone, 97X, 101.5 The Vibe. We thank our radio partners, too.
Yes, we do.
All right, stay with us. Continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton continues right after this short break. I'm Chris Cato. We continue our coverage of Hurricane Milton, getting ever closer to this massive storm making landfall. It has weakened a bit, thankfully. Let's go to Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado in Nash. Paul?
We're going through the graphics. Look at the view. Look at downtown right now. The wind blow. Wow. Northeast of 20. So this is what we're waiting for to come in. And we expected this to happen. Now, unlike what I showed you during the 4 o'clock hour, this makes sense. The other one didn't make any sense because there was no way the track was going to make that quick of a right-hand turn. So we said all along, just south of Tampa Bay South makes the most sense last night, and I think landfall is going to be like Holmes Beach, Bradenton Beach, Anna Maria, and it's, you know, the core of the hurricane as it moves onshore is not one little point. So it's really the whole area. Because, as you know, again, and you can come back to me on a camera here if you want, it's not exactly a point. It's because the hurricane is like concave shape, and that leading edge, like right here, so it's not like it's one point. The hurricane is leading edge with the front end of the wall coming onshore, and that's going to bump onshore. So it'll be, if I say it looks like Anna Maria or Holmes Beach, it's kind of the whole area, because they'll see that just going to move in.
And the eye is expanding at this time, too, which adds a whole other dimension of complication to trying to find where that center is. And I think that this new adjustment makes sense from what we were looking at, the track it was taking, and how much farther east it has to get back to that original track.
Yeah, and you can pop it back up because we'll show the numbers again. Top wind's now 120. So it is a Category 3, and it may make landfall as an upper end 2 or 3, but storm surge is the biggest story too. It's moving along. So if it is, what is the position offshore? Can we find that out? Let's go to this one. So it's one. So, oh, they did Orlando.
Oh, they flipped it.
They flipped it. Let me read it on my. Let me see. I just want to see the distance, what they're using.
Well, you find the distance, expanding the cone out, no major changes here. Still expecting
like
a hurricane across our state, emerging from the other side, and then weakening back to a tropical storm heading into Thursday.
But as far as the distance offshore, it looks like to be like 70 to 80 miles off our coastline. And if it's moving northeast at 17, 3-4 hours, it'll be onshore, and then it'll continue that track. All the hazards continue.
Important to note, too, that all of those impacts are on the leading edge as well of that eye, so you're going to feel that before it even pushes completely onshore. That time of arrival for landfall, just the time when the center is going to make its way onshore, not necessarily the strong onshore winds and that leading storm surge south of it.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Hurricane Center got it right at 5 o'clock. And the problem is at 4 o'clock, all of the track that you were looking at was based on 11 o'clock, so it gets old. And when a hurricane wobbles and it kind of drifts out of that track, it just doesn't look right because we're zoomed in so tight as we get close to landfall. I want to show the view. I mean, this is the view here on our downtown Tampa camp. But let me go in front of the wall. We'll just talk, and I'll throw it back to you, Nash, if you want to do some of this. But I think the most important note here, as we kind of explain how this is going to work out, is this. So here's the hurricane. The weather is all north and northeast of it, but the worst weather of the entire hurricane, where is that? I mean, what's the most impactful amount of wind and probably the heaviest rain? It's really right here. So all of this will end up moving through Manatee County, some of Sarasota County, and the storm surge south is going to be problematic from the point of landfall. And then all of this is going to end up moving up towards Tampa Bay. So think about this for a second. Along with the wind, we still have a good 4 to 5 hours of extremely heavy rain around Tampa Bay. And last time I looked was an hour ago. We're going to easily end up with a foot and a half of rain on top of ground that has dealt with a wet summer. So there's going to be some flooding. There's no doubt about that. And these wind speeds here are probably running about 100 to 120, and some of that is going to start bumping onshore. Now, as the hurricane moves across the state, it's going to weaken quite a bit, but there could be some tree damage along the way, maybe an additional tornado or two, and we're going to watch that track all the way across. Is this incorporating the 5 o'clock data?
I was pulling it up to see if it did. Difficult to tell. I believe it does. It does, yes.
So this is the hurricane force winds, which is like the donut, the red part. Okay, that's the hurricane force winds. Is there any way to zoom in? Can you manually zoom in on that?
Yes.
Just to kind of show, get in real tight on it if you can. There you go. Thank you. So that red area is where we're expecting winds to exceed 75 miles an hour. And it's all of Tampa Bay. It's South Tampa. It's some of Pinellas. I mean, it may not be, I'll be honest, it may not be 100% on, but this is a general feel. And then, so those of you that said, what can I expect in my town? This is a good illustration of what you can expect in your town. You should know where you are on the map. And this is the hurricane force winds moving across the state towards Orlando, towards Melbourne, out by the Cape, maybe up to Daytona. Now, it gets smaller because the hurricane is weakening and the amount or where the hurricane force winds begins to shrink because it's been over land for a long time. Let's go back. I think this is a good graphic. Again, so pick out your location, and a lot of you are going to have winds over 60. And then the yellow, just so you know what you're looking at, because I think sometimes the map's confusing. Yellow is tropical storm force winds. Orange is winds 60 plus, and red is hurricane force winds. So you get a sense of how this is going to play out tonight on that path. So what does it show? If you're watching me, Southern Highlands County, down by, say, Hardy, DeSoto, and even southern Sarasota County, you're not going to probably have hurricane force winds. That's important, and that's good because you're going to be in your safe spot, and you feel better about the fact that your home will probably be okay with minimal or no damage. So the zone of red here is where that whole eye wall or the core of the hurricane is going to slide across the state, mainly from like west-southwest to east-northeast. Now, let's leave it there, Nash. What's important about this, think about the population here. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people that's going to have a rough night. So this is going to be Wednesday at 10:30. So right now it's 5:05. So next 5-6 hours, think of the number of people that live here. Our friends in Manatee, Sarasota, Sun City Center, getting up to Brandon, Tampa, then maybe half of Pinellas. And this doesn't mean necessarily that we'll have sustained winds of 75 plus. There may be lulls. We get down to 50 or 60, then it gusts back up, 80, 90, then goes back down to 40, 50, 60. That's the rough weather. This will end up being, you know, when I say all the hurricane has to offer as far as energy and weather, this will be it right here. And then it'll slide east-northeast towards the east coast, and that little red circle will get smaller and smaller because it's been over land. Let's check out the winds now. What do we have? 58 St. Pete, 52 Clearwater, 40 in Tampa. As far as the storm surge goes, if the track is like we think it will be, Tampa Bay is going to be kind of interesting because there's going to be water that's going to be pushed up the bay because of the storm pushing the water as it moves that way. But at the same time, the track's a little bit south. The winds are wanting to push the water back out. So it's going to be interesting to see how high the numbers get. Now, more importantly, south of the line, and I'm talking Siesta Key, I'm talking down by Bradenton Beach, that whole area will get the highest storm surge, and then the numbers will start dropping as you head to the south and southeast. This is still, I think, in question. I'm not really concerned up here because the hurricane's going this way and the winds are blowing this way, so this shouldn't be a big problem. But Tampa Bay is going to be kind of interesting. So I think we'll spend the night, Nash, you probably agree with me, it's kind of watching the water levels to see how you have competing factors. You have winds that want to blow out, and you have water that wants to come in. And then once the hurricane gets by us and, say, heads up towards Mulberry, Fort Meade, the winds will start going west, will start going north-northwest, and the water goes out of the bay. So once the hurricane goes east of us, then all the water starts being moved away because the winds on the backside start going north, northwest, maybe some lingering high water south. So the whole storm surge issue is a bit more clear-cut south, but it's kind of a battle around Tampa Bay, and then north, it's clearly an offshore wind. So I hope all of that made sense. I think for now, we'll show you a couple things. We're going to continue to show radar trends and wind speeds. I mean, that's really about, and water heights along the coast, and there's more, and the amount of rain that's accumulating, because the rain accumulations will end up being a big part of Milton's story too, on top of the tornadoes we had earlier. So we're on it, and Nash, if you want to take over and do some, you're welcome to. It's up to you.
Yeah.
I'll throw it back to the set.
Well, let's check out current wind gusts right now, Paul. You mentioned those gusts climbing up now to 58, 60 miles per hour out there near St. Pete. We're going to continue to watch those increase, and all those offshore winds will turn onshore for areas farther south as this pushes onshore. We are still deciding exactly where that potential landfall point will be. Important to note, though, that power outage map that we're already starting to see climb to the thousands in several counties is likely going to continue to climb as well, as the power outages will only go upward from here. The center of that circulation housing the strongest of winds. And because, Paul, we've been talking about how saturated the ground is with all the rainfall we've seen, not even just from this event, but leading up to this event with Debbie and Helene. That's going to make that ground extra soggy, saturated, and unfortunately that could lead to downed trees, power outages, utility poles that could tumble over and lead to even more outages as this sweeps across the state. Helene stayed off the shoreline. This one's coming onshore. So areas inland and east of I-75 can unfortunately expect to see impacts where maybe they missed out on them entirely with this last event. And then all of this pushes off to the east coast. Those winds will be out of the north heading into the early hours of Thursday morning, 5 a.m. here, with more of those outages pushing off to the opposite side of the state. Paul, we've been looking at the center of this circulation, and we noted about an hour ago that this was riding north of that forecast line, that forecast landfall point that the National Hurricane Center puts out. As of their latest correction, I think it's on the money with the thinking that this is, at the moment, on point, on line to head right on the northwesternmost tip there of Manatee County. We're going to continue watching this and seeing if this wiggles, wobbles, takes any weird directions here, but the eye is getting larger. Drier air is funneling into the south side of it, and that's one of a number of factors we're going to be monitoring with this system. But for now, we're going to keep an eye on it here in the Weather Center and send it back to you two at the desk.
All right, thank you, Nash.
Yeah, a lot of crucial information to digest with that. Hopefully people who saw themselves in those severe areas take it to heart, especially the next couple hours.
Yeah, I think seeing Paul showing the hurricane force winds over the biggest center of our population, Tampa, St. Pete, Sarasota, we know that power outages are going to be a major problem following the storm here.
Yeah. And you need to be in a safe place, and hopefully you're there right now.
Yeah. Also, Sarasota County, as Paul pointed out, if those hurricane force winds are coming in around Sarasota, you know, obviously that's not good. And then the storm surge is going to be a big story just to the south of that. Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon is live in the Gulf Gate community there in Sarasota County. Kimberly, but you have been all over Sarasota and Manatee counties. Maybe you just heard Paul a few minutes ago say possible point of landfall is Holmes Beach or Sarasota. Obviously, that's an area that you know better than any of us, and you know what they've been through 2 weeks ago with Helene.
Chris, I do. I was trying not to tear up there on you. Obviously, I grew up on Holmes Beach, and in Sarasota here, this is where my family's at. Sorry, I do not mean to cry during this. But just as you said that, it kind of hits reality. So many of my friends, so many of our family members have had impacts from Helene and now possibly Milton. Just so I don't get too emotional, I want to show you right now just some of the wind gusts that we're seeing out here in Sarasota. I covered Hurricane Ian. We stayed here for Ian. These gusts are definitely picking up a lot more. Hurricane Ian was overnight, but these gusts have been steady all day long. We're taking cover right now at my house in Sarasota under the pool cage, so we feel kind of safe there. But up and down the coast in Manatee and Sarasota counties, so many continue to recover from Helene. All those efforts went on hold. What you're seeing right here is the Bayshore Gardens community and damage from Helene. Now, this area was badly damaged as well. I want to show you some video from a resident, Robert Prime. He's a lifelong Floridian, lived in Bayshore Gardens for decades, and this was the storm surge from Helene. It was so bad that it almost came up to the roofs of some of his neighbors' houses. Today, he did evacuate as we went out to his home, just hearing that the potential landfall could be on Holmes Beach, Anna Maria Island. This is right across the way from there. But he said, you know, as much as we have gone through already in this area, that as Floridians and as people who love this area, that we call this place home, that he will build back and help others to do the same.
I think you just get up every day and know that this is just part of living on the water. It's part of living in Florida, and it's got to help each other out. We got to get through this, and we got to rebuild the state of Florida. And thank God we've got Governor Ron DeSantis leading the way.
I want to talk to you, too. You said the night that Helene came in, you were here. We saw the downstairs, which is severely damaged. Go ahead and just talk about just what that was like.
I think yeah, it was the first time that I really got ready for a hurricane. I put 2 foot of plywood up on the walls, and when it breached the plywood, I kind of came upstairs and just resigned myself to what had happened. And the most haunting sound you'll ever hear in your life is your furniture beating off your walls. It's a terrible, terrible sound, and you can't do anything about it. So we're all going to get through this. We're going to rebuild, and we'll get back.
Yeah, and what you're seeing right here is some video from Sarasota Bay. It's kind of the calm before everything happened this morning. This was around 11 a.m. You could see furniture still out in the bay there from Helene, and residents concerned about just how much surge they will see today and the impacts that could likely alter the area forever. And again, it's really surreal to hear, for decades living in this area, having family as well. We've always felt so lucky knowing that the storms never came this close. Now they're coming so close to so many people. And it's just a hard thing to know what to do. Obviously, we need to stay safe. We need to stay with our family members, make sure everyone's okay. Omar and I just saw a couple people here in the Gulfgate neighborhood going to their cars, starting to leave once again. Still a little bit of time to do it, but really you got to get into a safe place within the next hour or two. Chris, back to you.
Yeah, good advice there. And just on a personal note, just hang in there, Kim. I mean, it's because of your reporting and your big heart that all of our viewers know exactly what kind of people live there on those barrier islands that took such a terrible blow from Helene. And because of your reporting, too, a lot of people made the safe decision to get out of harm's way this time. So keep up the great work and stay safe.
She is a professional, she is a reporter, but she's a human. And everyone out there is. This is a weather story right now, and that's what we're worried about, is what's to come. But really the big picture is this affects so many people, and maybe you need to cry. You know, we're all feeling those nerves, and we'll do our best to let everybody know what's coming and where
this is our home, and that's why we want to make sure everyone gets through it safe. Let's move it now to parts of Tampa now, where we're already seeing some flooded roads underwater. Of course, that includes Bayshore Boulevard.
Fox 13's Ariel Placencia joins us live there. Ariel, it doesn't take much for Bayshore to flood. What are you seeing out there?
You're exactly right. It doesn't at all. And the wind and the rain really coming down here in Tampa. So naturally, Bayshore Boulevard is already wet. The sidewalk certainly has a lot more water on it than it did when I saw you guys last about an hour ago. Again, we're here on Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. Now, I will say that the roads have remained open. When I was here for Hurricane Helene, we watched all that water just violently splash over the balustrades here. That's not what we have at play right now. Right now, we've got a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and you can see the road's already wet. Now, thankfully, in about the last hour, we have seen traffic overall gone down. There are fewer cars out here, fewer people out and about kind of taking a look around, but we have seen Bayshore already being taken over by water. And you can see this video, and I shot this a little while ago. You can already tell that those northbound lanes is sort of beginning near that intersection with Oregon Avenue, already completely underwater. You can barely kind of see those lane lines there. There were a few cars at that time driving around, and you can see when you look at them all that water that's kicking up. And again, it doesn't take much for Bayshore to flood, and so we were already seeing this about an hour ago, and we of course know that more water is on the way. Now, back here on Bayshore Boulevard, this is an area that we will certainly keep an eye on. Again, the streets taking on a significant amount of water. We have seen emergency vehicles pass by, but again, traffic lower on the low side, which is good because people really should be staying home at this point. I will also mention, again, Bayshore Boulevard, this is part of Zone A, which is under a mandatory evacuation here in Hillsborough County. So is Zone B. And also, because of the flooding that we saw with Hurricane Helene, and also some of those fires with electric vehicles, the city has allowed people to park their cars in some of the city garages. And when we were driving by earlier today, we saw people taking advantage of that. So certainly hoping that people will stay off the roads and that they move their cars to higher and safer ground earlier if they needed to do so. I'll send it back to you guys.
Ariel Placencia reporting tonight on Bayshore Boulevard. Ariel, thank you.
So when we stand, but Nash and I work over there, we have the open chat. So we have a kind of a discussion with our friends at the Weather Service. So we kind of know what they're thinking, and we can type, and they kind of answer us, go back and forth. It's kind of a team thing. So on the chat now is that they're probably going to issue what's called an extreme wind warning, which is rarely done. I mean, it's not like it was done up in the Big Bend when Helene made landfall. And since I've been here, I don't remember the last time one's been issued. It's really issued because the Weather Service says we need a way to let people know the wind you're about to experience is going to be really bad. Okay. And the criteria is, just so you know, the wind needs to be sustained. Sustained surface winds need to be greater than 100 knots, which is about 115 miles an hour.
Really?
So what they're doing is they're watching that core off the coast, and as it starts moving towards northern Manatee, where Kim is, and up towards Anna Maria, and probably maybe a little bit of southern Pinellas, that's where, and it's not going to be long lasting, it's going to be very small. It's not going to be like a whole county. It's something like Hillsborough. It's going to be really where it's going to happen. So get set for that. And also, if Nash is over here, so would that be one with the phones will go off for that, right?
Yes, this is.
That's
I
one
believe
of
this will
those
be
in the list of alerts that you get on your phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Similar to storm surge warnings, similar to the other alerts that set off your phones, that would likely go off if this was issued. And Paul, to your point earlier, last few times this has been issued, the storms have been Helene, most recently, Idalia. It was issued during Ian, and I was covering that storm when our area saw our phones go off just about an hour ahead of when those winds pushed through. Ida, Laura, other major hurricanes that this is reserved for. So a very rare issuance here. We'd expect this warning ahead of where that eye will likely make landfall. And I think that National Weather Service is still trying to hammer out those details, Paul, before they put out this warning.
Yeah, they don't put it out unless they're sure. This is one of those, you know, sometimes you get a severe thunderstorm warning and you go, it's kind of borderline, you know, maybe enough wind, maybe 50 knots. But when they issue this, it's something that they talk about and say, do you think, because it's extreme. And you get the phone goes off and you see 115 miles an hour. So really, they have to know it's going to happen before they issue it. So we'll see. I mean, not a sure thing.
And is it just people in that area that are getting the warning?
We're not all getting it. No, it says small geographic area. It's not going to be like, hey, there's a extreme wind warning now for all of Hillsborough County. It's going to be the spot where they think it's going to happen. So stay tuned for that.
When you say 150 miles per hour, now we know that is extremely strong wind. What type of impacts are we talking about? What could you expect?
It could knock down a tree. Can cause some structural damage, you know, type of thing where, you know, your shingles blow off and the pool cage comes down. You know, the type of weather that we can get in a really extreme severe thunderstorm here, it's almost like the damage you would get in one of our smaller tornadoes. So it's that kind of, you get a lot of tornadoes here with winds 100, 110 miles an hour. So that's it. This is ongoing, and this will continue inland as the storm moves onshore.
Storm has had many personalities, though, so far today, with the tornadoes that look like Oklahoma tornadoes, and then with the rainfall you were just discussing. I mean, I think that's going to be a huge story tomorrow. The flooding.
I agree 100%. And it's because a lot of our hurricane events here, like Irma, was landfall down to Marco Island, really not in our viewing area. Helene and Helene and Debbie never made landfall. It's been a long time since we've had a hurricane on the Gulf move on our land here in our viewing area, and when it does that, it brings the whole assortment of potential impacts. So that's the area in red, and where the winds should be sustained hurricane force, 75 or higher, and as Chris made a great point, that's a lot of people.
Biggest population base in that red right there.
Yeah, and that's going to happen. And if you look at it, kind of matches up on the clock. So you see on our Sky Tower logo, you see Wednesday at 10:30, and it'll be leading up to that because it'll be moving onshore. So next couple of hours, it's going to get pretty dicey right around Tampa Bay. I'm still, and I'll be honest about this, I'm still don't know exactly how the surge is going to play out in the Bay. The numbers, by the way, did you see, Nash? I think they went down 9 to 12. Not that it makes a huge difference, but from the point of landfall south, instead of being 10 to 15, it's 9 to 12. That's still a problem.
9 to 13, Paul.
Was it?
9 to 13.
What do they have in the Bay still?
In the Bay, 6 to 9.
They have 6 to 9 still in the Bay, but they do mention, finally, in their little discussion, that those numbers are all dependent on the landfall point. They're still kind of stuck with the broad brush thing to kind of cover everything, but it may not be that high in the Bay if the center makes landfall south.
But if it is 6 to 9 in the Bay, that's what we had during Helene, and that was bad. That was a problem for a lot of people.
All of the hazards that hurricanes can bring, we've had today.
Yeah.
And more to come, unfortunately.
Can we expect, I know at the beginning of this coverage that we had, especially in Highlands County, was tornado, tornado, tornado. Can we expect something like that again?
I don't think so. I think that part of the energy with the storm approaching has kind of swung up to the north, up towards Ocala and Gainesville.
Okay.
And now, actually, because the storm's being sheared, the storm has kind of a weird. Can you put the big radar view up? The hurricane has taken a weird appearance because it's transitioning from we call it pure tropical. It's almost like kind of a winter thing. So expand on that, Nash. Kind of a big view. And you'll see that the southern side doesn't have much, and that's because of the shear. So instead of being a perfect circle with rain on all 4 quadrants, it's the north and the northeast side getting all the weather, but the south side isn't getting much, and that's part of the shear. Nash is showing that leading edge of where, if they do put the extreme wind warning, that little donut, the front edge, is going to run on shore and potentially produce those winds. This is not a guarantee, but I just wanted to let you know what the conversation is right now with us and the Weather Service.
And with your setup there, with that going on shore, the strongest winds right around, I don't want to put a town on it, but you mentioned a couple of spots earlier. Let's say it's Sarasota, or maybe a little north. So the storm surge, the biggest storm surge problem is going to be
south of
there.
So that's the key.
Yeah.
All the way down towards Northport, and really all the way down towards Boca Grande. But you head south, and then obviously the surge numbers will drop. It's really just south of the landfall point. Right. Okay?
Okay.
Boy. All right, so next few hours are going to be
we'll watch it.
This.
Now really all it is, it's graphics, it's radar, and it is wind, and it is surge, and maybe an occasional tornado. That's really the story now. It's going to be a lot of radar views and wind speed graphics the next couple of hours.
Okay. All right,
thanks, Paul.
Yeah.
Well, in Pinellas County, conditions are worsening there as the hurricane approaches. Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy is in downtown St. Pete with the latest there.
The winds have picked up here in St. Pete. We're at Dock Fords. You can hear the winds whistling, and you can see those white caps breaking behind me in the bay, looking like the ocean out there. The conditions deteriorating over the past couple of hours. St. Pete PD seeing flooding across the city throughout the afternoon, and they urge you to please stay off the roads as these conditions are expected to continue to deteriorate. Officials say we'll see the hurricane force winds around midnight, and Mayor Ken Welch, he says expect services like water, sewer, and electric to be out after the storm for days and possibly weeks.
This is the reality of a direct hit from a powerful hurricane in our area. This is not a storm that we will recover from quickly. We have a long road ahead of us, but we will recover and we will rebuild together. We will all need to be patient and help our neighbors and our family members.
City officials expect to shut down the northeast and southwest sewer treatment facilities to keep operators of those sites safe. That's if 5 to 7 feet of water get onto those sites or if the winds get unsafe for them to be there. Officials are urging affected residents, if that does happen, not to flush the toilets, shower, or do laundry. City officials hope they can get those sites back online within 24 hours if they do have to shut them down. But like with a lot of unknowns with this storm, they say it could take longer, and they're asking for your patience. In St. Pete, Kaylee Tracy, Fox 13 News.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. And as Paul was pointing out earlier with the track and the winds getting so close now, it looks like our southern counties could get the worst of this.
Yeah, Manatee County is bracing for the dangerous wind and especially the storm surge. Fox 13's Evan Moon is at the Manatee Emergency Operations Center in Bradenton. Evan, what are you hearing there?
Hi, Haley. Well, obviously winds are picking up. I'm not sure how much longer we'll be able to stay out here. We're actually at a hotel in Bradenton and Ellenton area, and winds are picking up. Obviously, people have been really scared here the last 24 hours as they've seen the storm sort of shift, as you said, a little bit south of Tampa Bay and start heading directly towards people at this hotel. We've talked to people who were going to weather the storms, maybe from a non-evacuation zone, and they've decided to come here to the hotel and weather the storm. We've seen the power outage at the hotel actually already go off and on, so we're not expecting power to stay on at the hotel much longer. Now, Manatee County has issued mandatory evacuations for A, B, and C zones. That's a much more widespread evacuation order than this county has seen before, obviously, as this very powerful storm heads in this direction. But even people outside of those zones are getting out of their homes, like I talked about after Helene. I was speaking with the Bradenton mayor yesterday, and he was saying he was happy to see that shelters are open across the city and county. They are packed. Normally, before any given storm, he'll see 50 to 100 people in any shelter. But with Milton, thousands of people were flocking to every shelter in the county. Obviously, this is a very good thing. People are listening. They're heeding warnings. And we went to the most crowded shelter in Manatee County. It's an elementary school here in Bradenton. They're housing 1,500 people. They tell us that's just a huge number.
Surprised in some ways because in the past it's been lower numbers, but with it being more of a direct hit, I think Manatee County also learned from the last two storms the importance of sheltering regardless where you live, that it's important to get to a safe spot. With 1,500 guests, our school is full. We are utilizing every square footage of our school right now. Hallways, we have people in classrooms, approximately 20 to 30 people per classroom. We also are feeding 1,500 in our cafeteria, as well as housing approximately 200 pets.
By now, shelters are shutting down and getting ready to lock up as we have just a few more hours until potential landfall in this area. And we drove around. We saw homes boarded up. We even stopped by a Waffle House. And if you know what they're known for staying open throughout the most dangerous of storms. But as of 1 p.m. here in Bradenton, they were closed. So no one is taking risks here as they shouldn't. And of course, we're here at the hotel. As I was saying, there's a lot of evacuees here. And we were talking to people who live just 2 miles away, a lot of them in mobile home parks. And they say they totally expect that they will not go back to their homes in one piece, but they're hoping that they'll have their lives, they'll have their safety here. And there's such a sense of community, even in the lobby. There's sort of a potluck among people that know each other from this area. So they're just trying to be positive that at least they'll have their safety here in this hotel, even if they don't have power or potentially a house to go back to. Obviously, again, it's been a super scary time in this area as we prep for the eye of the storm here in just a few hours, potentially. Guys,
we really are seeing glimmers of that community just about everywhere, and you hate to see it come when a hurricane is coming your way, but at least it brings maybe a little piece of comfort for people as they go through this. All right, Evan Moon reporting from Manatee County. Evan, thank you.
All right, let's go back to Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado now, and as we get just in the final hours here, Paul, before this hurricane makes landfall.
Check this out. Just got a camera from Longboat Key live on the beach. Blowing pretty good, big surf. Look at that, the wind gusts there in the foreground. Longboat Key, unfortunately, just a fantastic spot, is going to feel probably the full wrath of the hurricane as it moves onshore. It's definitely wobbling. When you guys were talking, Nash came over, and we kind of looked at the radar together. And we have President Biden talking about the hurricane situation.
A few hours. Hurricane Milton is expected to make landfall on the west coast of Florida, the western coast of Florida. Already we're seeing impacts from the storm, including significant winds and heavy rain. And there's also been frequent and widespread tornado warnings throughout the day, and they're continuing and expected to expand as Milton moves over land, including a few that have already touched down in South Florida. Currently, Milton is a Category 3 with wind speeds up to 120 miles per hour. But no one should be confused. It's still expected to be one of the most and worst destructive hurricanes to hit Florida in over a century. You know, Both the heads of the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service made it very clear in conversations I've had with them earlier today. Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities, can cause loss of life. Storm surge is still expected to be up to 13 feet. So I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to listen to local officials and follow all the safety instructions they give. At this point, evacuation is probably difficult. So I encourage people to look for safer shelter. Sometimes moving just a few miles can mean the difference between life and death. We've already approved emergency declarations for Florida. We have thousands of federal personnel on the ground. We've staged and are ready to go. We have 20 million meals, 40 million liters of water. At my direction, the Secretary of Defense, Austin, has pre-positioned search and rescue teams, helicopters, and high water speed vehicles as close to the storm as possible, so they're ready to conduct life-saving missions. And the administrator of FEMA will be on site tonight in Florida and in the state's Emergency Operations Center. Both Administrator Criswell and I will be in constant contact with state and local officials in the hours ahead. Once the storm hits, we're going to work with state officials to clear debris, restore power, and do it as fast as possible. The Army Corps of Engineers will pump out water and decrease flooding. We've already directed the Department of Defense to be ready to provide active duty service members to support Florida after the storm surge if Governor DeSantis requests the help, which I expect he might, just like we did in North Carolina. I have surged over 1,000 U.S. Coast Guard personnel to perform search and rescue missions and reopen the port of Tampa as soon as possible. Now, I want to reiterate a point I made clear earlier today to the folks who have been impacted by Helene. This impact, and will be now impacted by Milton. Over the last few weeks, there's been reckless and irresponsible and relentless promotion of disinformation and outright lies about what's going on. It's undermining confidence in the people in Florida and incredible rescue and recovery work that has been undertaken. Literally, there are thousands of fellow Americans who are putting their lives at stake and putting on the line to do the dangerous work that needs to be done now. And it's harmful to those who most need the help. Quite frankly, these lies are un-American, and there's simply no place for them. Not now, not ever. Former President Trump has led this onslaught of lies. Assertions have been made that property is being confiscated. It's simply not true. They're saying people impacted by these storms will receive $750 in cash and no more. That is simply not true either. They're saying that money needed for these crises are being diverted to migrants. What the heck are they talking about? Stop it. It's outrageous. It's just not true. Now the claims are getting even more bizarre. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman from Georgia, is now saying the federal government is literally controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather. It's beyond ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's got to stop. Let me close with this. As difficult as these days and weeks have been, we've seen incredible courage by so many of our fellow Americans. I want to thank all the first responders.
We are just listening in to President Biden talking about the federal government's preparation as well as their response to Hurricane Milton, saying that once the storm ends, they are ready to go with 20 million meals, 40 million liters of water, and crews just ready to begin those life-saving missions, clearing out the debris, pumping out flood water. So they are ready to go.
Yeah, and then he started getting into political comments there that, you know, right now we need to focus on this storm. Yeah. And we want to hear from our meteorologist about this situation that is a life-threatening situation. Paul?
Yeah, we just got, Jim just came back here. We've been trying to get some cameras on the coast. I think nothing is more impactful than kind of showing what's happening at the beach. And we have the Naples Pier. We can take that full on WSI-1. And look at that. I mean, that's really rough. And that's the kind of weather and the kind of wave action that'll continue all the way up the West Coast, all the way up towards Siesta Key and Anna Maria and all the way up into Tampa Bay.
And unfortunately, the Naples Fishing Pier sustained so much damage from Hurricane Ian, and here we are again with more of a surge threat already starting to push into southwest Florida. We look down there first because they're starting to see those onshore winds as well, and that surge is eventually going to work its way up the coastline closer to us. The onshore winds, when they flip, especially south of where the center of this storm is, Paul, we could still see roughly 10 feet or more of storm surge in some spots.
Let's take a look at some more cameras while we're here. So I think they always have a big impact. Let me actually start. It always helps if I hit play or nothing happens. Hold on. Okay, so that's Naples, and then we look at the situation up in Hudson.
Look at the flag.
Yeah. So this, by the way, this view, it's good to have this camera back. This view during Helene, that whole parking lot was under feet of water. Feet of water. And then we have this at the Clearwater Beach. And what's interesting, Nash, about this view, you can kind of tell the wind's blowing offshore. The water level's not very high. If it was blowing onshore with a hurricane offshore, that water level would be really high. So for now, and probably because the hurricane will slide south of them, this is why on the west side of Pinellas, the east wind is going to, for the most part, keep on pushing the water out into the Gulf. This is the Manatee River. East winds at 29. Look at, wow, look how rough it is there. But that's looking west towards Lido.
That's onshore wind beginning to transition.
So, I mean, look at the difference in how that looks compared to Clearwater Beach. So it goes to show you when the wind is blowing offshore, even though it's rough, it's a whole different look than when you have down in Lido. So it's a whole different ball game. And then downtown Tampa, cameras bouncing up and down. Let's talk some radar.
Yeah, and the center of this storm has always been the story. Where is it going to come on shore? Because as you pointed out, 30, 40 miles makes all of the difference from if you're experiencing strong offshore winds or strong onshore winds, bringing with it the storm surge threat. Historic surge still expected on the south side of this, where this pushes on shore. And Paul, we've been watching the center to see if we can gather any idea if this is wobbling east or west. It doesn't look like it's wobbling west. It looks like it's actually pulling a pinch east. Hard to tell, though, and we'll be awaiting that new advisory from the National Hurricane Center to really decide. It's difficult to see because our radar is puncturing through several bands here of the rain, and somewhere in those bands exists what's left of the center circulation, the eye wall. The dry air to its south has done a number on it, though, so far.
And we really need to talk. I think we need to stop the radar for a second because, I mean, there's some stuff going on here. And, I mean, look what's going on here, Nash. We talked so much about the eye wall. Let's talk about what's going on to the folks watching. And so as far as rainfall rates, you're looking down towards Sarasota and into right here, rainfall rates. And then we'll do, so you're looking at 5 inches an hour, 6 inches an hour, 4 inches an hour. I mean, this is this reminds me of Debbie when I said on the air, it's raining as hard as it can rain. And unfortunately in Sarasota County, this is going to cause more significant flooding.
Earlier today, when we were tracking all the tornado warnings, some of those bands had over 7 inches of rain per hour. And that was right next to our radar site, Paul, so that's a very accurate estimate. That adds up. It's not raining over you for an hour at that rate, and as these slide by at 30, 40, 50 miles per hour, but you get the idea. Each band can dump 1, 2, maybe 3 inches of rainfall, and over a 24-hour period, when you still have more bands offshore that are on the way, that can add up quickly, and that speaks to the inland flooding threat that we have with this storm. The north side of this circulation, we talk about the south side with the surge, it's the north side that unfortunately is going to see all of that rainfall, and it's going to look like a stripe or a ribbon right across the state from one shoreline to the other, and unfortunately those rainfall totals could exceed a foot. We've seen those model forecast totals only climb in comparison to what we showed yesterday.
Exactly. Can we take it full? I mean, look at, let me stop it, and let me just use the telestrator and let's just talk about this for a second. So look, see this rain here, 5, 6 inches per hour, okay? And then you have all of this, okay? And this is the area that was highlighted, Nash, by the Weather Prediction Center as being the potential of having 1 to 2 feet of rain. And because because the storm is still down here, it's kind of the squiggly thing, the bottom of your TV set down by the banner, that's the storm. So this is going to end up sliding like this. And what's going to happen for the next several hours is all of this rain will keep on redeveloping. This is a significant problem. And what's interesting about most hurricanes, it's usually something's left out. Usually it moves too fast to produce a lot of rain. Usually, sometimes the tornado threat isn't big. This hurricane is producing everything that you can get from a hurricane. The whole gamut of weather hazards you can get from a hurricane is being produced by Milton. There's nothing being left out. We're record-breaking tornadoes.
Over 70 warnings this morning.
70 tornado warnings, including some wedge tornadoes that you see in Oklahoma in the mix. And then you've got storm surge flooding, and then you've got freshwater flooding. And we've learned freshwater flooding is a big deal. And there's a lot more rain to come between now and, say, midnight tonight. Don't travel. It's the type of traveling where if you get yourself in a low spot, you're flooded. And with the hurricane ongoing, calling 911 is probably not going to help much when your car is inundated in the middle of a hurricane because you drove into a low spot that's flooded. So think about that. I mean, if you have to travel, something urgent, something life, do it. But generally speaking, traveling is not a good idea.
And all that rain inland has to go somewhere. So even several hours delayed from this event, let's go back to radar really quickly. Even several hours delayed from this event, you're still going to have all that water swelling up the rivers, making their way back to the Gulf of Mexico. So keep that in mind. You don't want to be traveling in that early in the morning, especially as the sun hasn't even risen yet.
Because the rain is so heavy in Sarasota, let's look at the wind speeds at SRQ. Let's update the wind speeds and get a sense of where we stand with that. So what do we have?
Wind speeds right around 52 mile per hour gusts.
63, but the core is still offshore. Let's look at the chat and see if they followed up any more in that extreme wind warning discussion.
And if you're just joining us, the surge forecast has changed just a little bit and actually come down a pinch for our counties to the north as its confidence continues to grow that circulation, the center of this storm, is going to make landfall somewhere from Pinellas County south, not in our northernmost counties. That's the current thinking from the National Hurricane Center, and that's why those values have come down. We'll update that map here shortly and get that to you. But Paul, you're talking about the wind speeds already picking up. The concern is power outages, especially with the saturated soil as well.
We'll talk about this for a second. So just on the chat, Northport Fire Rescue is engaged in the evacuations of some folks. I don't know how to pronounce that. The Maya Kahichi Slough due to rising floodwaters. And I apologize.
Maya Kahachi.
I'm saying me and my is not good, but I appreciate you saving me on that. Engaged in evacuations of residents because of floodwaters, and also all the automated rain gauges in Manatee County now going over 5 inches and inundation in places, and there's still a lot more rain to come. DeSoto Mall parking lot is now inundated, and all the automated stations in Manatee County are now approaching 5 inches of rain with more rain to come.
Got the rain totals already up here from just the past 12 hours alone. Remember, the heaviest of the rainfall hasn't even pushed on shore yet. We've got totals already at half a foot along our coastline, 7, 6, almost 8 inches of radar estimated rainfall. And sometimes these numbers can be skewed a tiny bit high, but either way, we're still in the ballpark of some serious rainfall.
So all of this out here, which is up 10, 15 inches of rain, all of this, what we'll do is we'll just kind of draw it. This is going this way, and this is going this way. So this whole area is going to have a major flood problem in the next 5 to 10 hours. Maybe not 10 hours. We'll say in the next 5 to 6 hours. And you're talking rainfall totals 12, 15, 16 inches of rain. This has been an incredible year. You think what happened with Debbie. You think we've had so many of these big rain events, and on they go, and there's a lot more to come.
Yeah. And while that's happening, those same spots that you highlighted there that are going to see the heavy rain also will experience the potential for hurricane-force winds all the way across the state off to the East Coast. Because remember, this forecast does call for this storm to be a hurricane through and through from one coast to the other. It's very rare that that happens, but it takes a major hurricane like this, and even with the weakening trend that we talk about, the drier air getting into it, still a powerful hurricane, major hurricane expected on landfall.
Can we pull up the Earth Cam again?
Yeah.
On that, let's see what's going on down at some of these piers, and we'll go. I always think looking at what's going on live. This now looks like it's may be frozen. There you go.
I'll work on getting it up.
Yeah.
A lot of these cameras freeze, of course. You can imagine the connection as a hurricane's making landfall.
Yeah, it's
we may have lost it. No, there it's back.
Yeah. Hold on, let me get back on it.
There we are.
It's pretty rough.
That's what onshore wind looks like, driving all that surge onto the beach.
That looks like a hurricane, and that type of weather will just ride up the west coast. So I think we'll take a bit of a break, and we'll go back to you guys. And we'll kind of gather our radar tools together, and we'll update you guys again pretty soon.
We appreciate it.
Sure
Thank
do.
you, Nash and Paul.
Pasco County, they've been getting plenty of wind and rain so far, and they're getting ready for even more of it tonight.
This is just what Nash and Paul were showing us. Heavy rain coming down. Fox 13's Kylie Jones. Let's see if she's in it now. I know it's been kind of on and off. Kylie, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, Chris, well, we are definitely in it. I can tell you that right now. Just in the last hour, that rain and the wind especially has picked up quite a bit. You can hear the gusts of wind, and at times we can even hear the wind howling in the background. I'll step out of the way, give you a better visual of kind of what you're looking at. You can see the wind blowing the rain, whether it's down on the ground or just in the air. It's blowing sheets of rain kind of across the way. We're in a neighborhood in Port Richey. This is right on the water. This is one of those many neighborhoods in the county that went through quite a bit with Hurricane Helene 2 weeks ago. Some of these homes had several feet of water inside. The home we're actually standing at had 4 feet of water inside, and neighbors are really just worried about the potential for round 2 with all of this. I mean, you can see the wind and the rain picking up quite a bit right now, and this is just the very beginning. It's only expected to get worse into the evening hours with the combination of the rainfall and all of the wind. Emergency officials here are really still concerned about the potential for storm surge flooding and flash flooding. Those are the main concerns, similar to with Hurricane Helene. So again, a lot of people here are really just worried about the potential for more flooding yet again. You can actually hear, honestly, I'm not even sure if it's sirens in the distance or the wind whistling and howling, but this neighborhood in Port Richey, again by the water, has been pretty much a ghost town all day long, which is a sign of good news that hopefully people did heed the warnings and evacuate either out of the area or to a shelter. At our last check, there were almost 6,000 people in the Pasco County shelters, so that is some good news. But by the looks of the weather, you can probably imagine that window to evacuate has closed at this point. So the homeowner right here we talked to, he evacuated. He had 4 feet of water in his house with Helene, though. We got a little bit of video of that earlier today. His house, unfortunately, is gutted. He lost just about everything. All he could really do ahead of Milton was lock up, evacuate from his house, and really hope for the best. But it's just devastating for a lot of people here. Again, they're worried, will this happen again? What will they come home to this time? Will they see more water in their house? But he had just finished rebuilding from Adalia. His home was essentially brand new inside. Then he had 4 feet of water inside during Helene, and he's worried about, what's going to happen now. So take a listen to what he said.
You can't salvage anything. Everything's gone. And everything was new. I did this 13 months ago. So everything in the house was new. And now it's gone.
Yeah, heartbreaking for him and so many other people along the coastline here in Pasco County. And again, emergency officials are most concerned about the potential for storm surge and flash flooding throughout the evening. Again, the window to evacuate has closed at this point. Emergency officials are asking people to shelter in place, be in the safest possible place you can be at this point. You can see the wind is really starting to pick up. And again, it's bringing the rain down even stronger. So with this wind and rain, again, emergency responders really can't get out to help people. So they're asking you
get in there. Thank you, Kylie Jones in Pasco County. I want to tell you real quick, too, just got this news from our Kaylee Tracy, who's covering St. Petersburg, telling us that they've taken 2 of the water treatment facilities, the sewer treatment facilities, offline. They told us that they would do that when the threat of flooding became an issue. They need to protect the equipment, so they're asking people not to flush toilets, shower, or do laundry. City of St. Petersburg at this time.
All right. The winds and rain bands from Hurricane Milton are growing stronger. We see that.
Yeah, it's being felt, too, in places like Safety Harbor. That's where Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis is.
Hey guys, we are in Safety Harbor, and this is the pier that was absolutely decimated by Helene. And right now you can see the chop out there on the bay really starting to pick up. The winds, the palm trees really starting to blow out here. This is a favorite area in Pinellas County, and there are still some boats over here in the bay, in the harbor, that are remain standing here from Helene. But again, what we are expecting from Milton is going to be more intense. They expect the storm surge to be more intense in this area. This whole area has been blocked off. They actually have blockades up here at the top to keep the public from coming down to this area that was just decimated by Helene. We don't know what this area will look like after Milton, but certainly they have taken all the precautions here in Safety Harbor to keep people from coming down to this area. And just take a look at, again, the power of Mother Nature. What we saw happen here during Helene, Milton expected to have even more of an impact. For now, I'll send it back to you. We are in Safety Harbor. Genevieve Curtis, Fox 13 News.
Thanks, Genevieve. Well, this is an encouraging sight to see here. A parking garage filled with cars, but take a close look here. Most of these, almost all of these, are electric. They're parked up in the Poe parking garage in downtown Tampa, away from any potential flooding. That's because of what we saw during Hurricane Helene. Remember, many electric cars got salt water into the batteries and caught fire, and even caught houses on fire in some cases. So people are taking this seriously. The city of Tampa opened up its parking garages and encouraged EV owners to do exactly this.
Lessons learned. All right, Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies, they helped rescue a dog that got loose during the storm. See this video? The dog was under the care of a sitter and it somehow escaped. Luckily, the deputies were ready to chase down the little pup, and you can see, well, after a little bit of chasing, the small legs can go fast. They got it. It's safe. So at least some good news with this rescue story. Glad they're watching out for our little animals.
Our first responders out there, they're going to have some long hours ahead of them. We appreciate them so much.
Sure do.
All right, stay with us. Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton continues after this short break.
Good evening and welcome here at 6 o'clock tonight. I'm Mark Wilson.
And I'm Allie Corey. We want to get you up to date on what's happening right now at 6. We are now just within a few hours of landfall here. And as you can see, weather conditions are rapidly deteriorating. You can barely make out this live picture here from Plymouth Harbor. This is in Sarasota. Lots of wind and rain. And Milton is still just a few hours now away from landfall. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge is closed, as well as the Howard Franklin and the Gandy. The westbound lanes of the Courtney Campbell Causeway also closed. Eastbound lanes are open, and that is for people to continue to leave Pinellas if they still want to do so.
I want to show you some new video we just got from Stewart. This is the east coast of Florida feeling the effects of Milton already. This is from the Martin County Sheriff's Office of a possible tornado ripping through a mobile home complex and destroying many of them. Thousands of utility workers, that's the good news here, are already pre-positioned to restore our power once Milton does move on. Right now, 32,000 customers across the Bay Area don't have any power. Duke Energy is predicting more than 1 million of their customers will lose power. So let's get right over to Paul to show us what's happening right this second with Hurricane Milton. Paul.
Probably it's going to make landfall. Top end Cat 2 or Cat 3 doesn't really matter at this point because the eye is getting very close to land. We're concerned about a couple things, and we'll talk about all the hazards. We're really concerned about the flood threat, and surge threat, but also the rain totals continue to add up. And as Milton continues to move east, there's going to be a continuation of very heavy rain north of the center. Milton today, as expected, has met some shear, some dry air, and if anything, it's kind of hung up now on a front. The transition from we call pure tropical, like a pure hurricane, as we saw in the Gulf as a Cat 5, that transition to kind of a non-tropical system with a front can still bring with it very strong winds and some heavy rain. That's why all the weather is on the north side, which you see a lot of during what we call winter or cold weather system. So as far as the radar setup, heavy rainfall continues, and the rainfall rates, and we'll show you rainfall rates in a second, but this is the eye, very well defined on the north and northwest side. The strongest winds are right along this eye wall. It's still a bit offshore. In a discussion we had with the National Weather Service down in Ruskin, they rarely issue what's called an extreme wind warning. And they do it because it's got to be something that really stands out, because your phone's going to beep. You're going to get an alert on your phone. And it'll be for a small area. What they're doing is alerting you of sustained winds of 115 miles an hour that can cause a lot of damage. So the discussion we had back with the Weather Service over in the Weather Center is going back and forth, just saying, folks, we may issue this in the next couple of hours just to let you know. And they listed the criteria of what it means. It's not going to be a county. It'll be an area, and probably pretty small, that may see sustained winds of 115 miles an hour. You'll get that alert on your phone, and we'll talk about it. It's rarely done, and I don't remember the last time it's done anywhere in our viewing area. It has to be really a landfalling hurricane. It was done during Helene, but only up in the Big Bend. Heaviest rain is Bradenton. It covers all of Pinellas and all of Hillsborough. Let's take a look at the rainfall rates, and then we'll go back and kind of expand on this view. We'll stop this, and Nashville will kind of click on some of the heaviest amounts, and we'll get a sense of what we're dealing with here. 5, 4, almost 6. We'll slide north up towards Hillsborough County. It's the same thing. It's all 5, 6 inches, and it's going to rain longer than an hour. So if it rains between now and, say, 10, 11 o'clock tonight, you can see why we're talking 10 to 20 inches of rain. And that's going to cause all kinds of problems. I don't think you'd be traveling tonight, but this is the type of rainfall that can cause all kinds of issues. Let's expand on the radar view now, because I think folks are in our viewing area want to see, how this thing is. In fact, can you even go out even more? Just way out, so we get a sense of how the storm looks. There you go. And you can see, so what happened today is these bands to the east, we had a tornado outbreak. We had over 70 tornado warnings. Thankfully, the dynamics for the tornadoes has gone away. But these weren't typical, maybe little spin-up tornadoes. There was one wedge tornado, which you see in Oklahoma. developed, caused damage down by Fort Myers, and then all over I-75, another tornado that looked like we were looking at a highway east of Oklahoma City, not Miami. This is all off the East Coast now, so I think the tornado risk is going to drop. Here's the eye, and it'll slide east-northeast, eventually getting to the East Coast. It's going to weaken, so we're going to pay attention to the wind speeds along the coast, but it's very heavy rain. Hillsborough, it's also been pretty nasty up in Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco. The good news, mainly Pinellas North, is the winds are whipping offshore, which really eliminates the storm surge threat. It's not going to be a repeat of Helene up here with the winds blowing offshore. Some high water could come back when the storm goes by and the winds go west-southwest, but not at the level that we saw during Helene. Here's the updated track, and I tell you, it's pretty close to what we talked about last night. Mainly Tampa Bay south, and that's pretty much where it's going to be. Maybe the landfall point, it doesn't matter because the weather kind of extends off of that. Maybe Bradenton Beach, maybe Holmes Beach. Then it slices out towards Orlando, and all along this line, there'll be winds 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. For now, it is a 6 o'clock. We have a 120-mile-an-hour storm, Cat 3, moving northeast at 15, and the pressure, which was sub 900, is going all the way up to 948. Approaching our state, Cat 3, it'll move across the state and then accelerate and move away. One nice note, I think, is when this goes away, the wind should turn north and northwest, and I didn't take a lot of time looking at the long-range forecast, but it looks like we'll have some lower dew points, maybe a touch of fall, which we could all use as we move into the weekend. But we'll talk more about that as we get rid of this system first. What else? We'll zoom in. Landfall should be in a couple of hours. As far as storm surge goes, around Tampa Bay, now there's been some strong east winds, so some of the barrier islands, we're going to see some high water on the east side. You can get some flooding from the east side as well. When the water levels goes up, it looks like generally, maybe not 10 to 15 down here, but maybe as high as 9 to 12 in spots. We'll continue to watch for our friends in Siesta Key and all the way down the west coast and all the way down towards Northport and Englewood. Wind speeds right now, what do we have? Let me see, 61, 61. Venice now is 68. When that eye wall kind of bumps on shores, when we may start seeing 90s and 95s and 100s, and we'll start showing you that live when that happens. But for now, I think we did pretty much a full update on the system. Back to you, back in a bit.
Thanks, Paul. Catch your breath. We'll get back to you in a bit here. Hurricane Milton is going to bring a lot more damage to places that have already seen so much. Places that were just devastated from Hurricane Helene not even 2 weeks ago. Let's bring in Fox 13's Kim Lucas on it. Live in Sarasota County. Kim, hi there. We know folks there already have their hands full. It has been such a rough couple of weeks here. Even going back to Debbie, about another month and a half. How are things tonight? What did you see today?
Well, Mark, what we're seeing right now is these wind gusts are picking up. It's still raining out here. I want to show you the neighborhood that we're off of right now, just off of Clark Road. You can see just the trees moving with the wind. And as this is happening, this area right here is in level E for evacuation, so one of the very last ones. But you have to remember, there are families that are taking shelter in their homes right now. Another one of those gusts. I'm going to go in, and I think we all need just a little bit of lightness, so we're going to go in and see how one of these families is doing this. I'm going to let Omar go in first. We're going to close the door. So this is actually the family home of my brother-in-law and my sister-in-law, Mike and Ashley Giasone. You can see they have a lot of equipment outside. My brother loves to grill. You can see just everything that they brought in to protect it from the storm, to make sure that it doesn't fly around as debris. But this family right here is just a snapshot of several of the families across the Tampa Bay area sheltering either at place at home or at a shelter. Ashley, you live here in Sarasota. You have a lot of family, Palm Harbor, beyond in Florida. This is kind of hard for all of us right now.
Yeah, I mean, grew up in Pinellas, but have called Sarasota home for 15 plus years, and our children were born here. My parents are an hour away, so we're all kind of scattered, but we're all safe and hoping it stays that way.
And the one good thing about it is with family is we all message one another. My husband's a first responder. He's at the sheriff's office locked in. Mike, you've been in Sarasota County since you were a year old. how is this storm really different? You have a lot of friends up and down the barrier islands as well.
Yeah, so this storm has definitely been more nerve-wracking than most. Irma's the only one that really comes to mind that was similar to this one. We evacuated for that one, but since then we've done some stuff to fortify the house. We put impact windows in. We've got upgraded the roof equipment, and we decided to ride this one out here. Getting back, driving through a tropical storm in Irma was a little difficult. So we decided we were going to batten the hatches and make the best of it here and ride it out.
And the good thing is we keep checking in on one another. So this is Jake and Addison, my niece and nephew here. Jake, how are you just kind of making the time go by right now with mom and dad?
Just kind of sitting with them, sitting with my sister. We talk to each other about stuff. And, yeah.
How about you, Addie?
Well, we sit together, we talk to each other.
You said you were playing a lot of games too, right?
Yes, we were playing a board game earlier.
Yeah, so guys, this is just one snapshot. My family, we all know that we have families out there. We know that several of our viewers are right there with their families as well. This is something hard that we're all going through. We know that we're going to get through it all together, helping one another out no matter what kind of damage we have. But Omar and I are going to start to make our way back to our safe place. We just got the text alert just a few minutes ago that it's time to get off the roadways. We're going to do the same thing. The place that we'll be sheltering in is just about 2-3 minute drive from here, but really I think it's just important to remember that there's so many of us that are in this together, so many families together, and just keep checking in on your friends, your neighbors, and making sure that everybody is safe. Mark, back to you.
Kim, that is well put. We're so grateful for you opening up your family's home to shed a little bit of light and positivity on this, and we want to thank you too. You have so much compassion and heart in your story, so we're lucky to have you. That community's lucky to have you covering. And I know you're making a real difference, informing people and probably saving some lives too, because we know this could be a rough couple of hours and overnight. So you guys be safe, get to higher ground, and we'll talk soon. Thanks much.
You know, the winds are starting to pick up in St. Pete, and so is the surf there. And because of that, the city actually just announced that it is pausing first responder operations. Now, this is for the safety of police, fire, and medical teams. They will not be able to respond to emergency calls until it is safe for them to do so. We want to get out to our Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy. She is live for us near the pier. And Kaylee, I've been following you on Twitter, and I can tell the conditions there are just deteriorating by the hour where you are.
Yeah, myself and my photographer, Mike Hughes, we're headed out of this area as soon as we wrap up with you guys because of that message from first responders you just talked about and the conditions here behind me. You can probably hear the wind whipping and these white caps in the bay here looking like the ocean out here getting pretty wild. So we're heading out after this, but I also have a piece of information I want to share with you. The city just announced they had to make the difficult decision to turn off power at the Northeast Sewer Treatment Plant and the Southwest Sewer Treatment Plant. That's to protect the employees there and the treatment plant from potential storm surge. They want to get those employees out of there. Now, what does this mean for you? Starting at 7 p.m., impacted residents, I believe we have a graphic we can pull up in the yellow and blue shaded areas. The businesses and residents there are encouraged to limit their water usage, avoid taking showers, doing laundry, or washing dishes as much as possible. You can flush the toilets, but please only as necessary, they say. So probably just not a great idea until you get the all clear to do that because the toilet may not drain if you do flush it. And you can also check which sewer treatment plant serves your home or business on the city's website. Key information takeaway here, the timing on this. It will take about 48 hours or possibly longer to resume the wastewater operations after they inspect it and get in and make repairs after it's safe to get back there to do so. Water services, drinking water has not been shut off. Running water is still accessible and it's safe to drink or cook with if you still have electricity. Well, it's a lot of information, I know, and I know this decision was looming over the city for a while, but it's information you do need to know, and this is all to protect the city's infrastructure that the mayor said just a few hours ago. Earlier today, we heard him. We don't know how this is going to look on the other side of this storm. He said potentially water, electric, and other vital pieces of our infrastructure may be out for several days. He said possibly weeks, warning people about that. So guys, that is the latest. Those two sewer treatment facilities have been shut down for safety of those employees there and also just for the safety of that plant to not do further damage. Back to you.
great reporting there. We're going to let you go so that you guys can get to your safe place, because it doesn't seem like that's a good place to be right now. Kaylee, thanks.
Thanks, Allie.
Let's send it over to Paul and Nash now. All right, guys, we're getting close to landfall.
We are. A couple more hours. Sure. So, let me jump ahead. You can talk for a second because I need to move ahead this to, we just got a camera in from,
yeah.
Here it is, right?
We're getting cameras in right now from Sarasota. Some really interesting views we were just checking out a moment ago. But before we get to that, Paul, the big theme that we're seeing is heavy rainfall right now. Many radar estimated totals up to half a foot. The winds are picking up along the coastline. We're hours away from landfall. But remember, even before that official landfall, when the center of that eye makes its way on shore, we still get the most powerful winds on the east side of that eye. Right as it works its way off the Gulf, it comes off the land.
This is what I was trying to get to. This. I'm like, Nash is talking. I'm going, okay, that's wrong camera. Look at that. So that is. That's like where the Sarasota Yacht Club is, over in Sarasota. To the left is the causeway, and then bouncing off in the distance would be Bird Key. And I know it's probably making you nauseous at home, but it's a good indicator of how rough it is. And the worst weather for them, quite not there yet, as the eye wall begins to approach. I think we have another camera. This is down the Naples Pier. And look at that. I mean, that's... I'll tell you one thing. I've seen too many of these views the past year or two. It seems every couple of months we're showing this type of beach. This is beach erosion. This is flooding. This is just a mess. And it's unfortunate, and that continues all the way up our coast. And this is the type of water and surge they'll see, lovely Siesta Key and Longboat Key and Bradenton Beach and all the way up to Anna Maria. And Anna Maria's going to have some problems too. Let's think about this, and we keep on talking about the science. I mean, Kim did a great job of just discussing it. This is the same area that just was devastated by Helene, and at least as much water, if not more water. So it's this ridiculous 1-2 punch that almost sometimes doesn't seem fair. It just doesn't.
And especially not fair when we look at cameras like this we discussed earlier. This is the Naples Fishing Pier, already sustained so much damage from Ian. They were looking to rebuild it in a much bigger way. And here we are again. They're kind of in the crossfire for some strong, heavy storm surge on the south side of this system. Remember, Naples is far south of the center of this storm. It just gives an idea of the power of it as those onshore winds are pushing through southwest Florida. And this is a great map to check out the wind gust angled offshore right now. That's why winds are driving the waters off of Pinellas County in many spots. Areas to the south of the circulation are starting to see those winds tilt back to the north. And in some spots, like you're seeing in southwest Florida, all the winds are starting to shift out of the south and west and move onshore. And that's what's driving the storm surge already. But numbers are just going to climb as this pushes on land here soon.
Look at 77 is the highest we've seen so far in Sarasota. And so sustained hurricane force winds. Wind gusts, but they'll have sustained hurricane force winds pretty soon. The Hurricane Center is watching this. They adjusted the track a little bit, and from this point, it's really about watching the center on radar and just kind of watching it move across the state. And we're going to pay attention to you. I know a lot of you are not here and not here, but you're here inland and you're watching on TV going, okay, talk to me about inland areas, and the weather is going to come your way, and we're not going to talk about sustained, I don't think, 80 or 90 inland, but there'll be some hurricane force gust, and that's the type of wind, unfortunately, that can cause trees down and power outages. There's a 77 gust in Sarasota with still the eye offshore. St. Pete 61. Strongest winds we think are right here, but the rain continues to come down, and what's happening over in Pinellas and Hillsborough is pretty much nonstop. And the problem is, as Nash expands on this bit more, is that it goes back here. And this is all going to move in tandem with the hurricane because it's transitioning to kind of a non-tropical system. Non-tropical systems, the weather's always on the north and northwest and northeast side with nothing of note to the south. So all of this here is going to end up sitting over Pasco and Hillsborough and Pinellas and eventually Polk and Lake and Sumter and over by Orlando. So when everything is said and done, there'll be a big swath of rain right here, 10 to 20. Easily 10 to 20 inches of rain. no doubt. All kinds of flood issues. We've had tornadoes earlier today. Every hazard that a hurricane can bring, we've had. And the tornado issue, huge. The rain issue, huge. The wind is getting worse, and the water's coming up along the West Coast. As far as intensity, Category 3 now, probably a Category 2 at landfall. And look, if you talk about a landfall point, pretty much what we said last night. I mean, it looks like the center is going to end up kind of maybe moving over Bradenton Beach, maybe as far north as maybe up towards Anna Maria, but generally speaking, it'll slide just a little bit south of Tampa Bay. Talked to someone came in the newsroom. Benny was in here and said on the Bay Shore now, the wind's blowing the water out. You're north of where the center is, and with the northeast wind, you kind of have competing factors. You have the hurricane bringing the water with it, but at the same time, 60, 70 mile an hour winds are pushing the water out. So they fight each other, but for now, the water's heading out. South of the eye, water levels coming up, which makes sense because the winds, and we talked about this over and over for the past 3 days, about those storm surge numbers. You can't really count on them when you're north of the center, and that's exactly what's happening right now. So that's that as far as the radar is concerned. The track's important, but I mean, honestly, from this point on, we're going to watch it live, and we'll see how it moves across the state. It has reached peak intensity. It reached shear and dry air today, so it's weakening. It'll cut across the state and be east of us, certainly by early morning tomorrow. The numbers, now Hurricane Center using Orlando, 150 miles southwest of Orlando. Top winds are 120, moving northeast at 15. It goes well east of us by a day or two. And then we get some drier air coming in on the backside. May get some low dew points as a bonus. Got this graphic in here, but again, these numbers are all kind of off because of the track of the system. So we'll update you and keep you up to date. Power outage is a big problem, and I got a lot of reports on my phone. Paul lost power, all from Hernando and Citrus counties all the way south. Not a big shocker at all. We'll see you again at 6:30. Back to you.
All right, Paul, thank you. Let's show you some video now from a NOAA sail drone on the water in the Gulf. Take a look at these waves. The technology recorded a wave height of 28 feet and wind gusts as strong as 75 miles per hour. Now, they use these sail drones to better understand the role of the ocean during hurricanes.
So South Tampa floods so easily. The flooding from Milton has already begun. Fox 13's Ariel Placencia has the latest conditions right now from Bayshore Boulevard. Watch.
Hey there, everyone. Ariel Placencia reporting from Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. We have been out here all afternoon, and the wind has really started picking up. So has the rain. The wind almost blowing it at sideways at times, and you can see it on Bayshore Boulevard. It really doesn't take much for this road to flood, and we are already seeing it take on so much water. Now, earlier today, I want to show you some video. We were already seeing some of those northbound lanes completely underwater, starting near the intersection with Oregon Avenue. Again, as those cars sort of driving by as well, you can see how much water those wheels were kicking up. Again, barely seeing those lane lines. Now, since we've been out here, traffic has gone down, both foot and vehicle traffic. Now, for the cars that we have seen, perhaps they are going to some of the city's parking garages that are downtown because the city is offering free parking on its upper levels to anybody who needs it. Unfortunately, during Hurricane Helene, we saw several electric vehicles catch fire on Davis Islands. So officials don't want that to happen again, especially with this storm. So if residents need it, there is free parking in those garages. Reporting in Tampa, I'm Ariel Placencia. I'll send it back to you.
Ariel, thanks much. We have some video. Look at this from a Nest camera in South Tampa. And these bands of rain have been really coming through here in the last couple of weeks. This is courtesy of Lauren Held. And you can see it comes through in sheets like this. And you can kind of fall into a sense of dangerous comfort. If all of a sudden it gets really calm, you've got to remember with these storms, if you're not watching the radar, that one after another, we're really just seeing the impacts of this storm in the Tampa Bay area really starting, and we're in for a long night. So just because it may lighten up for you if you want to go out and check it out, would not be advised. Be careful. There's flying debris. There's obviously a lot of rain, and the winds will pick up.
Absolutely.
All right, so the conditions, of course, deteriorating all across the Tampa Bay area as Milton gets closer.
Fox 13's Kevin O'Donnell is near the convention center there in downtown Tampa.
I'm Kevin O'Donnell in downtown Tampa, where conditions have definitely deteriorated over the last hour. We've been in Tampa for quite a last couple hours, and it was pretty calm till about 5 o'clock this afternoon, but definitely the rains have picked up. The wind has significantly picked up, I would say doubled in the last hour or so. You can kind of see the sheets of rain just blowing across Hillsborough Bay here. We're outside of the Tampa General that's behind me right now, and you can see that the water levels have not come up significantly yet. They're anticipating a storm surge here, and the hospital is very protected. They've got barriers on the water, and then just above them they have that $1 million aqua fence that works so well in Hurricane Elena. Also, it's kind of a strange scene out here is that there's hundreds and hundreds of birds just kind of flying through these hurricane winds. Some really not taking refuge. There's a few on the dock, but I would say, you know, just the hundreds just flying through the sky. It's kind of a weird scene in downtown Tampa. Very quiet here as well. Not a lot of people out. We've not really seen anyone since we've been down here all afternoon, so I expect the conditions are going to worsen. But as of now, they have definitely picked up significantly in the last hour. In downtown Tampa, Kevin O'Donnell, Fox 13 Sports.
And you got a great perch there to see what's going to happen here in the next 6 or 7 hours. And Fort Myers, look at this. Businesses were damaged. The ground was littered with debris from a tornado that touched down in that city earlier today. It was a nasty one. You could see people even boarded up their windows after the tornado hit because, of course, for many of even them, they're still going to see some damage here and still see some weather in the next few hours.
Yeah, I think there was something like 70 tornado warnings at the front of this storm. That was frightening. We saw a lot of video.
3:30, 4 o'clock today, they were working overtime. It was really something.
Of course, we are worried about our coastal communities as Milton moves in closer, but some of the most dangerous weather so far has been inland.
Yes, some of Hurricane Milton's bands of rain produced those destructive tornadoes we were watching earlier. Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer has more from Brandon.
We've mostly been seeing some stronger bands of rain in the eastern end of Hillsborough County. Haven't seen some of those stronger gusts of wind that the coastal areas have seen. However, just because you're not getting strong winds doesn't mean it's safe to be outside, and we're going to show you why. There have been a series of tornadoes across the region. In fact, we have some video of several of them. So far, we've seen tornadoes in Polk County, Fort Myers, Clewiston, Palm Beach County along the Florida Turnpike, and near the Everglades. This comes after Polk Sheriff Brady Judd told us tornadoes were among his biggest concerns with this storm. These were produced by some of the earlier bands from Hurricane Milton. We're told several homes were damaged by one of them. In all likelihood, there have been other tornadoes as well. Experts say there are some that can be shielded by rain, making them almost impossible to see. And this is why emergency managers don't want people out anymore. It's just so hard to tell where these tornadoes are going to pop up, and as we've seen, most of them have been inland, not along the coast where the stronger gusts of wind have been. In Brandon, Aaron Mesmer, Fox 13 News.
All right, Aaron, thanks much. We're going to take a short break here, but we're going to come right back with more continuous coverage of Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, stay with us. we want to take you out live now to Englewood Beach here. You're looking at a live Earth cam here, and you can see those waves are really crashing in on the shore. That's what it looks like in Englewood, but we're getting some videos in from along the West Shore area where the bay is getting sucked out. I've seen some of that from folks, and I'm also getting messages from people who live in Naples who are saying the surge is bad and it's getting into some homes.
It's all about where you are in relation to the center of the storm. And that's the thing that I remember I harped on 1,000 times the past couple of days. I hate that storm surge map because it's so broad brushed. It's all about where the center is. So you're right now in Tampa Bay, water's going out because the wind's blowing northeast. It wants to come in, but the wind's so strong, it kind of pushes it out. Now, that could change later tonight with a shift in the wind, but right now does not look like a repeat in spots Tampa Bay north, like we saw during Helene. Now, different story there, Englewood, different story in Siesta Key. And Anna Maria, unfortunately, I think is going to have another tough time at Holmes Beach.
I'm fascinated by the camera, the Naples Beach camera, the pier you showed us earlier. For the most part, these waters and these winds have almost been coming due south.
Well, yeah, because that's where
it's straight up the beach.
You know which way the wind is blowing. If you put an X on a map and you know where the center of the hurricane is, the winds go around in a circle, so you can almost know which direction they should be from the south, because that's where it is in relation to the center of the storm.
Paul, you guys had said earlier that you are not looking at the models anymore because it's on satellite and you're following where it's going to land. Because I think people are so focused in still on landfall, because as we know, as we saw with Helene, it could make a change up to the last minute.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much I mean, and the thing is, it's not a little point that where the eye is. It's kind of like just a big circle of wind. So if it's off a little bit, it still ends up kind of hitting the same people because it's so close.
Right.
And we're going to watch it. And we remember last night, I said, remember we did the Irma coverage at night, and it was the middle of the night, and the weather was over Polk County. And we'll kind of do that again tonight, I think. And the storm is going to weaken, but there'll be 40, 50, 60, 70 mile an hour wind gusts. And at night, that's disconcerting, not fun.
And as that other video showed, that other Earth camera shot showed from Sarasota as well, they're getting the impacts right now on the beach.
Right.
There's very heavy winds already right now, and there's already some surge.
And there's probably a lot of flooding. And they can get it from the other side, too. You can get it from the intercoastal side for a while, and then the wind shift at the other side. So, and can we show the national camera where we look down in Sarasota? That's that's Englewood, right?
Yeah.
And that's probably not at the peak storm, but you know there's flooding going on there just by looking at that camera.
Right.
That's a problem. And then we have the other camera. You guys can take what? Yeah.
There you go.
So that is looking down. So before that, or I should say closer to you at home, would be the Sarasota Yacht Club, and then behind it is Bird Key, and then beyond that is downtown Sarasota.
That's probably Marina Jack's right down below, right?
It's the
right off the Yacht Club. Yeah. So the good news is the boats are still there, but this is not done yet.
No, we got a ways to go. And also, let's plop up. Could we get each other radar?
What'd you say?
I don't know what I said. I said, can we plop up? It just made me laugh.
Oh, I heard pop up. I think it sounded fine.
We know what you meant.
Yeah, we
Losing it. The rain is a problem. And really concerned, wherever the storm slides across the state, everything north of that line is going to end up with maybe 1 to 2 feet of rain. And we know, we've learned so much this hurricane season from Debbie and Helene, that with 1 to 2 feet of rain, there's going to be river flooding. There's going to be flash flooding. Thankfully, I mean, the only good news is everybody's home.
Right.
So you're not dealing with people driving around. Also, the big rain event comes out of nowhere. At least this has been predicted. So people are in this safe place, but river flooding is a problem too. So this is tough.
You think about how many storms we've already had, how saturated our grounds are. So, I mean, that's only going to exacerbate the power outages.
Clarify landfall again for us, because landfall would be when the center of the eye crashes. Right. But so once that happens, we will have already had some of the worst winds on shore, correct?
Yes. And the worst weather obviously is not in the middle of the eye.
It's right on the outside?
It's in the front of it. Yeah.
Okay.
There was discussion, so we were back. Now, should they followed up on that at all? Anything else on the chat?
Because I've seen nothing about that.
Yeah, so a couple of hours ago, it's extremely rare that the Weather Service here in Ruskin, any local office, would issue an extreme wind warning, because it makes your phone go off, and it's done in rare cases because they want to save it for a situation where
these moments,
they're screaming at you, this is going to be dangerous. There's discussion that they may issue one, and it's for sustained winds of 115 miles an hour, and it'll be for a small area. We'll see if they issue one, but for now they haven't. And that would be down towards Sarasota and Anna Maria and Longboat. That zone is where that could be issued.
So if we're expecting landfall, the middle of the eye to go, is that it? Boy, that would be it. If that's it.
That's it. That's it. Extreme wind warning.
That's it.
So
we're expecting the eye to come on shore somewhere from Anna Maria to a little bit further south, around 8 o'clock. What would that mean for the worst winds about an hour beforehand?
Yeah, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I need to know where this warning's for. This is actually important. This is important information, so I didn't mean to interrupt you. Because I'm telling you, this is rarely issued. So, Nash, is there a graphic available, Nash?
Working on it.
Here's what to do. If you could just draw it on the radar, it's here it is. It's for Manatee County. And I guess they're going to do it by county. It doesn't delineate where it is. So there's an extreme wind warning for Manatee County, Pinellas County, and Hillsborough County until 9:30. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. So the bottom line is in sections of Manatee, Pinellas, and Hillsborough County, as Milton begins to move onshore, this is going to bring with it an area of sustained winds of 115 miles an hour. And that's the kind of wind. Is that, you drawing it by hand?
Yeah, that was me drawing it in.
Yeah, and they usually just kind of get it down to what the area they think it is, but they just went by the county. All that really means to me, and all you can do at home is sit tight, and maybe if you're watching me right now in those counties, is put yourself in a spot in the house that's away from windows. If you have, because that's what this is the kind of wind of 115 miles an hour that could take some of that debris left over from Helene and blow it around. Sure. So the only advice I have for you is, if you're where this eye is going to make landfall, is get yourself away from the wind. There's nothing else you can do. We don't have basements in Florida. I can't say go to the basement. No. All I can tell you to do is just stay away from the windows until this passes. Now, it's going to get dark pretty soon, and the whole situation of having winds that strong at night is even a more disconcerting situation.
Are we done with the tornadoes, Paul?
I think so. Okay. I wouldn't be shocked to see maybe a couple more, but I think the energy that produced, the shear that produced that, has now kind of raced away from our state.
So that wind warning again is until 9:30 tonight.
Thank you for reminding me. It's up until 9:30, and I'm going to chat. I want to chat.
I think Nash wants you.
Yeah, just drew the rough polygon. This is the area that they're looking at.
Did they make it a polygon?
Yes, should be in our system here shortly. The population enclosed in this, Paul, is close to 3 million.
Yeah. So, and I need to make this clear. Okay, this is important. It is not. And I said earlier, this is not going to be for entire counties, and it's not. It's for Manatee County, Pinellas, and Hillsborough, but just portions of those counties. And I don't think it goes all the way up to like Palm Harbor. Does it come up to Tampa?
It does, yes.
It includes Tampa? Okay.
Palm Harbor, it includes as well. That's the cutoff point. It stops before Tarpon Springs. It's drawn before or after Sarasota, so just north of Sarasota to just south of Tarpon Springs.
So give us a minute. And Jim just walked in, and we'll get back to the graphics machine, because I think it's important that we visually show you what we're talking about. Where we know the general area, and we'll come back and we'll show that on a graphic of who's got this extremely rare extreme wind warning that I don't remember the last time I've seen it.
But before you go, Paul, does this mean that these winds are going to continue for that long, or could those be gusts? I know you said sustained.
It's sustained winds of 115. It means it doesn't mean you can have 3 hours of sustained winds of 115. Okay. It means there will be a spell of sustained winds of 115, and then as the storm goes east of us, the winds will start diminishing. But those winds are going to start moving inland. Maybe not at this level, but those winds will start heading in.
And the key will be where on that cone or where around the eye wall we're talking about, right?
Yeah, it's usually the leading edge of the eye wall will have the strongest winds. So let me get to working on a graphic. Okay. And then I'll come back and probably just cut in with that graphic.
Come back whenever you want.
Okay.
We'll be here waiting.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Paul.
You know, we're just talking about those tropical storm force winds and how they are already moving through Polk County this evening. You know, there are already reports of flooded streets, and there were numerous tornado warnings there this afternoon. Our Fox 13's Carla Byron is in Polk County now with the latest.
Officials say now is the time to hunker down as we're going to start experiencing the strongest part of this storm later tonight. Those hurricane force winds that are going to reach 70 to 90 miles per hour. There were numerous tornado warnings this afternoon, although county officials say no confirmed touchdowns so far. There was damage in Highlands County from those cells. The county does have reports of downed power lines, and the significant rain has caused flash flood warnings. There are some roads that are impassable right now.
Our shelters are still open. We've got about 5,500 people across all of our shelters that are open. Those are still available, but again, unless you really have a good reason to leave at this point, it's best we suggest you just hunker down, ride out the storm, wait until it's safe tomorrow to begin moving around the county.
As those strong winds come through and there are power outages, officials are just reminding folks, don't put your generator in a garage, put it somewhere where it's ventilated. Also, don't try to connect it to your house without an electrician. Talking safety after the storm, officials are stressing people don't let your kids play in flood water, as there could be debris or animals or other hidden dangers. Driving through flood water, especially at nighttime, is a terrible idea as well. Another really important thing to remember is that injuries and fatalities are more likely to happen not during the storm, but after the storm. When it's light outside and people go outside to check the damage, they may step on a downed power line. So officials again are stressing that people stay inside once this storm passes. In Lakeland, Carla Byron, Fox 13 News.
All right, Carla, thank you. The city of Tampa is preparing to see a lot of flooding, damage, and of course, power outages. Our Evan Axelbank has been speaking to city emergency leaders about what they are expecting. Evan, what are you hearing there?
Yeah, and we have gone from waiting to see what the storm would bring to now being in the middle of it. Obviously, it's dry in here, but there are dozens of city officials behind me who are keeping a close watch on everything to do with the city, from police to fire, transportation, every kind of, every city department is represented here in the Emergency Operations Center that I am in right now. And I'm joined by Mayor Jane Castor. Mayor Castor is here with us. Now that we have seen some of the projections of storm surge decrease, change, are you able to say that the city of Tampa has avoided the worst yet?
I would say that we have avoided the worst. The worst case scenario would have been for Milton to come in on the north side of Tampa Bay. It's certainly not good, but I don't know about catastrophic. As it looks, it continues to move, so nothing's certain, but so far it looks good.
What guidelines are you going to use to determine when to either end emergency services or to restart them?
We usually end, as a rule of thumb, at 40 miles an hour. But, our first responders are going to go out and do what they have to do. But we certainly can't put people in harm's way. And so there does become a point when the winds are steady or those gusts are so high that first responders just can't get out.
And do you believe you're there yet?
I don't believe we're there yet. We still have police and fire responding to 911 calls.
And have you, at this point, responded to any what are called critical incidents, any incidents of injuries or serious injuries or death?
Nothing associated with Hurricane Milton.
Well, that's certainly good news. For people who are watching right now, obviously the mayor and other officials around the state and in the county have insisted that people leave evacuation zones A and B. Let's face it, there are going to be people who did not leave those zones. What do you say to those people right now as they watch and decide, determine whether they're in an unsafe situation?
Well, they are in an unsafe situation, and right now they just have to do all that they can to shelter in place right now. It's too late to get out.
And just quickly, what resources are going to be standing by for when this storm passes through, and how will you deploy those resources?
And that's a great question, because we are prepared to respond, but what we need to alert everyone to is that as you evacuated, thank you for doing that, but as soon as the winds die down, you can't come back into the city immediately. We're going to have to check those areas that have been flooded to ensure everyone's safe, and it's safe to get back in there. I promise you, we will get you back in as quickly as we safely can. So please just stay posted and wait for the official word to go back into those evacuation areas.
All right, Mayor Jane Castor, thank you so much for being with us. So Allie, you know, you hear the good news, and that is that it seems that Tampa has avoided the worst, the absolute worst, but of course, no one's guard is down right now. We have to wait and see what this storm brings to the city of Tampa.
I feel like I can take a little sigh of relief there. Please thank the mayor for all the updates and the work that she's done for our community. Evan, thank you.
Yep, first the mayor, now the sheriff. Law enforcement has all hands on deck right now, waiting for Milton's landfall. Let's bring in Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister joining us live. Hi there, Sheriff. What have you seen out there on the streets? This is something likely most of us have never seen, at least a scenario like this. How is it right now?
In my 33 years of law enforcement, I've never seen the flooding that we saw 2 weeks ago, and what we're starting to see already with the heavy rains, the flash flooding we're starting to see. But the conditions are rapidly, and I mean rapidly, deteriorating out there.
Sheriff, what's your sense of the evacuation orders in terms of how well they were responded to? We know over the last month or so, we've had a couple of storms here in the Tampa Bay area, so we've had plenty of dry runs. People know how damaging and dangerous these storms can be. Do you think most people who needed to evacuate have?
I have to tell you, I believe they have. You saw the long lines at gas stations, at grocery stores, places where they could buy supplies, the amount of cars that had fled, the fact that I've never seen every hotel in Hillsborough County sold out, even from residents who just got out of the evacuation zone. I'm very pleased with the response. Well, I just got an update before we came on air. We have over 15,000 people in shelter. 6 of them are at capacity. That's great news. That means people are heeding the warning.
That's an incredible number for our shelters. What about those who did not evacuate, who may need help later tonight? What is your message to them?
That's my biggest fear. You know, they took that gamble. They gamble with their life or the life of their loved ones. I'm not going to gamble with the 4,000 members that are here at the sheriff's office, along with Fish and Game, who sent 30 officers here ready for that response. We're all prepared. We have people spending the night around the clock. They're ready to go do what they're trained and prepared to do. But I'm not going to gamble with their lives responding because you decided to stay. And I can't imagine what that feeling would be like if you said, oh boy, I shouldn't be here, I need help, and help's not going to come at some point.
Sheriff, is there an area in terms of location that may be also a big concern for you? Obviously, there's some coastal areas, especially down by the river, but we know, you mentioned, of course, the heavy rain that's already starting to happen. Do you have a particular area that you're really concerned about, or are you more concerned just about the whole county?
We got 2 areas, the south end of the county, where I think is going to get the brunt of the storm, Alafai River. Again, you guys know how heavily saturated, but what a busy rainy season that has been. And now with all this rain coming, there's nowhere for the water to go. And I'm afraid of the flash flooding. You know, the storm surge is still yet to be determined. So the south end of the county and Dana Shores out towards Town and Country that easily floods. These are the 2 areas of the county that I'm most concerned with.
Sure. Well, Sheriff Chronister, we thank you so much for your time. Anything else you want to add to our viewers as we get ready for what could be a historic night here in Tampa Bay?
Hey, as your sheriff, as a father, as a member of this community, wherever you are, I'm pleading with you, stay indoors.
Let's hope they do. Sheriff Chad Chronister, thank you so much. We appreciate all our first responders and all you guys do for us, guys and gals. We know it's going to be a busy couple of days, if not longer. We'll let you get back to work. Thanks much.
Thank you.
Well, President Biden did address the Hurricane Milton issue, of course, this evening and the destructive power of the storm, while assuring that the government will be there, he said, for the people of Florida. Hear this.
We've already approved emergency declarations for Florida. We have thousands of federal personnel on the ground. We've staged and are ready to go. We have 20 million meals, 40 million liters of water. With my direction, the Secretary of Defense, Austin, has pre-positioned search and rescue teams, helicopters, and high water speed vehicles as close to the storm as possible so they're ready to conduct life-saving missions.
So you have been listening.
All right, let's talk, as of course, President Biden here giving some brief moments, some mentions here a short time ago. We want to talk about Pasco County. Go ahead. Yeah.
We're here right now in Port Richey in Pasco County. We're right along the water. This is a neighborhood that we've been in for a little while today, and it is pretty much a ghost town, which is good news. Ultimately, that means a lot of people appeared who have evacuated, either getting out of this area completely or going to a shelter. And right now, the wind is really starting to pick up in this area. We've seen some pretty steady rain for the last couple hours in Pasco. We've been in the Hudson area, the Port Richey area. Take a look at this house right here. It has the hurricane shutters on, and again, it doesn't appear that anybody is in this neighborhood or in this general area right now. Now, this house, the neighbor actually tells me the homeowner stayed during Hurricane Helene and actually had to swim out to the house next door that was on higher ground. So that just gives you an idea of how high that water was that came in during Helene. Now neighbors in this area are bracing for potentially round 2 of some potential storm surge flooding and flash flooding that could come with Milton and impact parts of Pasco County. And if you look at this house right now, this house was destroyed by flooding from Hurricane Helene. The homeowner says he had at least 4 feet of water inside his house. His house is gutted right now. And by the looks of the debris that was scattered along the street in this neighborhood, so many other people were dealing with the same thing from the flooding from Hurricane Helene. As you can see behind me, these homes back right up to the water, and that has been a concern again with Helene and with Milton here about that water rising. One of the biggest concerns in the county along the coast is the potential for more storm surge flooding and flash flooding. Again, it's already been raining for the better part of the afternoon, at least, better part of the day really here in the area. So that is one of the concerns. Again, storm surge flooding and flash flooding. At this point, if you haven't evacuated, that window has closed, and emergency officials are asking people really to shelter in place at this point. We will continue to have updates throughout the evening, but reporting in Pasco, Kylie Jones.
I want to talk about this graphic. We were discussing it earlier. Extreme wind warning is up until 9:30. This is done in extreme wind in extreme cases. Doesn't happen very often, and since I've been here 35 years, I don't recall one. Maybe when some of the hurricanes moved across the state, but I think back then this wasn't used much. All it means is in purple, which really covers essentially almost all of Manatee County, almost all of Hillsborough, almost all of Pinellas County. Winds may be sustained at 115 miles an hour. That's sustained, not gusts. Doesn't mean for 3 hours you can have a sustained winds of 115, that there may be a spell of that amount of wind as the eye wall begins to traverse the state from west to east or west-southwest to east-northeast. The highest likelihood, I think, of that occurring maybe a little bit to the south of some of these, the top end, maybe a little bit down here and down here. That is where the eye wall contains, we talked about this last night, the day before that, the core of the hurricane, the donut. The eye is the hole of the donut, and then surrounding that hole is the wind, the worst that the hurricane can produce or offer. That is going to slide east-northeast and head to the east coast. So this is up until 9:30. You should have had alert on your phone. I think it's actually required. This is one of those alerts, like a storm surge warning, that is required to be sent to your phone. This is until 9:30. Can we show current winds to see if we're probably not near that threshold? But let's see, you got 66 now in St. Pete. The eye wall is still kind of hanging off the coastline, but the winds will pick up as it begins to move onshore. So what is the advice? So you say, Paul, what do I do? There's not really a lot you can do in basements. I mean, if I was home and one was issued to my location, the best course of action is to put yourself in a room that you think is the safest room in your house, whether it's a bathroom or maybe a maybe I'm not saying it doesn't have to be a closet. It could be a den. It could be someplace in your house that you feel you've got a lot of walls in between you and the outside, and away from windows. Your biggest concern is really that wind blowing something around that would hit your window and compromising your house. That's really the biggest concern in these extreme wind warnings. I don't think there'll be enough wind necessarily to blow your roof off or something like that, but certainly can cause damage to your house. But anywhere interior of your home away from windows is the best course of action. So we'll have an update again and a lot more coming up. Here's the radar showing the heavy torrential rains which continue Tampa Bay north. Back to you guys.
All righty, Paul, thanks. You know, Disney World closed their theme parks early today ahead of this hurricane, ahead of Milton making landfall. And the cost of the closings, they say, could be anywhere from $150 to $200 million. That's according to analysts at Goldman Sachs. They say that will be the cost of closing Disney's Hollywood Studios, Animal Kingdom, Magic Kingdom, Epcot, and Disney Springs. Disney says these parks will likely stay closed through Thursday. And it's always, I want to show you this, it's always amazing to see this. Look at that. That's the International Space Station capturing some video of Hurricane Milton as it churned toward the Gulf Coast of Florida earlier today. And you can see it's clearly a monstrous storm, and it really has taken shape. And they're always incredible images from afar. I think a lot of us would love to be on that International Space Station right now.
Right, yeah. Well, you know, this morning FHP troopers rescued a dog that was left tied to a pole by someone. Look at this video. This dog was found on the shoulder of Interstate 75 near Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. And as FHP troopers approached the dog, you can see here it barked because it was scared. But troopers reassured it that they were there to help. And then you can see in the video, the dog was already submerged in floodwater up to its chest. We shouldn't have to say this, but of course FHP urges people, do not do this. You can take your dog to a shelter, or many of the shelters are accepting dogs. They're pet friendly.
Sure.
But the dog has been rescued, as you can see in the back of the trooper's car, and we actually heard that it was checked out by a vet, doing okay. Well, here's the dog in the back of the cruiser, and yep, as we just said, all checked out and doing well.
Yeah, you can find more storm coverage as well right in the palm of your hand. If you have not downloaded the Fox Local app, please do it now, because it really is a great app. It's so easy to use. You can actually scrub back on the live newscast and watch it. But you'll really need this for sure if you have any power outages, because many people are expecting it. Many people are already experiencing that. I know I'm getting some alerts in Pinellas County already. But the app has county-by-county updates, forecast videos from our weather team, all of our live newscasts. It's free to download for iPhone and Android phones, so please take advantage of that and don't wait till your power's out. Go ahead and do that now. And obviously, keep your phone charged as long as you can.
And those alerts on. Those are so important. And a reminder, if you do lose power during the storm or you need to save your device's batteries, several local radio stations will be carrying our newscast, and you can listen to our hurricane coverage on 102.5 The Bone, 97X, and 101.5 The Vibe. Stay informed, of course, at fox13news.com, and you can always find the latest track for Milton and weather updates there. Well, we are staying with you on the air throughout the night as we continue to monitor Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, this is a tough one, affecting a lot of people, but we're here for you. We want to help. We want to do everything we can. So we're going to be right back with our chief meteorologist, Paul Delgado, and the very latest track. We're about an hour away from expected landfall, county by county coverage, and live Sky Tower radar moments away.
And good evening. Thanks for sticking with us as we continue to stick with you throughout the duration of Hurricane Milton. I'm Allie Corey.
And I'm Mark Wilson. The entire Fox 13 team is here for you, ready for you. We appreciate you joining us. Hurricane Milton getting ever so close now to the Tampa Bay area. And we want to show you a little bit of damage we're already starting to see. These are pictures from Lake Placid from that tornado. It was a pretty dark wedge tornado there earlier tonight. These are from the sheriff. Tropical Home Mobile Park in Lake Placid. This is why we can tell you got to be careful these mobile home parks during these storms. We're hearing one person did suffer some minor injuries, but again, that's why we have our mobile home parks and manufactured homes in these evacuation orders, even this far inland, because we can see these tornadoes spawn. And if you saw our tornado alerts and the tornado warnings today, it was really something. I'm not sure I've ever seen 5. We had at least 5 at one point this afternoon in our viewing area at the same time. Just really incredible. Viewers are also sending us some video as well. Here's a clip of a tree that fell on a power line. This is Bardmore area in Seminole, Pinellas County. They're starting to get some of those heavier winds, and yeah, that power line is hot. Could spark a little bit of a fire there, but that's what happens when we get these heavy winds and these trees that are kind of somewhat canopy trees. If we got soft ground because of all the rain, some of the trees that are pretty thick, these winds are going to pull some of them down.
Sure, and at this point, you should absolutely be in your safe place. Let's send it over to meteorologist Nash Rhodes now with the very latest. Nash?
Yeah, we're checking in right now with a live update from Hurricane Milton. Sustained winds at the moment, 120 miles per hour. Still moving to the northeast at 15 miles per hour, which is relatively quick. We've seen it bounce back and forth a little bit faster than that at times, a little bit slower, and that's what we come to expect. As disorganized as this storm now is, a lot of those showers and thunderstorms kind of off on the northeast side of it. Off to the southeast, drier air is now funneling in, and that's why the southern edge of the eye wall, we'll show here in just a moment, has started to erode, and it's mainly the northern half that we're seeing all of the heavy rainfall, and additionally seeing all the strongest winds at the moment. Here's the latest updated track. We kind of tagged the position of the eye hour by hour, and you can see a few small jogs and wobbles here and there, and that's why we say we throw the models out the window right now and we keep an eye on the storm. We babysit it until it comes on shore, and that is so important because depending on the exact spot of landfall, as we're already starting to see, all the onshore winds will be just south of this circulation. All the offshore winds will be moving away from the coastline, and those offshore winds will mitigate that storm surge. All the highest levels of surge will be just to the south of the circulation. Let's get a closer look at a few spots that are already seeing some of the heaviest bands of rain, and kind of deceiving here because the radar, remember, is punching through all of these outer bands. By the time it gets here, it's a little bit lighter shaded, but still starting to see that eye get closer and closer to the shoreline, likely now moving toward Manatee and Sarasota counties, where that extreme wind warning was issued just moments ago, as winds could climb up to 110 to 115 miles per hour for some time. We're watching all this rain on the north side of this as well, as we've already seen roughly half a foot of rainfall on the leading edge of this storm, and the eye right now across is about 20 to 25 miles. We'd expect that to grow just a bit. You can see very disorganized and disheveled right now. Not a lot happening closer to the center in terms of organization like we had about an hour ago. Right now, wind gusts along the coast as high as 60 to 70 miles per hour in many spots. Notice the offshore winds just north of that circulation. Areas down farther south in southwest Florida, as we checked in with the Naples Fishing Pier just a moment ago. Onshore winds down there. Otherwise, inland, starting to see those wind gusts tick up to 30 to 40 miles per hour. Remember, these are tropical storm force winds extending very far inland. We didn't necessarily see hurricane force winds get transported inland with Helene when it made its close pass. This is going to be a different story because the eye, again, coming on shore and expected to make it all the way to the east side of the state still as a hurricane before pushing off the shoreline. This is a very rare warning that was issued just a moment ago. An extreme wind warning until 9:30 p.m. encompassing Tampa, St. Pete, all the way down south, just north of Sarasota is where they've drawn that closing line. But you get the picture. Spots in here can expect wind gusts and wind speeds to exceed at times 110 miles per hour, perhaps 115 miles per hour with that warning. And they save those warnings for the most dire of scenarios when it comes to these very strong winds on the leading edge of powerful hurricanes. Storms that come to mind, Ian. I was covering this storm, Hurricane Ian down in southwest Florida as it was pushing on shore, and one of those warnings were issued and came to our phone. Not very many of them are issued each year. Sometimes we go an entire year without seeing one of those warnings issued. So it just puts in perspective what we're seeing there. Additionally, the winds on the north side of this moving offshore will drive that surge much lower. Onshore winds, especially the strongest near and south of the storm center, is what we're going to be watching for to bump up those storm surge totals perhaps at or surpassing 10 feet in some spots. That has been the trend with many of these surge forecasts, but notice the numbers farther south have started to increase in spots, while the numbers up to the north have started to come down substantially. We have made some changes with that forecast. We're going to get that to you in just a moment. But Sky Tower radar showing that this is now nearing the coastline, 25 miles wide or so for that eye wall right now. Get back to you in just a moment with new updates regarding this storm's position. Guys?
You thinking landfall within the hour?
Might be a little soon. I remember it's the center of the storm, exactly within the middle of those winds that has to move onshore. I think some of the stronger winds of this system will be moving onshore in the next hour or so.
Okay, in the next hour or so. All right, Nash, thank you so much. You know, the rains and the wind continue to move into Sarasota and Manatee counties. People are on edge. They are just waiting for Milton to pass, but unfortunately, we are just getting into it here. Let's get out to Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon. She's live for us in Sarasota. Kim, you have been showing us so much out there. Tell us what it's like for you now.
Well, Allie, we're just off of Clark Road at the Holiday Inn Express here. The lights are starting to flicker. The power luckily came back on. Want to go ahead and show you just some of the gusts that we're feeling right now. Not so bad, but you can start to see over here just some of the trees moving. Car wash, we want to show you this. This is a Circle K over here. You can start to see just some of the things hanging off. We've seen a lot of the trees rocking off, where I think we're about to get one of those gusts right now. But this is why you need to be indoors at this point. A lot of this stuff can turn into flying shrapnel. We're lucky we're underneath a covered parking area here at the Holiday Inn. But want to show you some video today. This is from the Cortez Fishing Village. There was still some time for people to prepare here to get their boats ready. And you have to think about the Cortez Fishing Village. They were impacted greatly from Helene. Now they have Milton, and the Milton has its eyes set on the Manatee, Sarasota County area. It's a very hard thing. This is a historic fishing village. This is a place that so many people have poured their lives into for decades. I want you to hear from one of the fishermen here who says, no matter what Milton brings their way, they are going to rebuild, and they will continue to be here for the community.
We moved a lot of our boats around to another harbor to try and protect them. I decided to stay here with one of mine. That way we have multiple locations so we won't lose them all.
Cortez Fishing Village here is really the backbone of the community when you think about not only tourism, but the fish that we get. How important is it that we get this back up and running and help fishermen no matter what we face?
We've already made up our minds. If we do get wiped out, we'll rebuild. We've already made up our minds. We hope that doesn't happen, and we hope the damage is minimal, but we're expecting it to be pretty bad. We really are. And it's the lifeblood of the community. That's where all our dollars come from. It's where people, work. It's everything for us.
And really talking to another captain, Captain Scott Moore, who's lived on Anna Maria Island, Holmes Beach for decades. He sent me a text earlier and said this is really a storm that is going to change everything about our barrier islands, everything that we all have known and loved throughout the decades. Same goes for the Cortez Fishing Village here. Everyone is continuing to hold out hope, but we will just now wait and see. Want to bring you back out live here to Sarasota. You can really see now these squall lines are starting to get really bad. Just some of the wind coming in. We're starting to see some of the branches coming off. Right here off of Clark Road, our area now has lost power, and we expect these winds to continue to get stronger. A lot of people in the hotel who have evacuated from other areas just seeking a safe place, but we will continue to bring you the latest. I think we're going to take a break for about an hour as some of the worst weather moves in just to protect ourselves, but Allie will have more later on today. Back to you.
As always, Kim, thanks so much for your reporting. You guys get inside and be safe. We'll see you in a little bit later.
Now, Pinellas County's first responders have been pulled off the roads now that wind conditions are just too dangerous. You see what winds are already happening around Sarasota where Kim is. Many agencies are now sheltering in place at their Emergency Operations Center, and that's where we find Fox 13's Brianna Ardano joining us live. Hi there, Brianna. What's the latest there? You're in St. Pete, right?
Yeah, so I'm actually, the Emergency Operations Center is in Largo, and so I can tell you, though, that the city of St. Pete as well as Pinellas County have now stopped their emergency response because it is just too dangerous for those crews to be out on the roads right now. Now, earlier, just maybe around 6:30, we all got those alerts on our phones from Pinellas County, anyone who was here in the area telling us to shelter in place because of those high winds. And I'm sure everybody, as we heard Nash and Paul talking about the National Weather Service having their warning about the extreme wind, so you should already be in your safe place by now where you're going to be taking shelter during the storm. Now, before those warnings,
as it's driving all of that water down into Punta Gorda and Bonita Springs, areas like Mount Lachey that were very hard hit with previous hurricane, are now seeing insult to injury, with Milton bringing 10 to 15 feet of storm surge possible. The only good news is that Milton's moving very, very quickly. Zooming in on some of the heavier areas of rain, now the heaviest of the rain has shifted past Sarasota and Bradenton, and that's good. Now they're experiencing those hurricane level winds, just like our Lakewood Ranch camera we just looked at. It wasn't raining heavily there, but we could tell how windy it was. But you get the wind and the rain mixed in Pinellas, as well as Hillsborough, parts of Polk County and Pasco County now. And so our I-4 counties and northward, just in the middle of a deluge. I don't know if you were woken up by the rain early this morning like I was. It was raining really hard for a little while. It's going to do that for hours upon hours upon hours for these counties. And so that's what we're anticipating moving forward. So let's go ahead and move on in your forecast, because we do have a high risk of excessive rain. This is the additional rainfall. So on top of what we've already seen, where we're already looking at those radar estimated rainfall totals of 8 or 9 inches, we're expecting another 8 to 12 inches of rain on that swath that we were talking about from Pinellas County northward into northern Hillsborough, into eastern Pasco, and Hernando. Eastern Hernando could get in on that as well. The theme park's getting lots of rain in Orlando as well, but to the south of that eye, almost nothing. We're talking 4 inches of rain, maybe 5 inches of rain to the south of the eye. And so that's certainly a manageable amount of rain. But along the coastline there is where we see the storm surge. I like to check in on our current wind speeds, although they never really reflect how hard the winds get. It's just kind of a glimpse of what the wind speeds look like right now. Sustained in that 40 to 50 mile per hour range, starting to see some 66 mile per hour wind gusts in St. Pete, but we've seen some higher than that earlier. This is our in-house forecast model showing that landfall in between 7 and 8 p.m. this evening. And it could be a Sarasota landfall at this point on the in-house model. This is updated since the last time I showed this last hour. And so it did shift it a little bit further south back to where the track had it earlier this morning, right over Sarasota. And so potentially splitting the difference for landfall between Bradenton and Sarasota, but no huge net effect on that based on, or for storm surge to the south or north of that. So that's what we're looking at in terms of landfall, guys. We will get a notification when the National Hurricane Center declares landfall, and we'll let you know when that is.
All right, Rebecca, thank you very much for that update. I know people want to see the maps constantly. They're looking for the areas that they live in to see what they are in for and if it's the same in other places. And
exactly where it's going to make landfall, that's the big question.
Polk County is very much inland, as you know, but lakes and rivers there are rising from all the rain. We also know that some of the roadways are becoming impassable in places.
So we're going to go to Polk County now. News Channel 8's Georgia MacArthur is there. Georgia, I know you moved because of some of the bad conditions. It's really coming down there. Update us, please.
Yes, I moved from the Mulberry area to here downtown in Lakeland. As you can see, the winds are really packing the punch, as well as that rain has started to pick up here. But as we were driving throughout Polk County, we did see quite a few roads that were impassable. We're also hearing that there are a few power outages in the Mulberry area. We do know that the east part of Polk County at one point was under a couple of tornado watches, but I'm going to show you the downtown area here as the wind gusts start to kind of pick up. We are still seeing some of that rain come down very heavily, but it appears to be like a ghost town here throughout Polk County. We see that most people are heeding those evacuations. We spent time at a nearby hotel where we spoke to quite a few people who came from Pinellas County area who said that they came here inland to try to get away from these conditions, as well as we talked to a few people who lived in mobile home parks that are, evacuating at local hotels because they know how serious these conditions can get as they start to deteriorate. Stacey and Jen.
Georgia, thank you so much. I continue to get updates and texts and questions from my friends and family in the Lakeland area. So while I'm sorry for Georgia to have to stand out in that rain, it is very helpful for folks to see, oh yes, okay, it's here, it's coming. And we are starting to see power outages, I'm told, in the Lakeland area as well. But we want to show you some video. This is from Rob T. in Northport, much further south of Lakeland, as heavy winds continue to sweep through that area. Rob says his neighbor has blue tarp on their home, and the winds almost blew that away.
And we want to show you some security footage from a home in Bel Air over in Pinellas County. You can see that storm just shake the camera. It's bending that palm tree. And these are all videos sent in by our viewers by going to WFLA.com/report it. If you have some good video, it's very easy to send it to us and we'll get it on the air for you. I know it's getting dark now. It's going to be harder to have video, and of course we want you to stay safe. Don't put yourself in harm's way to get pictures or video.
Yeah, this is video from Tampa over at Carillon Park. Justin Keeney sent us this video of the winds just rocking the street signs in that neighborhood, and that is going to be a common sight across the Bay Area tonight.
And don't forget, if the power goes out and you can't watch on TV, you can still tune into our radio partners. We are expecting some widespread power outages. Several stations around the Bay Area are partnering with us to keep you informed. They're on your screen right now.
Our team coverage continues right now. We have reporters staged across the Bay Area monitoring the conditions. One person we've been watching is Kenny Morales. Are the lights still on behind you? Is that what I'm witnessing?
Yeah, you're in Seminole, so that might be a good sign, although I imagine you're undercover.
Exactly right. So the lights are still on in the house right now, but I think the light you're seeing is the little camera light that we have being held by our cameraman extraordinaire, Bob Hansen. But yeah, like you mentioned, I'm live here in Seminole, and I'll let Bob kind of pan over here. I was talking about it earlier with you guys. The conditions here, they kind of deteriorated quickly, but they've been in waves, right? We get a band here of rain and wind that would go bad for about 5 or 10 minutes. Then it kind of calmed down. You see the trees weren't, flooding around as much. The rain was a little lighter. That's pretty much gone to the wayside. It's been a constant flow of heavy rain and really strong winds over the past 30 minutes or so, I would say. And we've just recently noticed we've started to hear those kind of howls, those roars of those really strong hurricane winds that you hear from powerful major hurricanes, right? I do want to say I got a couple of updates from Pinellas County officials. Officials said they have more than 11,000 people hunkered down in shelters around the Pinellas County area. Really encouraging to hear that so many people have heeded those evacuation warnings and found a safer place. Also, a Pinellas County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Hi, we have just lost Kenny Morales. We apologize. That's going to be happening a lot throughout the evening. We want our crews to stay safe, of course. And now we welcome in meteorologist Rebecca Berry. Everybody really wondering about where it's actually going to make landfall.
I think it's going to split the difference between Sarasota and Bradenton based on the current radar, how it looks. And, that's probably not going to mitigate too much of a change in the effects that we told people to expect. It would lower the surge for Bradenton just a little bit because they wouldn't get very long of an onshore wind there. And it wouldn't change the forecast very much for the areas parts south of there.
Where it is starting to have the biggest impacts, folks are starting to lose power. Kenny is among the lucky folks in Seminole who still have power. I'm looking at some of the outage maps. Duke Energy has 74,000 people just in the Pinellas County area. And then also TECO is reporting 62,000 people without power this hour. I'm kind of speculating at this point. I think a lot of that probably has to do with the high winds that we're seeing.
Yeah, and so 60 miles per hour is kind of a threshold that we use for that because that starts to knock down branches and compromise structures and that sort of thing. So whenever we see swaths of 60 mile per hour wind gusts, that's we actually have a power outage tracker, and that's what it's solely focused on is when the winds go above that 60 mile per hour range.
And we know all the power companies in our area were bracing for this. So FPNL, Duke, TECO, they've all got multiple crews out there. They will try to restore things as soon as possible. But we've seen in big storms like this, a Cat 3 major hurricane, you could be without power for an extended period of time. Not everyone, but
yes. And
some.
Jen and I were talking about this, I think, a couple of days ago, the way that different power stations work. If you're in a smaller group of power outages, you might be addressed later. They try to address the greatest need first in terms of restoring power. And so the more widespread areas might get the attention first. And I feel like you experienced this with Helene a little bit.
I did.
You and only a couple of neighbors were without power. And so you were one of the last to come back on.
Yeah. And I'm wondering, too, when you look at this, I'm looking at the map behind you, if they want to put that back up, the reflectivity map, where do you think we're going to see the strongest winds and for how long?
And so from Bradenton southward along the coast of Manatee and Sarasota counties, you're going to get two durations of the highest winds. The first is occurring now as the eastern eye wall moves over the coastline of Manatee and Sarasota counties. So the highest winds are closest to the eye. Now, the second half of that eye, the western edge of the wall, has some of the strongest winds within the storm. Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli was sampling those upper level winds over 100 miles an hour. And so a lot of times as they mix down, they're not quite that strong, but we could see sustained winds of 120 miles per hour along Manatee and Sarasota's coastline.
That's why they evacuated all those folks in mobile homes, even if they were in more interior areas and not in a flood-prone area, because those manufactured mobile homes cannot withstand those winds.
Yes, and your homes are built to specifications. Modern homes are. Now, very old homes didn't have codes and that sort of a thing, and you may not have the same robust structure in some of the older homes, but mobile homes are not built to withstand these types of winds. And so that's why they call for evacuations of RVs, mobile homes, modular homes, and those sorts of things, because those are where we see the most roofs ripped off.
Yeah.
You know, those carports that come attached to them. It doesn't take much wind to take those carports at all, and a lot of them are attached to the roofs, and it just peels it away. And so we don't want someone riding out the second half of the storm without a roof.
No doubt.
And those sheds and things in the backyard, they're also not built to withstand.
Sheds and secondary structures oftentimes aren't as maintained as your home is, or as robustly built in the first place.
Well, maybe we can check back on the wobble tracker here in a few minutes, but right now we want to ensure that we can continue to bring you the coverage that you're expecting. So we're going to have much more on the storm coming up. Jen.
Yeah, actually, the way that we are ensuring our coverage is able to be brought to you, we have a secondary location that's up in Wesley Chapel. And we have our team up there, our backup team, Josh Benson and meteorologist Eric Stone, who are standing by in that location. And guys, you are monitoring that wobble tracker as we speak.
Yeah, we're going to bring it to you right now, and we don't have to wait for it. So, yes, thank you, guys. We can finally hear you, which is great. It's been a challenge to just piece by piece get this up and running the way we want the studio to work. So, as part of a storm that's expected, but we got it finally,
yeah,
right?
That's right.
Feeling a little bit better.
And you know what? We're getting really, really close to landfall. And the good
Let's
news
go and
is,
take a look.
with the wobble tracker, we got nervous here with this wobble because it was moving more to the north, and we thought,
right.
If it continues that, we're going to get a lot of water in the bay. But what happened? Right here, we had this little wobble to the east, and then another little wobble to the east. So I actually think this may move a little bit south of this track, right around SRQ, Sarasota Airport. But either way, that is going to spare over 1 million people that live in and around the bay from that storm surge.
So you're thinking landfall right in this region?
I'm thinking landfall right around Sarasota, Manatee County border, right near the airport.
What time are we talking about? Because right now,
really close. It's after 7, so I'd say within the hour. Yeah,
within the hour,
around 8 o'clock or so.
Okay,
definitely.
so within the hour, expected landfall. Now we're obviously 20 miles inland from you guys who are on the coast or in downtown Tampa. What kind of effects, given the fact that it is south, and obviously we're going to talk about Sarasota because they're going to feel a lot more.
Right.
But for downtown and all these people that would have been affected by storm surge, no storm surge at this point.
No storm surge, but notice, see these deep reds to the north of the storm. This is extremely heavy rain. We're talking a good 4 inches an hour, and we're going to be in that here in Wesley Chapel, too. All of Hillsborough County, Pasco County, and points eastward. So we're looking at 12 to 18 inches of rain. Same thing in downtown Tampa, and the winds are going to be borderline hurricane force, at least sustained, and well over 80 to 90 miles per hour in the gust category.
Okay. So as you can see, we finally got our maps and our models set up here, guys, so we can actually monitor it along with you back in the studio. I can open the lines up so we can actually talk to each other, which is nice. Have you had any issues back in Tampa downtown, or is everything pretty smooth sailing? Because we're trying to be the overflow in the event that there is problems downtown.
Well, we like that you're part of the coverage, period. And I did want to ask, we've been good down here so far. Let's hope it holds. But Eric, can you explain a little bit about that storm being so top heavy now and how maybe that recently impacted it and could further impact it?
Well, earlier it was really top heavy. It kind of leaned it a little bit further to the north. And I do think that might have accounted for this northern wobble and even the one to the south that you can't see. But again, this is being picked up by the jet and riding along a front. So it can't really move too much further to the north. So again, that's huge news
you run out of space
for the Tampa Bay. That's right. There's not much more space left. So again, we are expecting the water to continue to come out of Tampa Bay. I know you have a camera that's aimed right on the Hillsborough River.
Yes,
so.
right at my desk, actually. I set up a time-lapse camera, so it'll be interesting to see the water levels. I know you guys have been taking live shots from our tower cam. But
yeah, so the water's being taken out of here. But I know Stacy and I have been in contact the last several days, and this is what I really have thought would happen, that this would move south and be right around that Sarasota, Manatee County line.
You have been calling that for several days, I will say, but those wobbles make a lot of people nervous for obvious reasons.
Hey guys, while we have you, I want to ask you, because we're getting a lot of messages from the folks up in Pasco County who are obviously just getting hammered right now. by those heavy winds and the strong rains. Some folks still do have power in that area, but they did just get word that they should shelter in place and that emergency responders will not be out on the roadways anymore. They're pulling all those first responders back in for their own safety. And do you get the sense that folks up there are heeding the warnings?
Well, based on what, I mean, we're not getting much intel based on the people in outlying counties. What we're seeing is more people that we're stationed with. I mean, we have some of the reporters that have come in. Eileen Natchik was here. Brianda Villegas is here. So she's kind of getting some of those stories and bringing them back to us. But what we're hearing is, yeah, I think they are heeding the warning, especially with the people we've talked to here. They've already been through Helene. That was their big wake-up call. A lot of them who were in, like, St. Pete Beach and the beach coastline communities said, we're not going to do it. Our house has already been either affected or destroyed from Helene, so we're going inland as much as we can just to get out of town. And that doesn't necessarily mean they're going all the way up to Tallahassee or down to Miami. These people just need to get inland 20, 30 miles to get out of this mess.
But we're still going to get a lot of flooding rain. So low-lying areas, if you are inland, if you flood on a rainy season day, there's going to be a lot of inland flooding.
Yeah. But the mood here, I think, guys, is pretty good. I think a lot of people are positive. They're happy they left. We're watching the parking lot to make sure the flooding isn't too bad. I mean, we're seeing, what, 12 to 18 inches of rain we can expect.
Our cars are getting pressure washed right now.
Pressure washed, yeah. But everything is much better than they were before. So hopefully the signal will stay strong and we can talk to you guys a lot more.
Sounds good. Great to see you guys. Thank you very much. And of course, Sarasota expected to see major storm surge, and right now wind gusts really starting to pick up down there.
News Channel 8's Nicole Rogers is in downtown Sarasota for us right now. I'm happy to see that you've moved inside. I was getting worried about you.
Jen, we have definitely seen these weather conditions deteriorate, so we have come inside for our own safety, and what I can tell you is it looks like a fireworks show right now in downtown Sarasota. We are seeing transformer after transformer blowing, and we even at the hotel we're staying at just heard them come over the intercom and say if you get stuck in an elevator because the power went out, it's very important you can press the emergency button. But right now, so far we've had reported here in Sarasota 90 miles per hour gusts and 60 mile per hour sustained winds. Why is that so important? Because the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office said after 45 miles per hour of sustained winds, deputies will not be responding to emergencies or calls for service because it's simply not safe. And that's why we evacuated the areas of A, B, and Z, all those zones ahead of time, and they were driving through those barrier islands, and they were over the intercoms telling people it might get to the point where if you need help, someone can't save you. And we might be to that point right now. As I said, those 60 mile per hour sustained winds, they said they would not come out after 45 miles per hour. So we will continue to keep you up to date on everything going on here in Sarasota County, but right now we're really starting to see the brunt of that weather, the worst that we've gotten throughout the day. We're starting to see the winds really pick up. I don't know if it's as much water and more wind that we're probably seeing these transformers blowing, but I wouldn't count it off that within the next hour or two, we're going to have a lot of people out of power. My story here in Sarasota is going to be a lot different. What we're going through here, what people are going through here, but we will, of course, keep you informed every step of the way. Live in Sarasota, Nicole Rogers, 8 on...
All right, thanks, Nicole. We are waiting, by the way. The governor is about to have a press conference, so we will go to that when we get it. But we're also keeping a close eye on the Hillsborough River right here in downtown Tampa. During Helene, many neighborhoods and roads greatly impacted by flooding and came close in a lot of spots, and a lot of houses, of course, as you saw along West Shore, wiped out in South Tampa.
They were. We had water here under the station. We're right along the Hillsborough River, and we had about 4 feet of flood surge come over the banks of the river. News Channel 8's Ty Russell is live for us right here at the base of our television station in downtown Tampa. We are in Evacuation A. We have a fortress of a facility down here, but we wanted to know what it looked like there. We were prepared for a terrible storm surge had this storm made landfall a little further north.
And thank goodness, Jen and Stacy, that water is continuing to move outward. Now, I know it's dark, but we're going to try something. We're going to try to, I'll step out of the way. We're going to try to turn up the game here on the camera. So excuse us if the picture looks a little fuzzy, but we want to just give you a clearer picture of what we are seeing. Again, it is dark, but this is a look at the Hillsborough River. That water is continuing to move outward. But why is that also important? It's because here in downtown Tampa, like our awesome meteorologists were saying, we're expecting a lot of rainfall, especially in the eye wall of Milton. So as long as this water continues to move out, that makes business owners and some of the neighbors who live along this area, even though most of them should be out or sheltering elsewhere on higher ground, but that makes them feel easier. So when they return to this area, they will be able to say, okay, I still have my home, I still have my business, I don't have to go back to FEMA, because many of these folks were afraid that they were going to have to go back to FEMA and file even more claims, because many people are dealing with claims from Debbie, claims from Helene, and then Milton. But as we look up at downtown Tampa, you can see the power is still on. That is a good sign, although we are expecting that to change the later on we get into the night. You can see that it is raining right now in the parking garages. You can see some of that steam when it falls. You can see some of the rainfall there. It's been raining sometimes heavy, sometimes a little softer, but we have been experiencing this continued rainfall for the last several hours. So I'm pretty sure some of the neighborhoods in this area are definitely concerned about flooding. And I know outside the camera view, which you guys can't see because we are sheltered in a little corner here to try to protect us and our equipment, but I've been looking at some of the major roads around downtown Tampa. I haven't been seeing many cars, thank goodness, traveling. I'll see, of course, first responders travel throughout the area. No lights on, no emergencies as far as this area, as far as I can see in this area. But right now, the winds are slightly calmer. Again, we're expecting that to change as we move into the night. But so far, so good. I've been monitoring reports with Tampa officials and Hillsborough officials. Again, they're dealing with some of these shelters that are at full capacity. But I'm going to send it back to you guys because Governor Ron DeSantis is getting ready to speak.
All right. Thank you, Ty. We're going to take a listen in right now.
It's hitting the Gulf Coast prior to high tide, which we hope will help mitigate some of the storm surge. There isn't, you see it already developing, and there's going to continue to be storm surge both on the West Coast and eventually on the East Coast of Florida. And we're going to see a significant amount of rainfall on the northern part of the storm. There's already been 116 tornado warnings with 19 confirmed touchdowns throughout the state, 9 flash flood warnings, and 4 additional flood watches, with many, many more to come. Numerous counties have reported tornado damage. Peak storm surge is predicted to be between 5 and 13 feet, depending on where you are on the Gulf Coast of Florida. As of right now, the peak storm surge looks to be between the Charlotte-Lee County line up until Anna Maria Island in Manatee County. Prior to landfall, the state completed nearly 2,000 missions. Generators were sent to shelters. We have massive amounts of fuel reserves that are staged and ready to go, millions of gallons of gas. When the ports reopen, Florida Highway Patrol will be standing by to escort fuel trucks to service stations so that people will have access to fuel as they return to their homes. The Florida Department of Transportation is staged and ready to go as soon as the storm passes. They have 156 bridge inspectors, which will go to clear the bridges, 402 cut and toss personnel, and over 1,000 generators and 350 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks. We have massive amounts of search and rescue equipment and personnel standing by. And we hope that there's not a big need for that, but we're prepared for that. And that's not just our state and local. It's also our National Guard, our State Guard. We have about 9,000 National Guard personnel between Florida and other states. We also have Florida Highway Patrol, Fish and Wildlife, Department of Law Enforcement, and of course our Florida State Guard. There was a lot of questions about pre-staging linemen, which is our practice here in Florida, given that you have a lot of linemen working for Hurricane Helene in places like Georgia and North Carolina. I'm happy to report that we have over 50,000 linemen that are in the state of Florida, and as soon as it's safe to do so, they will commence with power restoration. We're already seeing power outages You're going to continue to see a lot more power outages over the course of tonight and into tomorrow morning. Now, at this point, it's too dangerous to evacuate safely, so you have to shelter in place and just hunker down. Category 3 storm for most places in Florida, particularly newer construction. Likely the building is going to be able to withstand it. But if you start to get in a situation where trees are snapping, power's popping, you do have to treat it like a tornado. And then if you are in a tornado warning, that's a duck and cover in a place that's safe in your structure. Those can be very, very dangerous, even if you are inside in cover. Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters and rushing storm surge are very dangerous. And I would say that's even more so in spite of everything the state did to help these local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris. And they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. Stay put until the storm is passed. If you are in Sarasota, Manatee, some of those areas where the eye of the storm is going, it may be where things calm down for a minute. Just understand that means you're in the eye. It's going to go back and get really nasty very soon. So don't go outdoors until it is confirmed safe. You can listen to your local emergency management officials about that one. Power outages are going to happen, as I mentioned. So please, if you're using a generator, make sure that you're using it safely. Do not run the generator inside your home. That can be fatal. Make sure it's outside the home at a safe distance from windows and doorways. If you see dangerous conditions, please report those to your local authorities so that they can help protect people and mitigate it. So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm. People are tired because of having to deal with Hurricane Helene, and yet all I've seen is people just dig deep inside and say, we're not going to be denied, we're going to get the job done. So I really appreciate everybody that's worked so hard on the heels of Helene to prepare for this storm and to be ready to go. And you will see that in action very shortly as this storm passes. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, for leading us.
Audio would be helpful. Back here with Justin Mosley. JB here with you live, folks, on Tracking the Tropics on WFLA.com. A little bit of food in the belly, a little bit of water as well will go a long way. So we are back here with you live. Let's get back to our coverage. The real-time wobble tracker, folks, valuable tool, has been extremely valuable all day. You see that slithering snake, as I called it earlier, Justin, making its way to the coast, and it will appear that a landfall event is going to come in the area between, look, for map purposes, it's the area between Bradenton and Sarasota. But if we kind of hone in there on what is actually between Bradenton and Sarasota, if they declare a landfall on a barrier island, it would be perhaps, I mean, look, the center of the eye, Justin. I mean, we're talking about, I mean, all right, call me crazy, but could that even be Siesta Key?
I'm looking at a different radar map right now, and
let's bring up Max Fender 8 with it. Yep.
Okay, yeah, that shows that a little bit better.
It just kind of cut east.
Yeah, if you're trying to add a landfall point, if it does jog a little further to the north, then somewhere Siesta Key, Sarasota, Vamo is an area.
You're saying if it jogs north, we're talking about Siesta Key. That's wild, given where we are with this. So maybe Nokomis?
The center point, I think it would go north of Nokomis, so Vamo, Osprey, area. Gulf Gate Estates is another area there that could be declared, but we're getting closer with each passing hour because they're on the eastern side of that eye wall, and it's fairly ragged at this point in time. So Sarasota is not dealing with a tremendous amount of heavy amounts of rain, but the winds are very strong. We had a gust, I believe, of 90 miles per hour. Just looking at some of the winds all across our area, 77 mile an hour wind gust at last report there at SRQ. That's where the reading is taken for Sarasota Bradenton International Airport, which is that area there. And it's been gusting like that for quite a while. 77, 67, 64, 60. So they've been dealing with a lot of wind across the southern portions of the area, and this is going to continue to build further to the north. St. Pete dealing with strong wind gusts as well. Was just looking at the report out of the airport there, if I can locate that. It was at 66 miles an hour. So again, that wind is unrestricted off of the bay, so that can exacerbate things as well. So yeah, it's all happening. And what we see on the radar right now, JB.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about, Eric was talking about it being so top heavy. Look at the top heavy nature of the storm. It's wild.
Incredible. That band that you see over south portions of the bay, getting into downtown St. Petersburg, where our observation point there is at Whitted Field. This is going to be really interesting to see the report. Unrestricted winds coming in out of the east into downtown St. Petersburg. So yeah, it's a rough go of it tonight across the southern portions of Tampa Bay and getting into that northern Suncoast area. So Bradenton, you're going through it. Sarasota as well. Some of the worst and the heaviest rain is off to the north, up around Palmetto and getting into Ruskin, Sun City Center. And again, this is going to also work its way north into downtown Tampa. Lakeland is involved with that as well in Polk County. A little further out from the storm center, so the winds aren't quite as strong, but certainly it's something that we have to continue to monitor here in the Max Defender 8 Weather Center.
All right, so we're asking our audience on the WFLA YouTube page how we can be of best service to you. We are, of course, in landfall coverage, preparing for a landfall event now and getting ready across all platforms. But really, landfall at this point is just a formality. It's just a declaration, to tell you the truth. And we're really honed in on Pinellas, Hillsborough, Pasco, and even into Polk County, areas that are seeing significant impacts at this hour from Hurricane Milton. Can you get a check? Still Cat 3? Because we're
still Category 3.
We're probably getting closer to Cat 2, no?
It is weakening, judging by what I can see on the radar, but then there's again, this is kind of deceiving because the trough is picking up, so we're dealing with the radar that there's an inner eye wall. It's difficult to explain, but the storm may be tilted a little bit because of the stronger winds aloft, so there's a mid-level circulation versus a low-level circulation. But nonetheless, the eye is still very much intact as it's moving ashore in Manatee County, and the northern eye wall is actually intensifying over those warm waters of Tampa Bay. You can see how we go from the oranges to a lot of that red popping on your screen. Those are high reflectivity levels indicative of the strength of the storm that is moving through right now. So it's a really rough go of it from the Skyway Bridge into St. Petersburg and south into Manatee County around Terracea, Bradenton, and again southward into Sarasota at this point in time.
All right, so we've run a poll asking folks how we can best serve our audience. They really want for us to hone in on radar, and they really want for us to talk about impact areas and shout out to impact areas. We will do our best. Also, what people are really looking for are live reporters and cameras. We will work on getting you that as well. Right now, our reporters are catching a breather. They've been out in the elements, and the sun has gone down in Tampa Bay and really across the state of Florida. So we're now transitioning really from a daytime event to a nighttime event. And once again, Justin, we're talking about a landfalling hurricane at night. What gives?
Everyone asks me about that, and it is incredible, I have to say. I've been here a really long time, and these storms seem to always hit at night when it's the most frightening part about it, because you lose power and you can't even see what is going on outside. And a lot of folks are hunkered down. They have their storm shutters up. That's great. But again, you can't even look out your window to kind of survey the noise that you're hearing, that constant wind that's going to keep up across our area for this evening. All right, looking outside.
Yeah, this is our tower camera located about 60, 70 feet above our heads right now, where Justin and I are located in the Stream Center in downtown Tampa, Florida. And, it's interesting because you see that activity there. Look at the wind pushing the rain around like that. That's, it's interesting to see it from our tower camera. You see it there, Justin?
I do. Yeah, that's the Hillsborough River being driven by the strong winds that are ongoing here in downtown Tampa. So we can see this is a great camera shot because this will give us an idea of any type of water level rise or surge that may be ongoing. I just saw Ty Russell's report, WFLA anchor reporter here, and he's outside of our studios here along the Hillsborough River, and the water is doing okay. We're not in any bad shape here on the Hillsborough River at this point in time. Of course, we're in the midst of this hurricane that is trying to make landfall just to the south of downtown Tampa, but really the onslaught is ongoing in our southern zones right now. But you can see even on the northern fringes of the eye wall, which is where we are here in downtown Tampa, it's a rough go, but the wind is really buffeting around here.
Yeah, so we have other live cameras that we'll be bringing you. In fact, I'm just going to kind of cycle through them, and hopefully we hit on a few. That one is currently down. Let's go to this one. That one was, that's the YouTube page for the southernmost point. And now that it's a little bit safer and calmer down there, people taking pictures next to Florida's southernmost point in Key West. We also had this shot earlier, and I believe, we still have it. St. Pete, right? I-275 at 5th Avenue North. So this is the interstate, and blinding rain,
rocking and rolling,
and that blinding rain is kind of blowing onto the camera lens here and covering it with rain.
It certainly is, and the wind direction is going to be key. This is we're looking north, okay? So the camera is looking to the north along the interstate, and the way the rain elements on the lens are going from right to left indicates to us that we have a strong east component to the wind. And that east component is driving any water that is over Tampa Bay towards the St. Pete Pier, towards the downtown area of St. Pete. So it's a little different situation given the position of St. Petersburg. It is on the east side of Pinellas County, and it's on the bay. So with an east wind, you can somewhat inundate the downtown area. Now, I'll have to check on the tide there at the St. Pete Pier to see what tide cycle we're at. It would maybe even be in between tides, but all that is going to be critical at this point in time for Pinellas County. A little different situation, as I mentioned, for downtown Tampa.
Checking here on Wobble Tracker as well, and is the eye, what's happening to the eye as we look at it here on Wobble Tracker? What's exactly going on?
So we got the core of the storm. The eye wall is to the north, and the eye wall is definitely the strongest portion of the storm. But the eye itself, and we're waiting a 8 o'clock advisory, which we'll get another point update. It's a little further to the east than what you see right now. The eye is somewhat ragged. It's undergoing land interaction. So on the south side and on the southeast and eastern side, we don't see a lot of precipitation. That's rainfall that you see on the radar. So Sarasota, Venice, it's light to occasionally moderate rain. The wind is there, and until the eye itself gets over you, the winds won't stop. But we don't see the tremendous amount of steady rain, and the models have been doing an excellent job with this, indicating that this storm would be front-loaded or top-loaded with a tremendous amount of rain. And that's what we're seeing from the Bay Area northward into the Nature Coast. So we're talking about Hillsborough, Pinellas, and then northward in the Nature Coast, Pasco, Fernando, and up into Citrus counties. So we got another camera here. This is live shaking around I-275. Northbound
it's in night mode, like a black and white night mode version of the picture. So this is from the Howard Franklin Bridge near the Kennedy exit, I'm told, and you can clearly see that nobody is on the Howard Franklin Bridge. You know, this is usually a great shot to show the water, washing up onto the roadway, washing up onto the bridge itself, but it's really hard to see now that we no longer have sunlight in the air.
Yeah, it's a very eerie image, especially with it taking you through your own ship. Bouncing around like
long
that.
enough, you'll get nauseous.
Oh my gosh.
So we'll continue cycling through, and we have one more here. Let's get it in from Dunedin. I mean, this is Yeah, live from Dunedin, Florida, which is basically located right there by the water. And
This is Pinellas County, north of Clearwater, is what we're doing. It's there, with Dunedin area, south of Palm Harbor.
And let's get now to WFLA.com/report it. Videos and pictures that have been coming in from you, our audience. Please do so safely and responsibly. Do not compromise your safety for a piece of video or a photo. Let's next go to Andrew Nope, that is Andrew. So we're going to move on from Andrew. This is Ethan in Pinellas. Wow. Next up, this is David, downtown Sarasota. The comment here is falling debris. Next up, thank you, David. Next up, this is Jimmy in Palm City. Wow, look at this. We talk about mobile homes. We talk about, how structurally they're just not as safe as, a home that has been built more in recent years, obviously. And so, but also too, falling trees onto an RV can be obviously quite hazardous. So you hate to see this. This is but you know what? This is, look, for what it's worth, Jimmy says that this is the aftermath of the tornado. We can't independently confirm that, but that is the comment saying that a tornado came through Palm City, Florida. Next up, this is from Northport. Josh sending this in shortly after the sun went down. You can see there some flooding in the distance, some wind as well. Next up, Keith in Clearwater Beach.
Incredible stuff. And this is there's Pier 60 that we just saw there briefly. This is being hit again after Helene. This is just incredible.
Yeah, nighttime video coming in. Austin from downtown Tampa says the winds are really picking up, and you can see it there.
At last report, the winds were the hurricane force winds extended out 35 miles from the center, and we're getting closer to that in Tampa as the storm is slowly moving northeast.
Carlisle, the Manatee River.
This is Bradenton. Look at that angry river. This is pretty close to Manatee Memorial Hospital here. If you're familiar with that Bradenton Riverwalk area, a really rough go there.
Yeah, watch the water here again.
Just lapping over that Riverwalk. Beautiful real estate on a sunny day.
Carlisle, thank you for that video. Really appreciate it. Okay, this is Ryan, St. Pete, off of 66, transformer blowing. Seen a lot of this all of a sudden.
Yeah, and that's what's going to, like I mentioned earlier, the power outage is going to be a big issue, and we're going to see a lot of these transformers blowing tonight.
This is from Rose in Northport, saying that a tree fell. Clearly you can see it there in the distance. Oh, no, that's the tree that fell. We were watching it fall in the video. Let's, out of focus here a little bit, but let's watch it here again.
And it comes from this gust. You can see it here.
Right there.
Here comes the wind. Bam.
Down it goes.
And that's what we always talk about, is those quick bursts of wind that can take down the trees in short order.
Thank you, Rose, for sending that in. And Misty says a power line exploding. Dunedin, Florida.
Holy shit.
Oh, okay. That's
we forgive that language.
No,
please
that one made
that.
it through from Misty in Dunedin. Please keep. Look, I mean, that's just a.
It's understandable, but again, we apologize for that.
It's on fire. It's going.
Oh no. Yeah, that Misty, thank you for sending in that video onto WFLA.com/report it. Next up in the queue, we've got Douglas, Old Tampa Bay, footage in Tampa on a tugboat. Douglas, for sending that in. Clearly, you can just see the rain, the volume of rain that is falling. We've got two more in this particular reported session. Next up, this is Safety Harbor next to Philippi Park. Philippi, excuse me. Yeah, I'm having difficulty pronouncing.
This is in Sarasota.
Wow, this is from Ferret, 40 feet above sea level. There's a video of the hurricane winds. Still have power though. Let's listen. Barrett, thank you for sending that in. One more here. Sarasota 50 Paramount Power, flickering and heavy winds from Timothy. And there you see it right there, the power going in and out.
Okay, I got the 8 o'clock advisory.
All right, let's break it down. What do you got, Chris?
Okay, just coming in, the headline from the Hurricane Center. Milton close to making landfall on the west central Florida coastline. Life-threatening storm surge, damaging winds, and flooding rains occurring in parts of central and southwest Florida. The wind speed right now, 120-mile-per-hour storm. The motion is interesting. It is now east-northeast. If we can go back to the wobble tracker, this is critical because it was northeast, and the heading is always critical when it comes to a landfalling system. So they've got it east-northeast now at 15 miles per hour. It slowed a bit. It was at 17 miles per hour. The minimum central pressure has come up. 954 was a little lower than that at the last advisory at 5 p.m. So again, this is an intermediate advisory. We will not see a track update, but the plot that you see will update on your screen before too long, and the storm is closing in. Again, close to making landfall is a headline from the National Hurricane Center, and judging by what we can see here in the Max Defender 8 Weather Center, that landfall point more than likely will be in Sarasota County. So if you are watching and listening to us in Sarasota County, more than likely you're going to get this landfall point from this hurricane, Milton, a historic system that we were very fearful would work its way to the north into the Tampa Bay area. But as it looks right now, the storm is going to stay to the south, sparing the bay of a tremendous water level rise and storm surge. Now, with that said, wind will be a big issue over the next several hours as we will be in the core, the eye wall of the storm that has been battering Manatee, Sarasota, and southern Pinellas counties. We had a report of 90-mile-per-hour wind in Sarasota. Pinellas County, 89-mile-an-hour wind gust at St. Pete here. So there's a lot of wind energy in that core that we can see with the Max Defender 8 radar. Again, that is building and working its way to the north, but again, with the 8 o'clock advisory, the top winds are at 120 miles per hour, and the motion east-northeast, that is the heading, at 15 miles per hour, a little slower, a little bit more east than north. So again, that's exactly what we were looking at, JB, with the wobble tracker, judging by what we see with the radar trends from our Max Defender 8 radar. There it is right there. Our severe weather tool here at News Channel 8 is doing an excellent job of keeping this storm under surveillance as it is now in the process of making landfall here. So St. Petersburg, you're in that intense band right now. You should all be sheltering in place. Again, I got the report there of 89-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Things could get even worse with that wind off the bay. You could see a water level rise. Downtown Tampa winds will increase even further as this storm is now making landfall 2 hours south in Sarasota County. So you will need to brace over the next, I'd say, 15 to 20 minutes as some of the worst will be moving in there. From there, we'll travel inland, Polk County. You're not off the hook. Lakeland, Winter Haven, also around Lake Wales, Bartow. Calling these names out to give you early warning as to what is heading in your direction. We remain under the high wind advisory for Manatee, Sarasota, and into Hillsborough and Pinellas County. So this is the time that everyone should be sheltering in place as this northern eye wall, the core of the storm, is impacting the southern portions of the Bay Area right now.
All right, a good look there at Max Fender Rate Radar with Chief Meteorologist Justin Mosley. Let me ask you this question, Justin. Storm surge, we've of course stressed how big of a deal that is going to be. Is the worst of the storm surge for the Manatee, Sarasota County beaches, is that happening now, still ahead, or in the past? What would you say?
It is still ahead. And a lot of this has to do with the wind direction. So there's the circulation of the storm that we can see on the radar here, that counterclockwise spin. So it's about the wind direction. I mentioned to the north, we have an east wind in St. Petersburg gusting to 89 miles per hour at last report. I think the winds will be even stronger. But if you go around that circle in a counterclockwise fashion, the winds are starting to come in out of the south and southwest from Sarasota southward. So what that is doing is starting the process of driving that water up against the coastline. So the surge is happening from here at this point and over the next couple of hours, I believe, for Sarasota, Manatee County, southward into Charlotte, where we had a report when Jeff was on a minute ago. We were trying to figure out, someone asked about Charlotte Harbor, 8 to 12 feet down there. It could be even higher a little further to the north. I know during Helene, we had a record surge in Sarasota of 7 feet. Very confident that we will overachieve that once again with this particular storm making landfall as we speak. We'll wait on the Hurricane Center to bring that landfall point. Again, landfall occurs. We have the center point of the storm. The center of lowest pressure crosses land. Wherever that occurs, we'll get that report from the National Hurricane Center, and I think that probably will be imminent within the next half hour to 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the eye right there in that last frame, and it just very clearly, I think it's fair to say that the eastern edge of the eye wall is over Sarasota beaches, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, the innermost section of the eye wall, where basically, I mean, you could make the argument, Justin, that in the next several minutes, things could get clear for the beaches because they'll be in the eye wall, or at least a portion of the beaches will be in the eye.
They will be in the eye.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so
thank you for correcting me. In the eye itself.
With that, looking at the satellite data, we won't see a traditional clear eye. Many times folks think they can go out and look up and see the stars if it's at night, or birds will be flying in during the day. This is it's going to be obscured, but the winds will calm down significantly, and you'll be in the calm of the storm. But don't be fooled; it's a temporary process because we have the backside of this hurricane to get through. We've had several people come into the digital center and ask, so when is this all going to kind of let up? When is it going to kind of end for us here in Tampa? I think we've got hours to go. In fact, some of the worst is still to come for the Tampa Bay area because they're just entering that eye wall right now, the strongest portion of the storm, and is battering portions of Pinellas and Hillsborough. That just went through Sarasota and Bradenton. Now their winds are beginning to calm down a bit because that eye is beginning to kind of work their way onshore. And again, before too long, we'll get that update from the National Hurricane Center with official landfall. But again, there's a whole backside of the hurricane. We've got a ways to go. We should continue to shelter in place, David.
Yeah, these areas are getting impacted now. For a lot of these areas, they are in the worst of what they might experience right now. So let's get back to some of the questions that have been coming in, like from Danielle Young. When are we supposed to be seeing the worst of the storm in Kissimmee?
Okay, so Kissimmee, that is Central Florida, Osceola County. This storm will be working its way towards you, and I think I would say maybe midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, some of the worst conditions passing across Central Florida. Kissimmee positioned just south of Orlando, where they remain under hurricane warnings. And with that core that I mentioned passing very close to them, they may get into the eye wall. Again, that's the strongest portion of the storm. It will begin to weaken the entire structure after landfall itself. And we can see, judging by the radar trends, it's a little more ragged because of that land interaction that we've been talking about here all evening long. And so as the storm continues to progress to the east, again, things will begin to improve. With
Brittany Muller's shot's deteriorating. I want to get it in as quickly as we can.
Quickly deteriorating outside. The wind gusts have been reported to reach 60 miles per hour. A transformer just blew in this area. We just got out. We don't have any power in this area. So let's get over to this video from Bradenton Police Department. This is of the Green Bridge over the Manatee River, where you could see trees whipping in the wind. Here's what we know at this hour. Emergency emergency services in Manatee County have been suspended. Manatee County utility crews are continuing to monitor the outflow at the Lake Manatee Dam. Crews are working to maintain the lake level at 36 feet.
Under a little patio area, but you can see downtown Tampa. You can see the rain is still falling. Rain has continued to fall in this area for the last several hours or so right now. At times it gets harder. Over the last 10 minutes or so, we felt the winds pick up here in this area. Of course, you can hardly tell just by where we are standing because some of these trees are blocked by buildings, but the wind has been picking up. The rain has been getting a little harder. Thankfully, the water, we haven't been seeing it crash into the seawall here. And I know that there are many homes and businesses along like Bayshore. I'm pretty sure many of you remember Bayshore and how flooded that was. That is why we are closely monitoring the Hillsborough River, because we don't want to see that water going into these neighborhoods and these businesses all over again, you know, affecting so many lives. Now, I've been monitoring Tampa officials and Hillsborough officials. They've been sending messages out through email. And over X. And right now, Tampa told me 3,000 people are in shelters. Of course, Hillsborough County leaders, they are saying that several of their shelters are already at max capacity. So they are telling people if they have to make those last-minute life-saving decisions, of course, everybody should stay in place. But if they have to make a last-minute decision, that there are definitely other shelters that they can go to. And of course, those are last resort decisions, like if you know, your mobile home community is flooding or your apartment, there something happened. But again, officials are telling me to let you know to stay in place. Don't go anywhere for the next several hours. Of course, we will be dealing with power outages. As you can see over my shoulder, downtown Tampa has not been affected just yet when it comes to power outages, but we are quickly or closely standing by here to see if we see any flashes of light or anything like that. But the winds are picking up a little bit here. Of course, they will get worse and worse as the time moves on, and we will continue to monitor for any updates. But for now, we are live here in downtown Tampa. I'm Ty Russell, 8 on your side.
Thanks, Ty. It's 8:10 p.m. and we are just moments from landfall. Jeff Baradelli, our chief meteorologist, tells us it's going to make landfall in Bradenton, and it's just minutes away at this point. So that area expected to see some major storm surge.
Sarasota, indeed, is an area of great concern. News Channel 8's Nicole Rogers is in downtown Sarasota for us right now. You are safely indoors because it is a bumpy ride for folks down there right now.
It's definitely been a bumpy ride for sure, I can tell you. Right now, I'm waiting on a call from Sarasota County, from the EOC, so that I can get a glimpse of exactly what's going on across Sarasota County right now. I know I can tell you that we have video that we shot earlier that we're trying to get in of the transformers blowing left and right. It looks like a fireworks show out here in Sarasota. Again, just waiting on that phone call and to get the very latest information on what we're seeing here in Sarasota County. It's very important. Of course, the wind right now is our biggest issue. The surge is what we're really going to be waiting on, but the wind right now is our biggest issue here in Sarasota County. I know we've had gusts of 90 miles per hour and a 60-mile-per-hour sustained wind. That's a very important number because Sarasota County Sheriff's Office says after 45 miles per hour of sustained winds, our deputies, their deputies, will not be responding to emergencies or calls for service because it's simply not safe. That's why Sarasota County evacuated areas A, B, and C, those evacuation zones, because it might get to the point where they can't come save you, and it seems like that time is now. We've seen the winds just whipping across downtown, and we've spoken to several people who have evacuated who said Helene was really a wake-up call for them. They evacuated from the floodwaters after not heeding those warnings the last time, and they said they are not making that mistake again. I will be continuing to wait for this phone call so that we can get the very latest information on you guys to see exactly what's going on out there across the county and what we're seeing right now with those 911 calls, what calls for service are there, how are the power outages. We're going to get all those answers here in just a couple minutes. Live in Sarasota, Nicole Rogers, 8 on your side.
And Jeff and Rebecca join us now, and we are just moments away from landfall.
They mentioned in their 8 o'clock advisory that it's about to make landfall. It's going to happen right by the Sarasota-Bradenton Airport, which is originally where the National Hurricane Center said it was going to go. So everybody else is on the north side. If you're from Bradenton and you're into St. Pete or Tampa, you're on the north side of the eye wall, which turns out is the strongest part, at least in terms of the rainfall. And by the way, the backside has probably the strongest wind. So I think actually we're going to be surprised, or not now because I'm telling you, but surprised by the fact that the backside is going to be just as strong, if not stronger. We've had some pretty strong wind gusts.
And the governor and emergency manager said not too long ago that they have already seen 125 structures damaged or destroyed because of those strong winds.
Yeah, so let's take a look at some of those winds right now. Look at this, Sarasota, Bradenton Airport, 93 miles an hour. And again, that's exactly where it's making landfall right now. So I suspect that we may see even higher wind gusts. This is just the front side of the storm. Downtown St. Pete, 89 miles an hour. North.
I want to point out that we did pass along all your advice for Jeff's voice, his vocal cords, and he's trying everything. That's what he said. He came in here earlier and during a break, said, JB, I'm trying everything, and I got to tell you, he's a trooper. Give him a lot of credit. He's trying to plow through and do the best that he can with what he's got. And what he's got right now are vocal cords that have been gnawed down by endless coverage, both on air and on this show, on tracking the tropics. Bringing back in Chief Meteorologist Justin Mosley from WSNN, joining us here in Tampa, Florida. Let's talk about the latest in Sarasota right now, Justin. Your home is, experiencing a rough go of it, but I'm telling you, landfall could be imminent. I mean, like when I say imminent, not like half an hour or two from now, like in the next few minutes.
Yeah, the center of the storm is just offshore from Sarasota County, where you've experienced a 93-mile-per-hour wind gust. That is within hurricane force. Keep in mind, hurricane force begins at 74 miles per hour, and we've been talking about this all evening long and for the past several days, how we were fearful of these strong winds that might be moving into the Sarasota-Bradenton area. And indeed, that is what we have. You're looking at the live Max Defender 8 radar as our severe weather tool here at News Channel 8, and it really is tracking the northern eye wall, which is really beginning to batter the Tampa Bay area. Now, we are escaping in Tampa the highest storm surge values that were initially predicted because the center or the eye of the storm is passing to our south, because the wind direction is driving water either into Pinellas County or out of the bay right now. East and northeast winds right now, keeping the water levels under control for Tampa. They are elevated in St. Pete at the pier due simply because of the physics behind this. That east wind, unrestricted, and I'm looking for some reports at the pier of how high the water is. A wind gust of 89 miles per hour at last report at St. Pete. And now this band that we're very concerned about, it's really not a band, it's the eye wall, the northern portion of the storm, is battering Pinellas in southern portions of Hillsborough County. It's working its way to the north, so it's downtown Tampa will get into this over the next half hour. Now, JB was mentioning the landfall. I do believe that it is imminent. We're looking at different radar sources back here, and indeed, I think it's going to be pretty soon here along the Sarasota County coastline where you saw those winds at 93 miles per hour. That's damaging winds moving through there. All right, looking at the wobble tracker.
Yeah, I want to talk about wobble tracker because look at that section of the eye wall to the north. That's right over Tampa Bay right now. So we have really heavy rainfall coming down onto Tampa Bay itself. What exactly does that do?
Well, the rain helps to transport the strongest winds from above, aloft, which is unrestricted from the friction of the earth. That's why the winds aloft are so much stronger than what you see at the surface. That's how many times we tell folks to get to the lowest level of the structure you're in. If you're in a high rise, if you can get to a lower level, it certainly does help because the wind, as you go up in height, increases exponentially. And we know that. That's just the pure science. So, when the winds are strong aloft, the rain that you see, that red shield on the Max Defender, helps to drag those strong winds down to the surface in bursts or gusts. And that's when you get trees to topple over. That's when you get awnings to fly off. That's when you can get some structural damage when wind gusts are over 80, 90 miles per hour with the reports that we are seeing here happening across the Tampa Bay area for tonight. Here we are at 8:18 in the evening, and we're in the midst of a Category 3 storm, which our icon on the wobble tracker, if you notice, JD, has been updated. We were waiting on that. The center of the storm is a lot closer, and look how close, at last report, at 8 o'clock with the update, how close the actual center is to making landfall in Sarasota County. So it's been many years since the 40s that they saw a hurricane making landfall this magnitude in Sarasota County. Tampa Bay, the big storm, as we know, 1921, the Tarpon Springs storm north of Tampa Bay, which drove the water up into the bay of 11 feet of storm surge.
Real quick, we got Eileen Natrick, Pasco County. Let's listen in.
On a situation because of our live shots, but what's the power situation where you're at?
Yeah, where I'm at right now, specifically in Wesley Chapel, around the Hyatt Hotel, power is on. We are good. But yeah, power lines are actually down in the area. Cannot tell you specifically where they are, but they are causing significant blockages. And due to Hurricane Milton, those winds picking up now at 50 to 60 miles per hour. I'm going to step to the side here so my photographer, Jamie, can actually zoom in on some trees here just to give you a visualization of how windy things are. But Pasco County Fire Rescue, guys, has suspended all emergency response in Pasco County because the roads are no longer safe to drive on. So please call 911 if you do need help. But Pasco County officials, they do ask everyone to remain sheltered where they are. And they actually just posted on their Facebook page, which is also a resource for you guys to check if you're in the area too, that they have received reports of downed trees blocking roadways. So the time to shelter is now. Do not go outside or attempt to go outside. It is extremely dangerous. Again, those power lines are down in the area. You see behind me, my hood is flying up. And yeah, that wind coming from the northeast. And guys, I don't think it's coming down anytime soon. If anything, it'll get stronger. But again, sustained winds at 35 miles per hour, close to tropical storm, up to 50 to 60 miles per hour here in the Pasco County area. Again, where I'm at currently, Wesley Chapel. Send it back to you.
All right. Thanks, Eileen. And of course, she is inland, but even further inland in counties like Polk County, and actually all the way across Florida. The storm is going to go all the way across to Jacksonville. So these interior counties, which normally don't see a lot when it just skirts the coast, they're feeling the brunt of this as well.
Yeah, Georgia MacArthur joins us now from Lakeland in Polk County. And I'll tell you, This is an area that is no stranger to some big hurricanes. Charlie, Francis, and Jean crisscrossed that county in 2004. Folks have been worried about this one because they know what the impacts can be. Hurricane Irma left people without power for days and days, and they are in for a rough night there tonight. Georgia, tell us what you're experiencing.
Well, Jen, I'm experiencing the waves really packing the punch here. They've definitely picked up within the last half hour. We are seeing flooding, power outages, and a lot of people are really heeding some of those warnings here. Not a lot of people have been coming here to the downtown Lakeland area. We spoke to quite a few residents who migrated from Pinellas County to Polk to get away from some of that weather.
I've lived in my home for 35 years. And this is the first time ever that I've evacuated. And it was the fact that it was a Cat 5. And I just recall.
They are worried, and it's very emotional here in Manatee County. Stacy, you just said it. We are 6 miles away from the Sarasota-Bradenton Airport, and it just made landfall. Hurricane Milton made landfall in this area. Sarah's joining me right now. She's riding out Hurricane Milton with us here at the hotel. How are you doing? We lost power, so how are you holding up right now?
I'm actually doing pretty well. I have my niece and her daughter with us, or with me, and we actually traveled earlier in the week thinking that the weather would not quite be like this. But I used to live in Florida, so this is not necessarily old or new to me, but this is the most severe one that I've been through, and I've not ever had to do it in a hotel. So a little bit different experience, but we're holding up okay. We've got the preparations, we've got plenty of food, we've got all the things. And the big thing is we're doing what we're told. Stay put, shelter in place, don't go out, don't drive. So we've done all those things even up to the point where the hurricane was starting to really move a lot closer in.
Sarah, you were telling me you came down, you traveled from Colorado for a family reunion.
A family reunion of sorts. My nieces had not been here in quite a few years. I come back quite often, but they had not seen all their relatives, so I had scheduled this trip like 6 months ago, and we decided, why not? So it's now or never, and it turned out to be a different experience, but we did get to see all the relatives before all this started to happen.
What area, what community here?
Sarasota and Bradenton. So, and then I have friends that are in Sarasota and Bradenton area as well. I grew up here as a child, and then I moved away to Colorado, and then I've come back. I kind of go back and forth. I'm a good tourist, I'm a good local.
Right.
A little bit of both.
This community could brace some of the worst impacts that we're seeing from Hurricane Milton. When that sun comes up tomorrow morning, we're going to see it for the first time. Are you fully expecting to see a different community?
Completely. And since a lot of my ties are to Siesta Key, and when I lived here, they were Siesta Key, I was heartbroken 2 weeks ago with Helene. And this is going to be even more heartbreaking because this is still home to me, and this is still my community. This is where I want to go out and help people if I can. But again, you're limited with what you can do. But yes, I will 100% support, whatever needs to be done. And obviously, we've got to keep staying out of the way or figuring out what to do. But so many people that are staying here, I don't own a home here anymore, but so many people that are staying here, the devastation, the devastation that they're going through with what do I take, what do I, leave behind. It's just not anything you can really put in words. It's something that if you've never been through it,
you obviously will experience it when you go through it, but it's really heartbreaking to see people going through this.
It's amazing to see here at this hotel. People are coming together. We lost power probably about an hour ago, and the hotel's giving us glow sticks. Obviously, we have battery-powered lights. That's why it's so light in this room, but your room next door is not like this. Completely dark.
Completely dark.
And so it's quiet, it's dark. You could hear that wind howling, and it's frightening.
It can be, and I think because I lived here, I'm not quite as, it's Mother Nature as well, so I'm not quite as frightened as maybe, my nieces might be because they've not ever experienced this kind of thing. But it is frightening no matter what, because nature does what nature does, and that's the thing that you just can't predict.
One of the things when we're talking, we're down in the lobby, when we're in these areas, everyone's talking about Helene and the devastation and the debris piled up, and it gives you the chills knowing that they don't know what they're going to see when they return home. When you have your family members in Sarasota and Bradenton, did they evacuate? Are they concerned?
I have some friends that evacuated. Some of them are in Jacksonville and Tallahassee, and then I also have family members that have stayed and boarded up and put out the sandbags this time, really paying attention to what this storm was potentially going to bring versus even what Helene did. And so they really did prepare. And again, they listened to the precautions. They followed kind of, the rules, or of course, what you should and shouldn't do. And in my particular instance, my family and friends are safe. So I'm very grateful for that.
We're so happy to hear. That's the top priority right now, people's safety.
Everybody's safety. And the thing I think I worry about the most, especially even in a hotel setting, is we have a lot of elderly people here. And, if we lose the elevators, then we've all got to pitch in and help those people come up and down the stairs and things that, what we can do on a smaller scale to kind of still get to the next day. So
it's really emotional, and that's what it is. Sarah said it best. Thank you so much, Sarah, for joining us. I think it's a community right now. Wherever you are, wherever you're sheltering in place, that's the message. People are helping people. People are just coming together in such a dire time, and we know that it's going to worsen before it improves. So we're riding out the storm, and we're being safe, and we're hoping that you're being safe as well. For now, reporting live in Manatee County, Brittany Muller, 8 on your side.
All right, Brittany.
All right, back here with you in the Stream Center, folks. Check out this new video from Brian Ensign. This is pretty wild, and this goes.
Our light's not bright enough how far out it goes. So this is Tampa Bay.
So, Hurricane Incredible. We talked to Brian about this about 5 hours ago. Was it 5 hours? 4 hours ago? I'm losing track of the hour, folks. Brian was on and talking about, hey, I see the water is starting to get lower. That might have been tide at the time. That could have been, of course, the beginning of that phenomenon with the water getting sucked out of the bay by the counterclockwise rotating winds of Hurricane Milton. But you saw it there in the video.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at on the radar here. The storm has made landfall, is what we understand, at SRQ Airport in Sarasota, Manatee counties, and we can see that things are definitely going downhill there. So again, you're looking at the radar.
Has the NHC declared landfall?
I'm looking for that report. Our team here is.
Jeff mentioned, and I don't think so. Clearly, let's just tell it like it is, Jeff. Clearly, the center of the storm is over land, but the NHC has not officially made a landfall declaration based on what I have seen. It's kind of more of a, I don't even know if ceremonious is the right word. It's just more of an official sort of declaration for the world to know that the hurricane is officially over land. The center of the hurricane is over land. I don't know if they've issued a special advisory to declare landfall. That might be coming. Maybe they save it for the 9 o'clock update. I haven't seen it coming in, have you?
I have not seen that just yet, but certainly the conditions over the Bay Area are definitely reaching a peak of being the worst that we're going to see here in Tampa. So you're looking at the radar, and again, you can see that we do have that northern eye wall is battering St. Pete, Tampa, over to Brandon, and now even Lakeland is involved with that out in Polk County. And these winds are coming in.
All right, so now I'm being told that there is a landfall event occurring, and I'm going to ask our digital content team to let us know where exactly that did occur and where the NHC has declared landfall, because we are getting word that landfall has occurred. Anybody? I saw your note. I just don't have time at the moment. I'm sorry, Cole. I'll try to get back to you. Okay, Siesta Key. We're going to get into a new live stream. Stand by.
Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists. This is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Milton as a Category 3 hurricane making landfall in Siesta Key, we are told. The NHC calling for a landfall event at the famous beach known for its pristine, beautiful, picturesque sunsets. Now, of course, a declaration point for landfall from the NHC as Hurricane Milton lashes the Tampa Bay area and continues to move inland, with impacts being felt all the way up and down Florida's Gulf Coast. Let's go to Jeff Patterson live.
But look at these conditions. This is about as bad as it's been all night long. And we've been monitoring very closely the weather conditions out here. And now the wind is starting to pick up, as you might be able to tell. The rain is hitting us pretty hard. So this is why we're seeing the street flooding. You guys, we are trying to keep an eye on things as best we can, just driving around to see what's going on. And of course, we're relying on News Channel 8 viewers to alert us what's going on in their areas. When daylight comes, we'll be able to go out and survey the damage much better to find out what kind of damage Hurricane Milton has done. But right now, the wind is really picking up.
Now, nobody's surprised by this, but right there on the northern side of Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg, some places have seen 13 inches of rain already. Tampa, that rainfall is really coming down. And so they've issued a regional flash flood warning for basically this whole area right here. Again, obviously you don't want to be outside right now. Strongest wind gusts are starting to move it now. You can see right across Tampa Bay, South St. Petersburg, and those will continue to traverse eastward as the center of circulation moves on shore. You can actually see the eye right there. See the eye moving on shore right about there. So it probably has made landfall. We're waiting for the National Hurricane Center to tell us for sure, but that's pretty clear right now. Other thing I want to show you is how much rainfall we've picked up. And so far, it's been about a foot in St. Pete. But remember, we're still seeing that heavy rainfall across a lot of our area right now. It's going to be a little while before it ends. Look at that. So you can tell that it's going to be raining for a while in Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, and that's headed into Lakeland as well. So it's this zone right here that's going to continue to pile up the heavy rain, and some places will end up at around, I think, 18 inches of rainfall. So again, stay off the road, stay inside. Things will start to get better, but it's going to take until after midnight for that to happen. Again, it looks as though that surge of 10 feet has verified Sarasota County, And that's just that area of Sarasota County. It may be higher to the south of downtown Sarasota as well.
Eye of Hurricane Milton. It made landfall near Siesta Key in Sarasota, Florida.
All right.
Maximum winds were estimated at 120 miles per hour.
All right, well, that was a good forecast from the National Hurricane Center, saying that the storm was going to landfall with winds of around 100, 120, 125 as a Cat 3 hurricane and right near Sarasota, Bradenton.
.com/report it. We will put them on the air as they come in.
And check out video courtesy of Sean Gangrella from a neighborhood in the Port Tampa area. The rain is absolutely coming down, blowing. It's blowing every direction. It looks like in that video there. That's really something.
We're getting a little bit of everything in this hurricane. You know, we've seen all the high winds, in other words, just stay tuned because there's a lot more to come, sadly.
Hillsborough County leaders have been warning from the very beginning that you needed to take precautions, evacuate certain areas, zones A and B, and mobile homes. But that time is over. You have to be sheltering in place. You have to just stay where you are right now because it's no longer safe to go anywhere.
And News Channel 8's Ty Russell is live. He's on the Hillsborough River in downtown Tampa, where we've been seeing the water level decrease. We're, of course, seeing it increase to the south of us.
And Stacy and Jen, I just walked closer to the river safely, though. I just walked closer to the river, and I saw the water rushing that way. That is out of the Tampa Bay area, and that is a good sign for the folks who live right along this river. I know it's nighttime, so it's hard to see, but I was able to see the water level is low, and it is rushing out of the area. So good news for the folks who live in this area. Good news for us, too, because we couldn't be safely standing even where we are. But I'll move out of the way because I do want to show you that this wind gust and the sustained winds and the rain has really picked up over the last 30 minutes or so. We definitely felt that change come in. We can tell that we are getting closer to that eye wall area because we had some strong gusts to come through. And it was even hard for us to stand. When I walked over to certain areas, I'm underneath a sheltered area, but when I walked out of the sheltered area to a different spot, let me tell you, it was pretty hard to stand with some of this wind coming through. But this is a look at downtown Tampa. You can see on some of the garages here, the power is still on. However, look at the rain. That is how hard the rain is coming down. And because the wind is picking up, we are talking about that sideways rain. So that's the kind of rain where it'll hit you in your face and it'll feel like sand kind of almost. So that is what we've been experiencing out here in downtown Tampa. And thankfully the power is still on. We haven't seen anybody outside, so they have definitely been listening to officials. Officials have been telling people to stay put, stay inside, stay indoors, and this is exactly why. Fortunately, I haven't seen any sort of signs or any sort of debris go through the area. I know that some of these neighborhoods have been dealing with some debris piles. However, thankfully, I haven't seen anything blow by here, but we are continuing to stay out here and monitor this situation. I've been speaking with officials from Tampa and Hillsborough County. So far, they are monitoring conditions as well. But here right now, there's a strong gust that's coming through. I don't know if you can tell with the camera, but you can definitely see that the rain is picking up. The wind speeds are picking up in downtown Tampa. And you better believe, like our awesome meteorologists have been saying throughout the night, this is only going to get worse throughout the next several hours as the storm crosses over the state of Florida. But again, I am sticking by and talking to officials, and if they have any sort of problem areas that I need to tell you about, I will definitely let you know within the next 30 to 45 minutes. But for now, I am live in downtown Tampa. Ty Russell, 8 on your side.
All right, thanks, Ty. There are a lot of power outages across the area already. More to come, no doubt. You can check in with your power company, report the outage. They're probably well aware of them, but they said it never hurts to reiterate that.
There are about 130,000 power outages already in the Bay Area before this stronger western eye wall makes its way across our area. Eileen Natchik has been monitoring the situation for us in Wesley Chapel. Looks like you still have power there. I'm encouraged to see that.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. You can see wind picking up. My hood continues to fly right behind me. But yeah, strong winds from Hurricane Milton have caused several downed power lines, and they're reminding citizens to never touch them or drive through them. And even if they wanted to drive, don't do that, because Pasco County Fire Rescue has suspended all emergency responses because it is too dangerous to drive on the road at this point. Winds starting to pick up. Used to be 25 miles per hour, now 35. That's where I'm going to bring in meteorologist Eric Stone to talk about the conditions right now. I think we were saying it's up to 60 miles per hour.
Yeah, at least. So I was just outside recording a segment, and I almost got blown over. I didn't have my feet kind of anchored, and so I'd say almost 70 mile per hour wind gusts. We're definitely seeing tropical storm force wind sustained. And boy, some of these rain bands are pretty intense. We've got several more inches of rain on the way.
Yeah, you mentioned intensity. We're going to actually step to the side here, Eric, and have our photographer Jamie take a look and zoom in on what's going on behind us with this wind and rain. We used to be able to see a palm tree. I don't think we could see it anymore because of how much rain and wind is going on. What's the biggest concern right now in Pasco County for viewers and the people who want to stay safe?
So definitely rainfall. I mean, we could see another 10 to 12 inches of rain before this is all said and done. Milton made landfall just before 8:30, right around the Siesta Key area in Sarasota County, but the northern end of the storm has got a lot of moisture, a lot of rain, and this heavy rain and wind is going to continue for the next 4+ hours. It even had me put this big jacket on. It doesn't even fit.
And, you know, we're going to show the people as we step back in the shot. You mentioned you were out there, you were up there, and just the amount of rain that you were able to
get. I look like Stay Puft Marshmallow here. I mean, it's hard for me to put a rain jacket on. Usually I just go out, but no, this is a pretty heavy rain outside right now.
This is the real deal. You want to stay inside, stay safe. If you're looking for a shelter, hopefully you are hunkered down at this point. Again, I've mentioned it all evening. Sun Lake High School, River Ridge High School, and 5A High School, all shelters pet friendly. So stay inside, stay safe. We'll be here all night bringing you the latest coverage here in Pasco County. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Eileen, and thank you, Eric. We appreciate both of you. We want to go. We continue to get just flooded with all the videos and images that you are sending us, and we appreciate it. Please continue to be safe. But Rebecca Berry is going to join us by audio here as we look at some of these images. Rebecca, what is this?
So this is some rain bands moving through. You can see the whipping winds there. Magda sent this in from Town and Country, and you can see that she's probably pretty safe on a balcony up there, but a lot of those cars are most likely in danger of getting a little bit of debris blown on them with those very, very heavy winds. What I like to see is that it looks like they still have power right now, so that's the good thing. And so this one's really interesting. We're watching, these are transformers blowing, and this is in Winter Garden, Florida. So it's one of their security cameras, you know, that they just clipped us a little bit, but those are transformers going from very high winds, so you can see them flashing off in the distance.
And it's worth mentioning Winter Garden, that's further towards the East Coast as well. So this storm is having wide-ranging impacts, right?
Absolutely. And so especially those tornadoes earlier over inland areas looking really rough for some of our inland and eastern areas. And so this is just an overview, and the wind really picks up about halfway through this video. And this is from Lakewood Ranch from Eric. And you can see as he whips around here, some of the trees blowing there and some of the winds really starting to pick up there. Palm trees usually survive hurricanes, but a lot of the other trees don't. And so unfortunately, we're just looking at a very, very windy night out there. It looks like everyone's done their due diligence and picked up their debris in that neighborhood. And then we've got one more for you here, and it unfortunately didn't show up, so I'll have to go back into our system and re-import it for you guys.
No problem. We appreciate it. We're trying to turn those videos around as quickly as possible because so many of you are sending them in. And it's interesting to see the nighttime impacts, and it won't really be until the sun rises in the morning that a lot of areas will know just how bad it's gotten. So that's why it's important you continue to shelter in place. Don't get out. Don't go look. Don't go see what's going on. And definitely don't drive around because with all these down power lines, it's a dangerous situation.
And a lot of those images that we're getting in the videos are coming from places sort of north as the zone has been, which was landfall, Siesta Key at about 8:30 tonight, 120-mile-an-hour winds. Most of our neighbors to the south of the Tampa Bay area into places like Sarasota, Manatee County, they heeded those warnings. They evacuated. So we're not going to see those impacts in real time because those folks are not there. They don't have their cameras on. I am fearful for what we will see. We know there's already been a 10-foot storm surge in Sarasota. The impacts there will be tremendous.
One of the things that we pointed out kind of along the way in our coverage is because of Helene a couple of weeks ago, that may have actually done us a favor in terms of saving lives. It was a caution. So many people saw where that flood water could go in just the Helene that skirted our coast 100 miles out, that I think it had a lot of people evacuate, which is good because that's what saves lives in these situations.
We talk a lot about the coastal communities, but there are folks in the interior of the state, Highlands, Hardy, Polk counties that are saying, what about us? I'm getting your messages. I see your posts on social media. We care about you too. And we have a reporter on the ground in Lakeland.
News Channel 8's Georgia MacArthur is in Polk County tonight. She's been there just getting pelted by the rain. Hi, Georgia.
Hey, Stacey, I'm actually having to hold on to my hat here because this rain keeps picking up. I know our Polk County viewers want to know how it looks outside, but as you can see, the wind is nearly taking me away. The conditions continue to pick up here in downtown Lakeland here. As you can see, the rain is coming down heavily, and you can hear that wind gust right down the road. We also are starting to see some of the trees lean towards the ground here. So we definitely want to remind people to stay indoors because these conditions within the last half hour have really started to pick up, and officials say we're still continuing to see some flooding in the area, power outages across the county. So we want to make sure people are staying indoors and avoiding the conditions like this. Stacey and Jen.
All right, Georgia just hanging on for dear life there.
It's hard to keep your thoughts about you when you're getting pelted by the rain.
It is, which I do want to give a little bit of perspective. I know exactly where that location is. We have a bureau in downtown Lakeland. She is braving the elements for the purposes of demonstrating what the conditions are like because people very much care what the conditions are like. But she is in a very secure location with an experienced photojournalist. They can very easily duck for cover, but she is doing the Lord's work to show the viewers there in the central part of our state what's happening in their neighborhoods.
And we're also getting a lot of questions that are coming into our streaming center. That's where JB Buno is live tonight. He is there with Justin Mosley. And you guys, what kinds of questions are you hearing, and are you getting a lot of reports of outages and things?
We are hearing a lot from folks via Report It, Stacey. A lot of folks that are sending in photos and videos to WFLA.com/report it here with WSN Chief Meteorologist Justin Mosley. We've been answering a lot of questions, Justin, but one of the big things that people have been asking for is focus on the real-time wobble tracker. And I'm going to be honest, not just for the Tampa Bay area, but the wobble tracker is going to be up as the storm passes our coast and moves more inland towards the greater Orlando area, Justin. So we have a lot of folks joining us online from really beyond just Tampa Bay wanting to know about the impact and wobbles even as the storm moves across the peninsula.
That's right. It's a big storm, and we know that it's made landfall right now. And really that core, JB, the eye wall that we've been talking about all evening long is battering the Tampa Bay area right now. Again, as we look at the wobble tracker with our Max Defender 8 radar, that core is showing up right over Tampa into St. Pete, Bradenton. That's our big concern right now. The strongest winds, some of the worst weather is occurring right now through the heart of the Bay Area. Now, the storm did make landfall to our south, as we mentioned, in Siesta Key. Wind gusts 93 miles per hour.
Now the winds are onshore, and the big concern will be storm surge now that we have that landfall point and all the way down the coastline. So Venice, all the way down towards Inglewood, dealing with this water level rise. So it's about the wind and the surge in our southern communities. And then the forward side of the storm, there is a lot of concern for flooding. We're expecting 10 to 12 inches on top of what you've already seen. So again, not a good situation here in portions of Tampa Bay and points to the north along the Nature Coast. So Pasco into Hernando and Citrus counties, the worst is still yet to come from a rainfall aspect. Tropical storm force winds are expected there. The hurricane force winds pretty tight to that center of circulation at this point in time, about 35 miles out.
A lot of questions coming in right now on Facebook Live and YouTube Live, and including from Tessa and Clayton. Hashtags for us both, Justin. How bad should the storm surge in North St. Pete be?
Okay, so in St. Pete, you have an east and northeasterly wind right now. For Tampa itself, it's a little different situation simply because of the position of St. Petersburg. With the wind blowing it out of the east and northeast, you can see a water level rise, a storm surge there. I know a lot of folks have been watching our images on WFLA showing how the bay is kind of emptying out. But that same east wind is driving the water up the coastline into downtown St. Petersburg and North St. Pete as well. So those are those nuances that we're watching on the Max Defender radar, all in associated with that eye wall. That's what we're concerned about there, battering St. Pete and Tampa right now.
Yeah, we also have a story on our website we're going to talk about in just a moment. But first, Angelus saying hashtag HJB, what can we expect in Sarasota for the next 4 hours? We know that landfall has occurred in Siesta Key near the airport there in Sarasota. So, I mean, are they going to get out of it anytime soon?
Okay, so right now in Sarasota, I've been dealing with some of the reports coming in from there. Folks that I know texting me, the winds have calmed down because they are in the eye. And I caution you, because when you're in the eye like that, you want to go outside, you want to survey what's going on, but the backside of the hurricane is still yet to come. So the winds are going to increase yet again and switch direction out of the southwest, holding that storm surge value. We've had a report of up to 10 feet along the Sarasota coastline, which is over what we saw with Helene. We had a 7-foot storm surge, which drove a lot of water into places like Siesta Key, Lido Beach, Longboat Key, and up into Manatee County on Anna Maria Island. And here we go again with even higher amounts of water moving on shore in Sarasota.
Okay, so we do have a story on our website about this next comment. It comes in from one of our YouTube moderators helping us out in the YouTube comment section saying, hey, JB, did you see that St. Lucie County, that their sheriff's office there was hit by a tornado? This is a story that we have on WFLA.com where you can read more. We're still waiting on new reports out of St. Lucie County for the sheriff's office there. We don't know how many people were inside the sheriff's office when it was hit by a tornado, but we do know that tornadoes were considerable.
Chapel, winds are going to be tropical storm force, maybe getting close to hurricane force conditions there as we center that core, the northern eyewall where you see the red on our Max Defender radar continues to progress to the north and east. So again, the tropical storm force winds at last report extended out 255 miles. And again, the hurricane force winds at 74 miles per hour or greater extended out about 35 miles at last report. But we do know that the wind field continues to expand as this storm is continuing to make landfall. And notice it's very ragged on our Max Defender 8 radar there because it is onshore now, and that land interaction will bring down the wind speeds overall. But this is a very large storm, still very dangerous, and some of the worst of it is affecting the Tampa Bay area right now. Can't hammer that home enough. So Tampa, St. Petersburg, over to Brandon, you need to brace. We have the extreme wind warning in place, in addition to a flood warning that is ongoing across the area. Flooding a major concern. Again, high rainfall rates, and again, we've been dealing with this for hours on end. So we're going to watch those totals, 10, 12 inches possible on top of what we've seen. Already seen reports of 6-7 inches of rainfall along the Nature Coast, Pasco, Fernando, and into Citrus County. It's going to be a long night for sure.
I got the Facebook Live, YouTube Live comment section right now here in the Stream Center asking questions left and right. We're going to get to as many as we can. Let's continue. And let's go to Maine on Facebook Live. Asking about how Lakeland will be, and the key words here at the end are coming up. I mean, looking here clearly at radar and wondering about Polk County impacts in the hours ahead.
It's still to come. So Lakeland is in Polk County. That's east of Tampa for our viewers here along the I-4 corridor. You can see with the Max Defender 8 radar, once again, that core is just starting to get into the western portions of Polk County. So you're going to need to brace, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get another advisory out from the National Weather Service for those extreme winds that will be moving into Polk County. Not only Lakeland, but places like Bartow, Lake Wales, into Winter Haven, south of that I-4 corridor will bore the brunt of this storm as it's on its way over to the East Coast, where hurricane warnings are in place for places like Vero Beach up into Brevard County and inland towards Orlando as well.
All right, what can we expect in Wauchula? That's what Lydia wants to know. Says the winds are crazy and roads are flooded. We know that a lot of these impacts are being felt right now in the viewing area because we're getting in a lot of stuff on WFLA.com/reporting.
That's right. Wauchula, Hardy County, which is just south of Polk, where we just mentioned there. We're still dealing with these bands that are working their way through. They're broken right now as we look at the live radar. But again, the eastern eye wall, not as organized as the northern portion of this storm. And the model data has really nailed this, showing that the heaviest rain will be kind of front-loaded, as I've been saying, on the northern eye wall, stretching from the Tampa Bay area northward along the Nature Coast. Now, our southeastern counties, we're talking about Hardy, DeSoto, into Highlands County, not as much rain, but there is still wind there. Tropical storm force winds, as I mentioned, continuing to expand because the storm is now onshore. And the possibility of hurricane force wind gusts, very real in Hardy County there around Wauchula and Bowling Green.
Yeah, you know, the NHC, I mean, as of the 5 o'clock advisory yesterday, I remember being on stream with meteorologist Eric Stone, and we knew that that was the advisory where things were really significant for what ended up being landfall day. The 5 o'clock advisory moving and shifting that track to the south of Tampa Bay, and here we have the landfall in Siesta Key. But we got folks that are joining us from around the state of Florida here on Tracking the Tropics on Facebook Live, YouTube Live. Dazzling wants to know what to expect for Central Florida. I mean, people in Orlando are watching our coverage. Kissimmee, they've been watching all day, just trying to understand if it's good or bad, if it moves more towards the north instead of towards the east. We've been talking about that northeast, almost staircase, snake slithering type motion across the Gulf of Mexico. Could that continue into the peninsula itself?
It certainly will, and we've been monitoring that closely with our wobble tracker that you've heard a lot about. Every moment of this storm, here we go. Great job there. As you can see, the forecast track from the National Hurricane Center, they've been nailing this. They got to give credit to them on this particular track of the storm. And we'll be moving across Central Florida, and a lot of questions about that. And we want to thank our viewers and people that are relying on us there, these far-reaching effects of this hurricane here. Orlando, you can see the bands moving through there in Orange County, southward into Osceola County, where, again, hurricane warnings are in place well inland that extend over towards the East Coast. So, again, another long track storm. It's going to be a long night. But, again, overall, this swath of rain that you see north of the center will continue to traverse the center portion of the state, flooding a major concern over Central Florida. In addition to that risk of tornadoes, all the way up towards Jacksonville. We've seen reports of storm surge up there along the first coast of our state as well.
Probably not the best choice of words, but our comment section just lit up with power outages. I mean, people reporting power outages all over the place. Facebook Live, YouTube Live, I'm looking at you guys. I'd like to know, let us know if you have lost power and give us a location as to where you have lost power. I'll share it here with our WFLA audience. We've got a lot of folks joining us from St. Pete, Pinellas County. Maria wants to know, Justin, how much longer is this going to last in St. Pete?
That's a good question, and you've been battered for the last couple of hours. As I mentioned earlier, a report now in St. Pete of an 89-mile-an-hour wind out of the east. So that is driving a lot of water out of Tampa Bay towards downtown St. Pete. And one of the reasons the winds are stronger there in St. Petersburg, it's unrestricted wind moving over the bay. So many times we see this with these landfalling tropical cyclones moving in this particular direction. The winds can be a lot stronger there in St. Pete. It's going to last, I'd say, another 3 or 4 hours because you got the backside of the storm to go through, at least some of the worst of it.
So I'm bringing this up right on the heels of that because Clearwater, I would imagine, very similar, not too far away from St. Pete.
Still in Pinellas County, yes, much more the same as expected there for tonight.
All right, next up in the queue, Cameron wants to know, and this is a question which keep getting asked about whether or not this storm can re-strengthen in the Atlantic when it moves past the state of Florida. I mean, we know that it is going to emerge on the Atlantic side as a Cat 1, but what happens from there?
Well, it's going to move over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream, and at one point, the National Hurricane Center's forecast did call for the weakening trend across the state of Florida because it is over land, not gaining those strength from the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. But once it does reemerge into the Atlantic over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream, sure, strengthening can happen for sure.
Yeah, check out some of these comments that are coming in right now, like from Cameron. Oh, I'm sorry, this is Lisa now. Lost power here at Pinellas Park. We've got power outages coming back. Somebody just said that they regained power, so power flickering in some areas. James says that power is out in Carrollwood. We've got widespread power outages across the area. And then check this out from Rex, saying, hey, JB, we're in the eye right now. How long will the back end of the storm take to get out of Sarasota? So I guess that southwest section of the eye wall passing over, how long could it approximately take?
As we look at the wobble tracker right now and the radar, you can see the backside of the storm is not as loaded as the front side of the storm. So yes, in Sarasota County, if you're watching us, you are in the eye of the storm. The winds are a lot calmer. Things are a lot better right now. But again, I'd give it another 30 to 40 minutes. And then the backside of this hurricane will begin to move onshore once again in Sarasota, in Venice, Bradenton, Longboat Key, Anna Maria Island, our southern communities that are relying on us heavily through this streaming here because a lot of folks are without power in that area. And again, it's going to take a while if you get that back into the storm to go through portions of Sarasota and Manatee counties, JB.
Okay, so people are asking, how are people reporting power outages on YouTube Live, Facebook Live? Well, people still have their phones and have cellular connectivity. And for those people, if you lose power, we are here in the Stream Center, Justin Mosley and myself, interactively answering questions, giving you information that can help you get through the storm, streaming live on WFLA.com, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live. We'll send it back to Keith and Stacy in the studio.
All right. Thank you, JB. Thank you, Justin. We do want to welcome you to our continuous coverage of the hurricane as it churns toward the Bay Area. I'm Stacy Scheible.
And I'm Keith Kay. Thank you for joining us. Justin and JB doing a fine job up there. A lot going on. But let's get right to our weather team right now as they continue to track Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, so Keith, and of course, I've basically lost my voice here, but I do want to show you this. Look at the surge at the Manatee River at Rye. So the Manatee River at Rye, a 12-foot storm surge. So this storm surge is happening. We're seeing videos right now of flooded garages. All areas are flooding, and it's not just there. It's also Sarasota. This is at Walker Creek, 10 feet of storm surge there. Down towards Fort Myers, it was more like 4 to 6 feet. So we are seeing this surge that's verifying across the area, and water is flooding in right now to our coastline. That is a look at Fort Myers.
All right, so what you just heard was a live, well, I guess, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Call it whatever you want. An interactive Q&A session on WFLA News Channel 8 on broadcast television. And trying to answer some questions on TV in addition to answering them online. Hopefully we got through a bunch of them. I want to shout out rather, some power outage locations. And I see, let's see, just lost power. Dade City says amazing. We have a non-location one here that says my power is flickering. We'll try to answer as many questions as possible. Anything to note, Justin, before we continue on?
I think what sticks out to me is the northern eye wall is moving across really the heart of the Bay Area right now. And a lot of folks may wonder if things are going to get a whole lot worse from where they are currently. And judging by what I see on our max defender rate radar, I think some of the worst for Tampa, St. Pete is occurring right now. This is moving to the east and northeast, so it's going to get into eastern sections of Hillsborough County and into Polk County, around Lakeland and Bartow, where things are really going to go downhill for our viewers and listeners there. So again, that is what really sticks out, and that is in line with the extreme wind advisory that we have in place for Hillsborough, Pinellas, and into portions of Manatee County, spreading east into Polk County right now.
All right, let's look at the wobble tracker and show you the current conditions with the storm, and it is continuing on that east by northeast motion. Really, eye wall right now appears to be directly over Sarasota, over even, the southern end of the eye wall, over Venice, but the eye itself, yeah, it looks like over portions of Sarasota right now.
Yes, northern Sarasota getting into southern Manatee County. If you're familiar with that area, that is the University Park area where that icon is located. So around Tallabassett, Whitfield, University Park, University Pines, out close to the UTC Mall, which is a popular spot in Sarasota. The eye is traveling right over you right now. And even in downtown Sarasota, the conditions are a lot better. I hesitate to say calm, but the winds are not nearly as strong as what we dealt with on the front side of the storm. But again, they will pick up on the backside. And if you look at the radar, you can see the backside of the storm beginning to kind of move in.
What we're going to do is we're going to get to WFLA.com/report it. We want to see updated conditions out there and see what is happening. Let's check this one out. This is pretty interesting. This is live oak falling in Ballast Point, says Tanya. All right, so it's a screen recording here, but it looks like it's from one of her home security cameras. Let's see. Oh, there it is on the right. And down goes the tree. But did it make a sound? I'm not sure. I'm just grateful, and the only reason that I can make a comment like that is because I'm just grateful, Tanya, that at least the tree didn't come down onto your, into the pool or even onto a car or onto a structure. So down trees are going to be something we're going to see a lot of. I'm just grateful to see that this one did not occur and cause damage onto something. Let's move on and show everybody Anthony. This is power lines catching our tree on fire. Yeah, Anthony, I'm going to say I just with the sparks there and clearly a small fire on the top end of that tree, I would just say please get to be safe, get to safety. Let's move on. Amber, St. Petersburg, tree falling in downtown St. Pete on First Avenue.
Oh, shoot.
Okay, we're not. No, did I get it in time?
I think so.
Okay.
I said shoot. I'm not sure.
I don't want to even.
Let's be cautious.
Yeah, no, guys, let's try to keep the language clean if we can.
But man, that's an incredible video. You can see that tree toppling over. As we mentioned, the soils are saturated, and it doesn't take very much. One of those bursts of strong wind, what we term a wind gust, can really take that out. It doesn't appear to be taking out a power line or falling on a structure or a vehicle, which is good news there. It just kind of is lopped over in someone's lawn. But we're going to see scenes like that throughout the night.
Andy in Newport Richie. I'm being told by some folks that word was shoot, by the way. So I'm grateful that it was not that other word. This is Andy, 7:56 p.m. in Newport Richey, and you can clearly see Milton, even in Pasco County, making its presence felt. Let's go up to Brooksville. Check this out. This is from Tracy. Pointing at the, you just be careful. You just don't know what debris could be flying, and pointing there. I would just say to the gentleman there, you can point from the safety of your home. So let's be safe out there, folks. Winds picking up at 7 p.m. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, says Crystal in Homosassa. Listen. Thank you, Crystal, for sending this in. This is Darien, Plant City, next to I-4, 2 miles from County Line Road for a dead tree coming down and clipping the roof. Wow, look at that.
Not too bad.
We have a live interview with Brittany Muller. Let's listen.
I had to go back indoors, but talk to me just about the emotions. Emotions are running high tonight.
Yes, it's scary to think about the families and what's going on. It's the emotions all over the place, especially we still haven't recovered from what just happened about a week and a half ago, and then this is happening. So it's just, we're all sticking together and getting through this.
And that's what we're doing, sticking together. People are taking this brief moment of calmness to walk their dogs, let them out just for a few moments. But obviously so many people here, so many elderly people, kids here. How did you survive Helene? How did you fare?
Sticking together. The crew here at the Home 2 Suites we're just one unit here, and we're just here to help everybody out.
Did you see any damage personally?
No, not personally, no.
Good, good. Well, obviously it's going to be a very different storm when we wake up and see the damage. What are you expecting tomorrow morning?
I'm expecting trees, debris, tons of flooding. So it's still, we're going to see what's going to happen as the morning comes in.
Right. James, thank you so much. We're glad to be...
You know what's interesting about that? That's like the worst part is that all night long, that damage is occurring outside your home.
And there's very little you can do.
There's nothing you can do, and you don't know how much there is. And then sun comes up. Go outside. Hopefully the storm's past at that point. You're able to go outside for the first time. You see it on first light. And then it's that, but really the anxiety that occurs overnight because you don't know what's going on. You look outside your home, and if power's out in your neighborhood, there's a good chance that street lights are out, and it's just darkness out there. You can hear Milton more than you can see Milton. And as a result of that, there are people that can't sleep during a storm because they just want to know what's going on outside and not knowing if, their entire neighborhood has seen widespread damage.
It really is the fear of the unknown, and I mentioned this several hours ago, how the mental toll this can take on you when you are in the dark without power and you hear that wind constantly rattling outside of your door and you can't see or know what's going on. And as you said, you have to wait till daybreak to get out and survey the damage, and we will be doing that here at WFLA. We'll get our Eagle 8 chopper up in the air and get a good handle on what has happened this night across the entire Bay Area. Got more pictures coming in.
Yeah, this is the same one from Darien, just again showing some of that rooftop damage. That's one. Now they went outside with a flashlight. If you just, folks, be careful out there. Make sure that you are doing so when it is absolutely safe to do so. Let's continue on WFLA.com/reported. James in Lakewood Ranch. Winds really picking up in Lakewood Ranch. That's a location, Justin, we've been talking about a little bit as being an area that could see widespread power outages, significant straight line winds, and just significant rainfall totals too, depending on where the north side of the eye wall fell. Let's continue on here and go to next. This is Jose, St. Petersburg, 4th Street North, about 8:20 p.m. Thank you to Jose for sending in that video. Yeah, things we've been talking about St. Pete quite a bit. And here, okay, more tornado video. This is from the day. This is back to Royal Palm Beach, Florida's East Coast, and check in the zoomed in video. This is the same tornado, I think. I mean, looking, you see the person coming outside also looking and appearing to be in disbelief, taking cell phone video themselves. That is an ominous sight. If you're walking out onto your front lawn, just imagine it, and you see that off in the distance, your heart falls into your stomach because it's just, look, I mean, sections of the Midwest, into, obviously Oklahoma, Tornado Alley, we see tornadoes during hurricane season, but, we've seen a bunch today and a bunch that have been ominous. I mean, no doubt.
Yes. In particular on the East Coast, those outer bands can really cause a lot of issues on the front side of the storm. And we've seen numerous reports of tornado, numerous videos of tornadoes being
Jeff
captured
Patterson,
as well.
Tampa. Hold on 1 second.
So we're seeing that, and again, it's because of that shift of wind and areas that may have done well on the front side of the storm. Now when the back side of the storm hits them, that's when more problems can crop up. But we're going to move inside right now. I know that some people have expressed concern. We're looking out for overhead things to make sure that nothing is about to fall on us. But the wind and the rain and the intensity is really picking up now. So we're going to toss it back to you guys.
Yeah, that's good advice. Thank you. Jeff Patterson reporting live out there. And he has to be really careful because, when you have things falling over, that could include power lines. And the last thing you want is to be out in the water and a line is down there, so it can be fatal.
Yeah, Jeff Patterson, we hope he gets to safety. More coming in to report it from Vienna. This one is coming in. It's the same tornado video. So we're going to move on to the next one. And this is from Mary in Channelside, across from the cruise port, coming in towards on the go.
Look at those strong winds. Well, listen.
Yeah, again, here in Milton. Now, what's interesting about this shot, Justin, is that the streetlights are still up, so you have points of reference that you can see in the video. Without the streetlights, you guys, this video is really dark, but this is one of the few where we can really make out things, including those trees, and we can really see the water blown by the wind on the street there, and that's because we have some light to show people.
Absolutely. That video really illustrates what a lot of the Bay Area is dealing with for tonight. And even stronger, again, down south, that report of a 90, think about that, 93-mile-an-hour documented wind at SRQ Airport. And we know there are pockets that saw winds even stronger with that than that during the landfall point, but incredible shot there.
All right, Bob in Pinellas Park. Looks like a transformer fire off there in the distance. We've seen at least half a dozen.
It's incredible stuff, and that is a big concern as that core is working its way across a highly populated area right now. The power outages, the trees that are coming down, and that's just going to exacerbate conditions. And never to think about a fire in the middle of a hurricane, but you can definitely do that with those transformers.
Austin has sent in multiple videos, but look at the movement of the water from downtown Tampa. You can see it racing across the street, being blown around, and it's actually somewhat mesmerizing, is it not, to see all that water pushed around concrete like that? I mean,
the buildings over the downtown area can actually act as have a funneling effect, so they can be stronger as they're funneled in between these high rises over the metro area, and that can accelerate the winds.
This is just south of Sarasota Airport, just south of SRQ. You want to know why this is interesting? says that this is enough.
You hear that? What you hear is a lack of that constant whining. They're in the eye. It's pretty calm. You can step out for a second and survey things, but again, I stress in Sarasota County, you have to get back in your shelter because the storm is moving along. Again, at last report, east-northeast at 15 miles per hour. So that's going to put the back of the storm coming in within the next 20 minutes or so, where the wind will pick up once again in the opposite direction. So we have to brace for that in Sarasota and Milton.
Yeah, it's wild that just a few minutes ago we were talking about the quiet of the eye in Sarasota, likely right now, and there is that video from SRQ
confirming what we see
on
our Max Defender 8 radar.
Reported is a wild interactive tool that we can basically get videos and photos from all over the area as the storm is approaching or making its presence felt. So, Sean, thank you. This is fascinating to see what it is like in the eye. Again, please, if you're going to go outside, you've got to try to make sure that you are doing everything you can to be as safe as humanly possible. Let's continue on. Power lines falling, I'm told, is the next video, and it's from Kristen in Newport Richey. Yeah, dangerous. Nicole Rogers is up next. Let's listen.
I'm not standing in it because though I have these waders on, we have seen the sky flash blue I can't tell you how many times. But take a look at just how high this water has rose. This was the street that you saw me at earlier, now completely underwater. Now stepping over here, I want you to take a look. It gets worse as you go down the street. You can see it's significantly deeper and rising by the minute. To the left, you'll see this sign on the ground, something that we showed you earlier was kind of wobbling back and forth, now on the ground. Remember, we're only halfway through this storm. We have another half to go right now. An eerie feeling as we're in the eye, just seeing the wind go crazy, and all of a sudden, it's not too bad, but we're starting to see it pick back up. Garrett, tell me, first of all, what have you seen this hurricane do?
So far, I've just seen a lot of wind. It wasn't been too bad with the rain, but it's definitely picked up. I was standing out here not too long ago and just watching the insane gusts come by. Watch the sign right over there, just blow right over. And not even 5 minutes ago, the water was 20 feet farther down. It's rising quick. It's crazy. Nothing like I've ever seen.
And we're really seeing the winds pick up. As I'm just looking at you in this interview, over your shoulder, the amount of debris that is flying right now. So now that you have seen, just in the time that you've been standing here with me, the water come up and up and up, right toward the hotel you're staying at, what's going through your head?
Well, at least we're on the 14th floor. That's all I got to say. I mean, water can come in. Besides that, there's not much we can do about it, but oh well.
I think a lot of people look at this and they think, wow, like the incredible aspect of weather. It is so crazy to see. It is exhilarating. But the devastation really comes tomorrow. When the sunlight comes out, we're able to really see people's homes that have been destroyed. What do you foresee Sarasota is going to look like tomorrow?
Well, it's not going to look pretty. That's all I got to say. But I'm hoping to go home and still have a home because we're right on the water. But hopefully the storm surge doesn't come up much more, but as we're standing here, it's getting at my feet.
Yeah, definitely get out of the water, I can tell you. We are going to get back inside and back into a safe location as we have been for all the other bands of this, because as you can see, the wind is picking up, the storm surge is coming up. We're going to get back inside so that we can stay safe.
well on WFN News Channel 8 and the NBC station in Tampa Bay. So type them in now. I'll be looking for them. I keep hearing the loudest noises. Did you hear that?
Yeah, here in our building, which is unnerving because we do know that here in Tampa, we're dealing with some of the worst of this hurricane. And every noise we hear in the building, it is concerning because the eye wall
down on our
is
building
battering
or something. Because look, all right, so this is from our tower camera. We're in the thick of it right now, folks. And so doing our very best here to monitor progress. And I want to make clear, I mean, look, there's a chance we lose power. Let's just be open and honest with our audience. And so if we lose power, hopefully the backup, systems checking, start working. And the generator, we have battery backups. We have multiple backup systems. Helene was an interesting trial run, a practice run, because everything in the entire building lost power except the stream center.
Still, we're still trying to It's a good thing.
Yeah, but we were able to stay on, of course, during Helene. We're going to try to stay on. Okay, here's an emergency alert that just dropped. National Weather Service flash flood emergency is in effect for this area until 2:30. Extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation. Do not attempt to travel unless you are fleeing an area subject to flooding or under an evacuation order.
Here's what's going on with that. We're still watching that band, the eye wall, and that's one of the reasons I think that we are hearing some of these noises across the building. The worst of the weather is passing across Tampa, and on the east side of Tampa, we're talking about Sonoma, Sassa, Mango, along that I-4 corridor, southward into Brandon. You are in some of the worst of this hurricane for tonight. Even though it's made landfall, we are still tracking that core, moving across the heart of the Bay Area and moving in towards Polk County. So again, continue to brace, continue to stay put where you are, as the flash flood warning is now in place across our area. In addition to that extreme wind warning, the highest winds from this storm, at least for Hillsborough and Pinellas, and now pressing into Polk County, occurring right now. So we're going to continue to stream. We're going to continue to broadcast. We saw Nicole Rogers down in Sarasota County earlier where the winds did calm down, almost stopped down there. But now the winds are beginning to pick up once again with the backside of the storm. So in Sarasota County, they're dealing with the backside of the storm. Meanwhile, to the north, they're dealing with the front side of this in Hillsborough and in Polk County.
All right, we got to get ready for the broadcast. So type in your questions now. We'll feature them coming up here on WFLA News Channel 8. And in the meantime here, folks, let's see if we can change things around and get ready for that. Unless we're on now. I think we are live. All right, so we're live now. All right, welcome in. I just saw the toss. Keith, Stacy, hope that you're well in the broadcast studio. We got power in the stream center. You got power. We got power. We're on air. We're online. That's good to have, of course. So let's get back to our coverage here on tracking the tropics. We've had a lot of questions come in just the last few minutes. But you know what's really interesting about what we do in the stream center? Interactively, we're talking about our audience watching from across the state, literally across the state and around the map that you're looking at here in the center of your screen. We were just talking a few moments ago, Justin and I, about how Sarasota is in the eye, or was in the eye as of maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. Right. And then we got in this video on Reported. We know that you've been showcasing videos on air from Reported, but this is from Sean, just south of SRQ, giving us a timestamp, and he went outside briefly just to show us the calm of inside the eye as we were talking about it on the screen.
That's correct. It can be deceiving, though, because this is a temporary process. The eye is the calm of the storm. The storm has made landfall in Siesta Key. Wind gusts at Sarasota, 93 miles per hour, and the backside of the storm is beginning to move on shore. We saw our own Nicole Rogers, her report there moments ago, showing that the waters are increasing there. The winds are beginning to pick up as well, and that will be the issue for Sarasota and Manatee counties, as you can see with our Max Defender 8 radar, doing an excellent job showing the core as we really kind of document this storm for tonight, moving back on shore of Longboat Key, Anna Maria Island, Siesta Key, and downtown Sarasota. It is a big concern.
I want to point out, we're going to start to take your questions here on Facebook Live and YouTube Live with our hashtag system on Tracking the Tropics, interactively answering questions from around the viewing area and beyond. But really important to note, I'm going to say this twice, if you lose power, we are here in the Stream Center doing our best to provide you with information and keep you posted on the developments with Hurricane Milton as it moves inland and into central Florida. Let's get to the questions and comments that are coming in. From Carla. Hey, JB, I'm in Clearwater. Still have power. The wind is strong, but not too horrid. Will it get worse than it is right now in Clearwater, Justin?
As we look at the radar in Pinellas County, we can see that northern eye wall is definitely affecting Pinellas right now. I would say the eastern portions of Pinellas County and St. Pete dealing with some of the worst, but in Clearwater, yeah, things are gusty. We have probably tropical storm force winds there. I think you're probably at the peak of the winds right now because the storm itself is beginning to move further to the east with that east-northeast heading at 15 miles per hour as the last report from there we got from the National Hurricane Center. So slowly is the key word, but things will begin to improve in portions of Clearwater later tonight.
Jennifer's next up. Hey, JB, how much do you think Anna Maria Island is going to be impacted by the hurricane? And we've been talking a little bit about Anna Maria Island, and that's one of those communities, Justin, I feel like, you know, in the overnight hours, if they're without power and you're looking outside, it's probably quite dark out there right now, and you really won't know the extent of the damage until the morning, but it could be significant, and that was a community that did feel impacts from Helene.
Big time, and hopefully no one is on Anna Maria Island for tonight. It's a very skinny island in Manatee County, and the surge is a big concern for our area, beaches, islands, and keys. In Anna Maria Island, if we could run to the storm, we had 10 feet of storm surge in Sarasota tonight. We know it could be even worse on Anna Maria Island, and the conditions are once again going downhill with the backside of this hurricane moving ashore in Manatee County right now. Again, this is affecting a good portion of the Tampa Bay area. Everybody should continue to brace.
All right, Fisherman's Wife on YouTube Live. Hey, JB, will the eye travel completely across Florida? I think really what the question is trying to get at here, what Fisherman's Wife is trying to get at, is how intact the eye wall will be as it moves inland and across the state itself.
It is unraveling because it has made landfall. It's not drawing upon the warm water source. But with that said, you can see how things are still are and how the heavy rain is really setting up in our the northern parts of the eye wall. So that's going to continue to travel across central Florida, places like Orlando, Lakeland, out in Polk County. We're watching you very closely, as well as Winter Haven and Bartow, because your weather will go downhill with those strong potential of hurricane force conditions moving through there. So the eye will become a little bit more unraveled on the trip to the East Coast for tonight.
You want to know where people are watching from? Tampa Bay, Florida, around the country, checking in on their properties, checking in on their family and loved ones. They're also watching from around the world. We have Rockby joining us and says, we're also watching from Norway. Stay safe, everyone. I think it has to be stated that Hurricane Milton, Tampa Bay, the state of Florida right now, this is an international story. People are tuning in and really sending prayers in the comment section from not just across the country, but from around the world.
And I'm so happy to be here to do this service for sure, because that's exactly what it is. We need to disseminate this information to people that are hungry to know what is going on in the state of Florida at their homes, for their neighbors, their friends. And again, we are using all of our technology here at WFLA to keep everybody informed and ahead of what is coming from this storm. Looking at the real-time wobble tracker.
That's one of the pieces of technology that we use, that we innovated here at WFLA with Chief Meteorologist Jeff Bear-Ardelli. We've been breaking this down over the course of several days. The wobble tracker is still up, streaming right now on WFLA.com. And if you want to know when a certain section of the storm is hitting your neighborhood, go to WFLA.com/wobble tracker. It's there and ads deactivated, as I understand it, so it's free for all. Hi, Trader, #AJB. I evacuated Largo to Perry. No, Perry. That was an area that was really hit hard by Helene. Hi, Trader, saying, what's the word on Largo, particularly mobile homes there, Dustin?
Well, it's never a great place to be in a mobile home or a manufactured home during a hurricane event like this. We can tell you in Largo,
comment section. Wind damage worse in the front, or I guess the tail. I haven't really heard that term. The tail of the hurricane. Where is the wind damage? If we look here at Max Thunder radar, where would you describe it's the worst?
Well, the worst of the storm is occurring in that red area that you see. That's the eye wall. So we always look for the strongest winds in the eye wall. And then you have the eye itself where the winds are calm, like we saw from Nicole Rogers earlier this evening in Sarasota County. The radar really bears this out. Our technology here at WFLA with our S-band Doppler radar really able to penetrate the extreme amount of rain and show you the core of this storm that is impacting portions of Hillsborough and now into Polk County right along that I-4 corridor. JB, it's going to be a long night.
It is going to be a long night, but we're here in the Stream Center one more time. If you lose power, we are here for you. Make sure your phone is charged and make sure, of course, that you're able to keep your phone charged for as long as possible. If you're able to connect to cell data, you can find us on WFLA.com, the WFLA Facebook or YouTube page, and the WFLA app. We'll send it back to you in the studio, and we will be continuing to answer questions here on Facebook and YouTube Live.
All right, JB, Justin, you guys doing a great job. Thank you for sharing that.
We're going to turn it over now to our chief meteorologist, Jeff Baradelli, powering through, if you will. I mean, I know, Jeff, this is difficult. There were 2 weeks of hurricanes just back to back to back, and all the streaming and all the TV, and Rebecca doing a great job. But, I'll apologize for your voice in advance because you keep doing it. But you have some important information to share with us.
I really do. We just had 5 inches of rain, more than 5 inches of rain in an hour in St. Petersburg. That's a once in 1,000 year event. In fact, in St. Pete, we've already picked up 16 inches of rain officially. It is just coming down as heavy as it's ever come down. It is a record for St. Pete, over 5 inches in 1 hour. All right, I want to zoom in right now and show you the northern end of this eye wall right here. Look at how heavy the rain is. Now, the heaviest stuff is sliding out of St. Pete. Still really coming down, but heavy rain coming down right now in Tampa. It's sideways rain, obviously, Brandon, Riverview, all the way down to Ruskin, over to Lakeland, and also Polk City. Look at how much rain we've seen so far, and I think actually that the radar is underestimating the rain because we measured 16 inches in St. Petersburg, and right now the radar estimate's only picking up about 12, 13. So it looks as though even heavier rain is falling than we are showing on this map. These are rainfall estimates from the radar, but they don't always capture exactly what has fallen. In some places, it's been about 1.5 feet, believe it or not. Look at Clearwater. Clearwater here, about 10 inches of rain there, about 10 inches in McDill, and close to 10 inches in places like Dade City as well. So this has worked out. We thought the heaviest rain would be on the northern edge of this storm, and it certainly is. All right, I want to show you a couple other things. Now, because of all the heavy rain, river flooding is beginning, and it's going to be going up very quickly. Look at the forecast for the Alafaya River at Riverview. It's forecast to actually crest above record stage. Record stage is 9.4 feet, and over the next day or so, it's forecast to crest at 11 feet. So, folks, if you're along the river, and let's say you try to go home tomorrow morning, well, the river is going to be rising. Actually, it's going to get worse before it gets better, just so you know. Now, this is the Manatee River at Rye, and you can see that level right there is way above flood stage right now, headed towards major flood territory right there. It's gone up about 10 feet or so. So the water is really running off into our rivers. Now, this is not from rain. This one is from surge, and this is in downtown Sarasota in one of the creeks there, the Walker Creek, which is right there near downtown Sarasota. 10 feet of water, so that surge has come straight in. And that surge extends all the way down to Fort Myers and Naples, who've seen between around 4 and 6 feet of surge. But in St. Petersburg and in the Bay right now, tides are actually falling because we have the water being pushed out. All right, so that's a check of the weather for me. I'm going to talk a little bit of Rebecca Barry. And again, thank you, Rebecca, so much for picking up all the slack for me tonight.
Oh, man, get some rest on that voice, maybe some hot tea or something. You've been talking a lot. As far as the evening goes, we're continuing to get really great photos and videos from you through our WFLA.com/reportit app. And just look at how heavy this wind is and how it's whipping through this backyard. This is from Taylor and St. Petersburg in Central Oak Park. And this was about an hour ago at 8:30 p.m. And so as those rain bands that had on the outer edge of the eye wall there were starting to move through and getting some of that severe wind. And so once again, that's from our Report It app. If you can safely share a video or photo photo of what it looks like in your neighborhood right now, you can scan the QR code right here on your screen, or you can always go to WFLA.com/reportit. And so what we're looking at for the rest of the evening is a very similar scenario playing out for us here. And that's when we're going to see the continuous rain bands pushing through, making their way across our area. And that makes for the potential for these areas to see not only power outages, but also a lot of wind damage. All the way down to Venice. I was watching the storm surge reports come in on the National Weather Service chat, showing some 10-foot storm surges in the Sarasota area and closer to 4 to 5 feet in Venice right now. This is our downtown tower camera. You can't see much, so they zoomed in on some of the light poles there. We still got one light pole that has electricity, but the rest have gone out, and they are just cooking there in the wind. And I'm hoping our St. Petersburg camera is holding with us. I was impressed that it was with us as long as it is. And it is. It's looking from downtown St. Pete here, and you can see some transformers blowing or possibly some lightning off in the distance, as well as the winds really, really whipping. At that rain gauge, they've got 9 inches of rain, but a lot of times wind-driven rain doesn't get measured very accurately. This is our in-house forecast model showing the eye moving over southern and eastern Hillsborough County, moving into Polk County. This is by 10 p.m. And so the heaviest of the winds by 10 p.m. through Pinellas and Hillsborough and back down into Manatee County there, because we know that the heaviest winds right now are in the northwestern corner of the eye. As this continues to move towards Polk County, those very heavy rains continue in the areas that have seen the most rain. We're talking Pinellas, past of northern Hillsborough. Meanwhile, the eye is all around Lakeland, so you'll get some really heavy wind gusts on the back half of that eye moving through. Meanwhile, the rain continues to develop over our Pinellas, Hillsborough, Pasco County areas. The eye will move past Orlando and closer to Titusville by 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, and that's when we finally get a break. So you're going to see heavy rain through 4 or 5 a.m. tomorrow morning in Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Pasco, so we're going to see a ton of rainfall flooding as a result. Now, behind this, the weather's going to clear out really quickly tomorrow. We're going to dry out quickly. We'll get breaks in the rain and then breaks in the clouds, a little bit of sunshine, and a very strong northerly breeze. That's going to bring down cooler, drier air. That's going to lower our dew points, lower our temperatures, and actually bring us our first taste of fall. So the silver lining is, for those of us without power, it's windows open weather. It's not too hot while we're starting to clean up during the day, and at night we're going to be diving down into the 60s, all because of those northerly winds, which do continue into the weekend. As far as what you can expect out there next, it does look like we're seeing the 8-day forecast pop up for you here. And so what we're showing is that we're going to see widespread chances for rain tomorrow morning, but then look at how it drops off. And look at these overnight temperatures in the 60s. Now, we do ease back into the 70s for Sunday morning and Monday morning, but even by Tuesday and Wednesday, we're back in the 60s. We have some isolated chances for rain by then, but on the back half of the system, we're actually kick-starting our fall forecast, and we're probably not going to see the return of those summertime rains that plagued us for so long. It felt like rainy season stretched on forever this year, and this is the punctuation mark that's ending rainy season. So I'm leaving you guys with a look at that nice, cool start that we'll see on Friday morning in the 60s, and several mornings where we have windows open weather to recover from this storm.
All right, well, we are still getting a lot of video in. Rebecca, Jeff, thank you for your continuing coverage. This is a tree snapped in half in Sarasota. I imagine when daylight comes around, we're going to be seeing a lot of this. The video is from Chris Bobble in Sarasota with winds blowing in. He did catch that tree that snapped down here.
and we're getting more videos to our reported tool. Channel 8's Paula Suro has been going through many of the photos and videos that we've sent in by viewers just like you. So, Paula, we'll let you show us some of those.
Yeah, Keith, Stacy, we just saw a little bit that was sent in, but now that the hurricane has made landfall, we are receiving more of those pictures and videos. Now that it's later at night, we also are getting darker videos, but it's also because a lot of people have lost power. And I know we have reporter stations all over, but let's take you to different areas in our community through these videos that we're getting in. So let's start in Seminole. Ian Westlock sent us this video. Just look at the waves there. They are whipped in. You see how all those waves are hitting against the pier right there. And we are getting reports that there are more than 2,000 people without power. That's in Seminole Heights. That's all according to TICO, however. Next up, we have video at the Maximo Marina. This is in St. Pete. You can see the strong wind and the rain impacting the power lines. You see the flicker of light right there in the middle. It also looks like the flooded streets. There you can see the storm surge is really impacting the area there. Well, Duke Energy is reporting 228,000 people without power in Pinellas. Next up, we had the Bradenton Riverwalk. This is Manatee County. Carlisle Jean sent us the video. As we were mentioning, you can see the waves slamming into the boardwalk. Now, Peace River Electric Cooperative is reporting 33,500 consumers without power there. That was about 15 minutes or so ago. So we'll bring you more updates on the power outages in all of these areas. But of course, if you are in a safe location, you can send us your pictures and videos to our reported platform. Please do. We'll try to feature them on here. It's available on WFLA.com/.
All right, thank you, Paula. We have some more video we can show you right now. Eli Trumbaugh of Wesley Chapel sent us in some winds whipping through his back patio area. You know, they have all these screen enclosures all over the Tampa Bay area, and sometimes when the heavy rains come, they blow away. This one's standing up to it, but you can see wind coming in every direction.
And this is another video from Wesley Chapel, courtesy of Raj Reddy. You can see the wind and the rain whipping around. They are really not safe driving conditions. Hopefully nobody is venturing out in this. They don't want you to because of the standing water, the debris that is speckled all around our area, not to mention just the danger with the storms out there still.
I don't know if we have any more video. There's just one more shot. We can see the palm trees just blowing in the wind. Again, this is in Wesley Chapel, but we want to get back out to Jeff Patterson because the last time we checked, it was gusting and blowing the rain so hard. He had to seek cover. So, Jeff, I don't know if you're still out there or not, but he's in Davis Island, or at least he was.
Yep, he has found cover in the storm chaser car. Hi, Jeff.
Off of Davis Island because the water was coming off of the boulevard, and it was not because of the storm surge, and I'm going to tell you why in just a second. The water was rising because of the rain that has been intensely coming down. So we are now in the Max Defender 8 vehicle. I want to show you the shot outside. Take a look at this, you guys. It's kind of in black and white. What you're looking at there is the Old Hillsborough Bay underneath the Davis Island Bridge, and what you're seeing is that's where the water normally is. As a matter of fact, we're not too far away from where they normally stop and they take out the we are seeing the fact that the storm surge has gone negative in our area, and the wind has pushed the water out of the Hillsborough Bay and back out into the Hillsborough Bay. So we're now
no idea. I'm in Georgia. How are you? Thankfully, a lot of people have evacuated this area. But look at the intensity of the wind there and the rain coming down. So we're going to keep monitoring this. But for me, it's stunning to see Old Hillsborough Bay and the water completely out of here.
Well, and the wind that's coming along with it, Jeff, just pushing it off of Bayshore Boulevard. The rain is just so intense. And you're talking about that vehicle there. I mean, several thousand-pound structure. We're looking at your video one more time as the rain just washes across the street and out to the bay.
That's actually a live look from our tower cam of Bayshore. So you can kind of see the wind and the rain and the conditions there right now. Nothing you want to venture out in. As you said, Jeff is in a specially made vehicle for storm chasing, so he's safely inside now after we saw him battling the rain and the wind out in about a knee-deep water there in Davis Islands.
Ty Russell is still along the Hillsborough River, though. We want to go check in with him one more time and see how things are faring on that front. Ty.
Yeah, let me tell you, Keith, the sheriff of Hillsborough County just sent out a message on X telling everybody it is not safe to be outside. There's no reason to be outside right now. So he is urging everybody to stay indoors. I will step out of the way just to give you a better picture of where I am. This is, of course, you're looking at downtown Tampa. We've been here for several hours now. Thank goodness there is still power in this area. But the wind is picking up. There's a strong gust moving through right now. This is causing that rain to move sideways. That's why, thankfully, we are underneath the shelter here, and we are blocked as well by a large apartment building that's keeping some of that rain from hitting us and our equipment to continue giving you these live pictures. I was able to walk closer to the river within the last 30 minutes, and I sent our news team a video just showing that the river, it is moving quickly, but it's moving, of course, away from this area. And we want to continue to see that. That's what we were expecting because, of course, during Helene, we saw the water move into neighborhoods, into homes and businesses. But the wind has definitely been picking up in this area. If we look closer to that garage, that just paints a clearer picture of what we are dealing with in downtown Tampa. And let me tell you, these wind gusts, they are really strong, so strong that it's hard to stand up out there, which is why we are underneath the shelter in this patio. We've been seeing the trees move back and forth. We've been seeing the rain sometimes because of the wind hit some of the signs around here. We can hear that pounding on the signs. Thankfully, again, we haven't been seeing many people out on some of the roads. I know you can't see in this vantage point because, again, we're staying out of a dangerous area. But I can see with my own eyes that there are no cars on the roads around here. We haven't seen a single car within the last hour or so. Possibly first responders are still out there, but we haven't seen any vehicles. And so it seems like everyone is heeding the warning from officials. They are staying inside. They are waiting. Again, we are expecting this wind, this hard pounding rain to continue over the next several hours. I know a lot of people are concerned about the flooding since it has been raining for so much over the last several hours. Fortunately, we are not seeing much ponding where we are. But I'm sure as soon as daylight hits tomorrow, we'll be able to see more of those hard-hit areas. I have been monitoring updates from officials from Tampa and officials throughout the county and Hillsborough. So far, like I said in my last live report, there were only those power lines down in East Ybor or just right outside of East Ybor. So far, I'm still waiting on updates to see what officials are seeing. Again, it's really hard to see because it's dark. And people don't want to be out surveying the area at this late hour because you don't know what may happen. A traffic light could fall. Anything is possible when these strong winds pick up. But we will stay out here and we will continue to monitor conditions. And of course, for the viewers out there, for those who are watching and listening, we will continue to also stay safe because we are in evacuation zone A. But for now, we are live in downtown Tampa. Ty Russell, 8 on your side.
Thank you, Ty. It's been about an hour and a half since the hurricane actually made landfall in CST, right about 8:30 as a Category 3. I jumped the gun on that a little bit because we could see it on our...
making its way.
Yeah.
Got to wait for the hurricane.
Exactly, for the official word.
But I mean, really, you have the trifecta, you have the storm surge, the wind, the flash flooding. And we're getting everything that all of the forecasters told us that we would get. And right now we're dealing with the back half of the storm, which is bringing with it tremendous amounts of rain and certainly some strong winds. And tomorrow will be the day when we really tell. The day after is when you really know what happened. Right now you can only guess about it.
All right, we're getting a lot of questions in from our viewers, so fielding those in our stream center, JB Buno and Justin Mosley. Let's go check it out.
Yeah, it's been fascinating to be up here with Justin, our chief meteorologist at our sister station WSNN, coming up here to assist on our coverage as we simulcast to WSNN down in Sarasota. But our hearts and prayers are with the entire greater Sarasota area because, of course, of the impacts. And we have a lot of people that have been joining us from Sarasota, Justin. We also have a ton of questions coming in right now, and it makes sense about Polk County. ETL says, how's Polk County? Mostly talking about Lakeland. When will it hit? How strong will it be when it hits? Just a million questions here from ETL, and then also David Griffith here as well. Actually, that's Ocala. We'll come to that next. Let's start with Polk County first.
Yeah, we can see that the core is beginning to work its way in, and again, we're using the radar to really illustrate the strongest portion of the storm, which is moving right. It's almost paralleling just south of the I-4 corridor, which is Lakeland out in Polk County. You see the red of the radar, that's the strongest portion of the storm, the highest rainfall rates there, and flooding has been a big concern. And we're already starting to see that a good portion of the Tampa Bay area, from Tampa northward. But again, inland areas, we are concerned about hurricane force winds in Lakeland. Bear in mind you remain under a hurricane warning. The eye of the storm is just south of you, so the eye wall, which is the northern portion of the storm, and the strongest portion at this point in time, continues to batter portions of Polk County, and it will continue to press inland, JB.
All right, back up with the question from Ocala, Marion County. We've had a few people asking about this area as well.
Yeah, so Marion County, north and west of Orlando, not on this particular radar scope that we're looking at right now, but the bands of rain continue there. Tropical storm force winds, a very real possibility. I think Marion County, which is around the Ocala area, Denellen, will be spared of the hurricane force sustained winds, maybe gusts to hurricane force inside of some of these bands, but yeah, we're all going to go this all together as it's working its way inland. It is weakening. You can see on the radar here, it's a little bit more ragged. You don't have that symmetrical look on the radar scope here. But again, the focus basically from Tampa Bay northward, the heavy amounts of rain, and the model data just nailed this. It was front-loaded, and on the backside, drier air intrusion. So we're seeing a little bit more of a ragged appearance on the radar right now as the storm continues to work its way inland.
We were talking about how scary it can be when you're looking outside the window and you can hear Milton more than you can see Milton because, of course, of power outages, and you can't really see very far with no street lights or any of your neighbors' lights across the street. We know that can be scary. It's also scary, communication breakdowns when people can't get in touch with family in the Tampa Bay area. The Ryder family is joining us on social media. They have #FirstBoat. Please tell me how Fifth Avenue North in St. Petersburg is. My brother wasn't able to evacuate and lost contact about 30 to 4 minutes ago. We know that these minutes can be absolutely excruciating.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know that the eye wall did batter portions of Pinellas County there in St. Pete. I can tell you that the storm is moving to the east-northeast at 15 miles per hour. The heading is pushing it inland. So the conditions across portions of Pinellas County will begin to improve, but very, very slowly. Again, the heavy amounts of rain will be a concern because it's been sitting and raining over that area for quite a bit of time. We're thinking still on the order of another 10 inches of rain possible at this point in time, maybe as low as 8 inches now. Still to come across portions of Pinellas and Hillsborough County.
We talked about this a little bit in our last hit on WFLA. Jennifer wants to know how much you think Anna Maria Island is going to be impacted by the hurricane. We'll just touch on this one more time. That's an area that's probably going to be seeing significant damage.
Major impacts once again. We saw it with Helene. Again, the storm surge, as I mentioned, it's still right around at the landfall point and points to the south, and Anna Maria Island right around that eye wall. So, not a good situation there on Anna Maria Island.
So, look, it's interesting because we get some comments in here about how, people are curious about what's going on in Tampa, wanting to come back to the Tampa Bay area, people that have evacuated or left, and Model says, when should I plan to return to South Tampa? Let's hit the brakes for a second. You can't make it to
those conditions.